بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين وعلى آله وصحابته ومن تبعهم بإحسان إلى يوم الدين. اللهم لا علم إلا ما علمتنا إنك أنت العليم الحكيم. اللهم علمنا ما ينفعنا وانفعنا بما علمتنا وزدنا علما. اللهم اشرح علينا حكمتك وانشر علينا رحمتك يا ذا الجلال والإكرام. وصل اللهم على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله الكرام. ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم. Alhamdulillah. Inshallah, I'm going to follow this book, which is a book written by Sachiko Murata and William Chittick, called The Vision of Islam, and I'm going to follow it quite closely. I would appreciate if people read the sections for this week, if you could read the preface, the introduction, and then up through Islam. So that will be 34 pages. And careful reading would be advantageous. I would also hope that we're able, I think the class is small enough, to have some discussion about it towards the end of the class. I want to say I taught this book once before to a group of non-Muslim teachers, and I personally think it's probably the best thing in English that I've seen as a basic introduction. It's actually not that basic because it's actually quite deep exploration of the tradition of Islam. And in just rereading this section, I've actually read it a few times, but in rereading this section, I was remembering why I like the book so much. So I think that people will enjoy it. I think it's useful also for Muslims, not just for non-Muslims. What I appreciate about the book is that there's two ways religion is looked at in the West. They call them, in vocabulary of religious tradition in universities, normative approaches and descriptive approaches. A descriptive approach is the more common approach. It's the anthropological approach. It's an approach that looks at how a religion manifests itself in a society, how people behave, how they express their religion, the practices. This will include folk practices as well as practices instituted by the religion. It will also bring up some very bizarre things because human beings do very strange things, and they will often do them in the name of religion, and so that will be seen as part of the religion, and that from the perspective of a scholar of the religion, by a scholar I mean a devotional scholar, because again, in the West they differentiate between devotional scholars and between scholars, what Dr. Cleary sometimes calls scholars for dollars. Those are people who earn their living in institutions, and so they will study something as a way of making their living, whether they believe in it or not. And so many people will teach religion that don't believe in religion. And they will tend, that perspective of religion will taint the way they teach the religion. And I went through a religious studies program at California University. There was an incredible difference for me between the classes that I took with somebody who was actually working within a tradition and was a believer in a tradition. He was a devout Catholic with a deep interest in Zen Buddhism, and the classes that were done by people that did not believe in religion. The type of approach that's taken by somebody that does not believe in religion, even if they're attempting to be objective, it will still taint their view of religion, and that's the nature of human beings. We look at everything through filters, and anybody that looks at Islam will look at it through filters. Now, Muslims will look at their religion invariably, and they point this out in the introduction, defensively, because they believe in it, whether they really understand the religious tradition or not. There are some Muslims out there that I think if they found out what their religion really said, they might even leave their religion because it's inconsistent with their view of the world. There are other Muslims, and I think it's the vast majority of them, that it will only strengthen their conviction in their religion the more they got to know their religion. There are some non-Muslims, if they studied Islam, they would convert to Islam. There are other ones, it will actually increase their belligerence towards Islam. And then there are other ones that they might not convert, but they will have a deep respect for the tradition. So everybody brings filters to whatever they look at. And they admit that in the introduction of the book. So what I want to do is just look here a little bit quickly at the preface and then go into the introduction. One of the things that they explain that they're attempting to do is explain Islam both to Muslims who, as a general rule, know nothing about their religion but are defensive. And that is very true. Most Muslims don't know anything about their religion in any deep sense of the word. If you actually ask them to tell you things, you would be surprised at how ignorant many, many Muslims are. And then to Westerners who know nothing but are instinctively hostile. So you're dealing in an environment. One of the things that Dr. Cleary says in his book, it's an introduction in his book called Zen Koans. He says that an American who believes him or herself to be liberal, open-minded, unprejudiced, will display the most extreme prejudices if asked about Islam, a religion that he probably knows absolutely nothing about, but immediately will begin to voice opinions about which, if he voiced them about something else, he would feel he was prejudiced, that it would be unfair to do that. So it's very interesting, the hostility that a lot of people have. There are many reasons for that hostility. There are historical reasons for that hostility. Islam, for centuries, was the most powerful force in a large part of the world. For that reason, other peoples either lived reasonably harmoniously with the Muslims. For instance, the Chinese. The Chinese traditionally had very good trading routes with the Muslims. You know that China is actually bordered by several Muslim countries. And then a large segment of China became Muslim. And there's indication that the Chinese actually very early on were introduced to Islam. And within the Chinese tradition, in one of the books written by a Chinese scholar, they say actually that a delegation of Chinese was sent to Medina to meet with the Prophet ﷺ. And another delegation met with Umar ibn al-Khattab. So the Chinese early on became exposed to Islam and had actually quite good relations with the Muslims. There were battles. In fact, early on in the 8th century, when some of the Chinese paper makers were captured in a battle, they were taken to Baghdad and they taught the Muslims how to make paper, because paper was invented in the 1st century AD by a Chinese man, Cai Lun, who is considered really one of the most important figures in history because of that invention. So the Muslims had good relations. They had generally good relations with the Africans. Many of the African peoples became Muslim. In Black Africa, Black Africans were taken as slaves often, so there was some antagonism, definitely between the southern Black Africans. Many of them became Muslim. Antagonism continued on in West Africa because of the slave trading that went on. And often they were Black African Muslims, but they would go down into places like the Igbo land in Nigeria or the Yoruba. Many of the Yoruba became Muslim, but there was antagonism. So in some areas you had good relationships based on trading, and in other areas you had problems. Now, the West generally has had an antagonistic relationship with Islam. Initially, that is not always the case, and there are extraordinary cases of cultural flourishings that occurred, certainly during periods of time in Spain when Muslims and Christians and Jews actually lived together harmoniously and quite productively. There are other periods when they did not. For instance, a large segment of Italy was under Muslim rule for a period of time, and the Pope actually paid jizya for 80 years, according to Arnold Toynbee. So there was a period when the Catholic Church was actually under the yoke of Islam. Islam went all the way up into the northern climates as far as Denmark. Vikings actually became Muslim. Vikings came down, fought against the Spanish Muslims and the Portuguese Muslims, were defeated, and some of them actually became Muslim, and others went back to Denmark, and some ended up staying in Spain and become the Normans, and they invade England. Then you have also the Irish. The Irish connection is a very interesting connection. The Irish connection to the Muslims is very old. It predates certainly Protestant Christianity that comes into Ireland, and there have been monasteries with Arabic writing found in Ireland. The Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim has been found in churches in Ireland. Irish music is heavily influenced by Andalusian Arabian music, which was influenced by Persian music, because that's really the source of most of the Islamic music that emerges. So a lot of this history is unknown. And the reason that it's unknown is because not very many people really read historical sources. Historians tend to be interested in certain areas. People that are interested in the Islamic phenomena in Europe would naturally be the Muslims, and very few Muslims that study history anymore, unfortunately. Ahmed Matar's book, which is called Islam in England, is an important book, but it's only the beginning, because there was actually, for instance, there was a Muslim period of Muslim rule in England. And there are coins that were coined in England with Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim on them. There were the renegados, who were Europeans that actually became Muslim and returned to their countries. English people rose to prominence in places like Morocco. There was an Englishman who became Muslim and ended up becoming a minister in Morocco. So the history, it's just immense what is out there and needs to be looked at. There have been periods of antagonism and periods that were not so antagonistic, but generally, the general rule is the Europeans felt that the Muslims were a deep threat to them. In Spain, one of the ways Spanish people say that things are fine is they say, no hay moros en la costa. There's no Moors on the coast. In other words, there's no Muslims around. That's still used in southern Spain as a way of saying I'm doing fine. Also, obviously, the Song of Roland, and if any of you studied literature and did the Norton's Anthology, you would have probably read the Song of Roland. The Song of Roland is in praise of defeating the Muslims and the loss of Roland at the hands of these bloody Moors. Charles Martel, when he defeats the Muslims at the Battle of Tours in the 8th century, this is a turning point for the Muslims. They turn back. They stop their conquest in Western Europe and turn back and focus on Spain. And for the next 800 years, Islam is in Spain, which is European Islam. And on the other hand, you had the Ottomans, who took up the idea of jihad and took up the idea of spreading Islam with the sword. And for that reason, they were constantly invading and attacking Christian Eastern Europe. And they get to Vienna, and people might not know, but the croissant is actually made by a Viennese baker after they defeated the Muslims in celebration of eating or devouring the crescent. So next time you eat a croissant, that's where it comes from. So there is hostility. It's historical. But generally, most Western people are ahistorical, like most Eastern people. They don't know much about history, but if you grow up in this country, you probably grew up with cartoons like Crusader Rabbit, with ideas of the Crusades. The Moors in all those films like El Cid were always portrayed as dark, swarthy, and violent. In some of the earliest films in this country, like The Sheik, which was with Rudolph Valentino, the Muslim is portrayed again as, he's quite romantic, but in the end it turns out he's not really an Arab. He's a European. So it was all right for him to take the European girl. The idea that there is antagonism is serious, and it's one that Muslims have to look at very seriously, but it's also something that Western people need to challenge themselves in trying to look at Islam with less hostility. It's difficult. So that this book is an attempt at presenting Islam to Muslims in a way that is going to satisfy them in a sense, and I think they do a reasonably good job of that. And I'm going to point out the things in the book that are problematic. There are a few things that I found that I thought were problematic, but generally it's a very good book. I think it's very useful for understanding Islam. The reason that I'm interested, one, teaching this class, and two, in looking at this, is because one of the things that we forget about Islam, and they point out in this introduction, I think very beautifully, is that Islam is a holistic tradition. It's a totality. The Quran says, أَتُؤْمِنُونَ بِبَعْضِ الْكِتَابِ وَتَكْفُرُونَ بِبَعْضِ. Do you believe in a portion of the book and disbelieve in other parts? When you take Islam, you submit to it. That's what it is. It's submission to a total worldview. It is a way of looking at the world. There are many people who are Muslim that do not look at the world with the eyes of Muslims. They look at the world with the eyes of people that have been trained in Western universities or in Western worldviews, and they don't realize how tainted their views are. There are many Muslims that are so disconnected from Allah that they really don't experience anything of the divine in their daily lives. And so they live lives that are very divorced from a deep, rich spiritual tradition. The beauty of this book, I think, is it's an attempt to look at Islam in a holistic way. and it's based on the hadith Jibril. One of the things also that's very interesting, I know that William Chittick studied in traditional madrasa, at least for some period of time, so he knows the tradition, and he's very, very adept at translating text, because I've read his translations, and I know the Arabic work he's translating, and I think he's very adept at what he does. And also his wife, Sachiko Murata, who co-wrote the book with him. One of the things that they say is that classical texts ask too much for the beginning readers. They were not written for people coming from another cultural milieu. Rather, they were written for people who thought more or less the same way the authors did and who shared the same worldview. It's very dangerous to read a book by Imam al-Ghazali and not understand that Imam al-Ghazali is working in 6th century Eastern Islam. And if you attempt to apply your standards or your criterions to the Imam, you're doing him a grave disservice, because it's simply not fair. On the other hand, his tradition, the Imam's tradition, definitely says something to us today. Imam al-Ghazali is as relevant today for us as he was when he was writing, because he's writing about universals. On the other hand, there are going to be things in Imam al-Ghazali's book that are not relevant today, because they relate to his time and place. Another thing that he says, as a general rule, they were written for those with advanced intellectual training, a type of training that is seldom offered in our graduate schools, much less on the undergraduate level. Now, anybody who's worked in traditional Islamic texts, one of the things about, for instance, Imam al-Ghazali, he assumes in most of his works, not in all of them, because he wrote some of them as popular works, in most of his works, he is assuming that you have been trained in grammar, in rhetoric, in logic, dialectic. He's assuming that you've been trained in poetry, in prosody. He's assuming you've been trained in mathematics. He's making these assumptions when he writes his book. And so you will find things that even if you know Arabic, if you don't know logic, you don't realize that he's actually using terms that don't mean what they mean to the average Arabic reader. They actually mean something. It's a technical word. It's a technical term. To study in classical texts, one has to go through a classical training. And if you don't, you're just not able to do it. And that's why you will see gross mistranslations of classical texts. Gross mistranslations, because people don't know the requisite knowledges that are needed to examine the text. Now, one of the things they mention also is that the texts were basically outlines of an argument. Anybody who studied any of our classes with any of these traditional texts, that's what you'll note. You're dealing with an outline. Texts tended to be pegs upon which the teacher hung the meanings or the commentary. That was how the traditional Muslim world transmitted knowledge. When you learned the Alfiya, it wasn't enough just to know those lines of poetry. You had to know the commentary. You had to know all of the examples in order for the rules to become meaningful. So another thing is that the students did not borrow the books from the library and then return them the following week. They didn't buy them at the local. They had to copy them out by hand and spend several months or years studying it word by word with a master. Now, I personally did copy out some of the texts that I wrote because they weren't published, they weren't available. And there's a great benefit in doing that. And I'm glad I had that opportunity. And then I would sit and word for word, the sheikh would comment on the text. Having the opportunity of having studied dozens of books like that with teachers has been immense. Sheikh Muhammad, on the other hand, has studied hundreds of books. He studied, I think, 400 books with his father. A lot of them were reading them, but many of them were word-for-word commentaries on these texts. Generally, if you had a good training, you would have studied at least 30 or 40 books well before a teacher would let you move on your own and be able to study from the text. Now, this also, I think, is very interesting. We are perfectly aware that many contemporary Muslims are tired of what they consider outdated material. They would like to discard their intellectual heritage and replace it with truly scientific endeavors, such as sociology. By claiming that the Islamic intellectual heritage is superfluous and that the Quran is sufficient, such people have surrendered to the spirit of the times. Those who ignore the interpretations of the past are forced to interpret their text in the light of the prevailing worldview of the present. This is a far different enterprise than that pursued by the great authorities, who interpreted their present in the light of grand tradition and who never fell prey to up-to-date the most obsolescent of all abstractions. So one of the beauties of the ancient tradition, a writer writing in the 12th century is writing from the same worldview as a writer in the 3rd century or the 4th century, really. And that's why there's a continuity of interpretation. They did not succumb to the temptations of the time. And one of the things that the moderns do is they interpret everything in light of their time. And then people later will look back and realize how ridiculous much of what they came up with sounds. And that is why if you look at the 19th century, phrenology was considered to be the most up-to-date way of understanding personality. And that was like feeling bumps on people's heads to determine their character types. This was considered deeply scientific in the 19th century. And likewise, there will be things today that 50 years or 100 years from now, people will wonder and marvel at how people could fall for that type of nonsense. This is one of the dangers of that. And then he says, another thing that we find often in short histories of Islamic thought, intellectuals appear a bit foolish for apparently spending a great amount of time discussing irrelevant details. Muslim scholars would go into great detail about certain things, and there's kind of an idea that they were really irrelevant issues. What he says, in fact, much of what they were discussing is being discussed in the contemporary world, but just in different terms. So we have semantic analyses going on now. We have people that are deeply involved in the analysis of language. You will find that amongst the Muslims historically. Some of the most extraordinary scholars of grammar emerged out of the 3rd, 4th, 5th century of Iraq. In fact, there has been a PhD thesis that was done by one scholar showing how a great deal of modern linguistic theory actually comes out of 3rd and 4th century Iraq from linguists that read that material and basically used it to present their own ideas. And that's something Mark Twain said, the ancients stole all of their best ideas from us. So that's an old game, reading ancients and coming up. If you look at some of the most popular authors out there, and if you've read the classics, you know exactly where they're getting their material, but they make it sound like it's update and new, because if you said it was Epictetus who was saying those things in a self-help book, it would sound a little trite. How will I be helped by a slave who lived almost 2,000 years ago in Rome? And then finally he says that we as authors have our own lenses. Some people may criticize us for trying to find Islam's vision of itself within the Islamic intellectual tradition in general and the Sufi tradition in particular, but it is precisely these perspectives within Islam that provide the most self-conscious reflections on the nature of the tradition. So they're definitely working from an intellectual tradition, and it is a classical tradition. The Sufi tradition is not the Sufi tradition that many people now speak ill of, but rather most of the scholars of the past, our greatest scholars, did have a perspective that was rooted in their own spirituality and in an interpretation and an explanation of Islam based on that was in fact part of the science of tasawwuf, what is called tasawwuf. So that is not an innovation, it's in fact part of the tradition, and that's what they show. Now, in the introduction, basically they say that the religion was established by the Quran through the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ. A Muslim is one who submitted to God's will or one who follows the religion of Islam. The Quran is a book that God revealed to the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ by means of the angel Gabriel. And this is the basic story. That's the story. And now, to flesh that out, over 1,400 years ago, on a mount outside of Mecca, in which a man was meditating, and an angel came to him and told him, Iqra, read. And this was the beginning of the revelation, which is called Wahy, the Quran. And from that, everything comes. That's the foundation. So the Quran sets this whole thing in motion. And now we're on a planet in which 1 out of every 5 people believes in the Quran as a revelation from God. So this began with one man given this revelation from an angel. Now, the Quran, they say that the Muslim view is that the Quran, unlike the Christian view, the Quran is only in Arabic. A Christian will generally say, when they speak about the Bible, they'll say, well, it says in the Bible. A Muslim would never say that about Yusuf Ali's commentary if they understand Islam.
They'll say, well, the translation says. They will never say the Quran says. You should not say that, because a translation is ultimately an interpretation. And therefore, no Muslim accepts any translation of the Quran as definitive. There is no definitive translation of the Quran because of the nature of the Arabic language and the nature of language in general. Every language has the possibility of multiple interpretations. And I recently finished translating, after 2 years, a poem by Imam al-Busiri, which is 160 lines. I retranslated it 3 times. Literally, I translated it the first time and sent it to somebody who has edited it for me. It came back with a lot of changes. It forced me to go back to a second time, and I went through it again. And then the last time, I completely just retranslated it. And at a certain point, I realized that if anybody's read Jorge Borges, who was a surrealistic Argentinian writer, and one of the motifs that he often explores is the eternal recurrence of events. And I realized that I could be in a Borgesian story where I would just keep translating this thing for infinity, because there was always a new possible meaning. There was always a word that could be something else. If you look in a book of synonyms, you'll find for the same word, you'll find several different possibilities. Trying to understand exactly what that poet meant when he said this, and then the possible syntactical changes. Quran is Arabic. It is Inna anzalnahu Quranan Arabiyya. We have given this in Arabic. It's an Arabic Quran. كَذَلِكَ جَعَلْنَاهُ قُرْآنًا عَرَبِيًّا. We made this an Arabic Quran. And that's it. That's why the Quran is Arabi. And you do not call a translation Quran. It's not even called Quran. The meaning of Quran is lafz munazzal lil-i'jaz lil-ta'abbud bil-Arabi. It's uttered, it was revealed, incapacitates anybody in imitating it, and it was sent to worship Allah. That's the Quran, and it's Arabic. So that's very important. And this is why there are many different interpretations of the Bible. If you look at the New American Version, New Standard American Version, and then look at King James, they're completely different. Sometimes the meanings are completely different. Completely different. So what do you follow? And who determines what it means? There are obviously multiple interpretations of the Quran. But if you've completed the 15 sciences, or the 12, according to Ibn Juzay, needed to master the Quran before you can interpret it, once you've completed those sciences, and your interpretation is congruous with the Arabic language and does not contradict anything the Prophet ﷺ said, it's an acceptable interpretation. And so the Quran is open to multiple interpretations, always has been, and it always will be. He mentions that the Quran was translated into Persian early on, which is true, but they were more interlinear in notes. They were actually not done for the masses, they were done for the rulers. So the original interpretations of the Quran were actually not given to the mass of people. And it was the same idea that the Catholic Church held. They kept the Bible in Latin and did not translate it into vernaculars until Lutheranism, Protestantism began that process, because they felt that you should master certain sciences before you read the Bible, because you'll misinterpret it. So the idea was, don't put it out there for the common people. And traditionally, that idea was understood in Islam, that you can read the Quran for worship, but you should not attempt to interpret it until you've mastered certain sciences. And then also the idea that the Quran has, he mentions 7 meanings. He's referring to a hadith about أنزل القرآن على 7 أحرف. The Quran was revealed in 7 different letters. And there's a lot of debate about what exactly that means. But there is a verse in which, hadith in which the Prophet ﷺ said, every ayah has an inward and outward and an overseer. So the idea is that there are meanings. You become an esoterist when you only accept the inward meaning. You become an exoterist when you only accept the outward meaning. Sunni Muslims have always believed that the Quran has both inward and outward meanings, and neither should be rejected. It's also mentioned that this Quran, which created an incredible civilization, addresses simple people and sophisticated people, philosophers and kings, as well as peasants and shepherds. That the Quran, that's one of the attractions and the powers of the Quran, is that it literally speaks to the highest and the lowest. And there's a common ground that it finds because it's speaking about the most important things that we deal with. And also mentioning that the Quran spread within 100 years from China all the way to Spain, and all of those various people spoke different languages, and yet, despite the fact that the Quran was in Arabic, the Quran was able to speak to all of them because it was speaking to their hearts and minds, not just to their ears, to their tongue. It was speaking about meanings that human beings share. And that's why the Quran is a universal book. One of the things, if you read some other traditions, you'll notice that in their scriptures, there's a great deal of geographical things that really relate to living in the jungle, for instance. Whereas Islam, if you look at the Quran, it's speaking to people who travel on the ocean, despite the fact that the Arabs didn't travel on the ocean. So it speaks to sailors in the middle of the ocean, dealing with massive waves. And it also speaks to people traveling in the desert. It speaks to people traveling in the mountains. It's people who live agriculturalists, pastoralists. It speaks to merchants, and it speaks to people who have trades, make things by hands. So everybody will find themselves in the Quran. And the Quran does speak, and that's to everyone. One of the powerful unifying factors of Islam is the fact that it unites all of us with Arabic. So Christians, for instance, have liturgical services in Korean, in Japanese, in Polish, in Sanskrit, all these various languages. Whereas Muslims, their worship is in one language. So we all share that. So whatever mosque you went to, you will hear the same Quran recited. You will not hear a different Quran. And that is a unifying factor for us as one people. Also, the Quran is about the same size as the New Testament in terms of actual length. Although it differs from the Old Testament and the New Testament by consensus. Both of those books were compiled by several different people. Whereas the Quran, it was given by one person. And that is in agreement. I mean, even though there's people like Patricia Crone and other scholars who have attempted to say that the Quran was put together by a committee of people after the Prophet ﷺ's death, and they added what they wanted and took out what they wanted. And this was in Atlantic Monthly. It's come up a few times. Those are rejected even by Orientalists. People that work within the Orientalist tradition do not accept those theories. And Patricia Crone has backtracked quite a bit. She's not saying things like she was, say, 3 or 4 years ago. She's teaching, I think, on the East Coast now. She was originally at SOAS. And she's no longer saying the same things because she was given so much flack by the Orientalist community. So when you read those things, you have to understand that those things are not even accepted by non-Muslim scholars of Islam. Nicholson, R.A. Nicholson, who taught Arbery in his book on the history of Arabic literature, says that we have to admit that the Quran is definitely the word of the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ. It is what he taught his people. And anybody who knows the prolific memories of the Muslims and the Arabs in particular know that it's simply this book has been transmitted orally. And I'll give you an example. Muhammad Hassan Waldaddu, who came here and gave a talk here, who has probably close to a photographic memory and memorizes several books of hadith. He memorizes Al-Bukhari by heart. And I had a handwritten copy of Al-Bukhari that he took a look at, and he found 2 mistakes on the first page that he was looking at and pointed them out. And that is why traditionally the Muslims depended on people, not on books themselves. And people don't understand that people are actually more, when they have powerful memories and they devote their memories to preserving knowledge, they're actually more trustworthy than the text itself. Scribes make mistakes, whereas a hafiz does not. He might make a mistake, but he'll catch himself if he's a true hafiz. And that is why no true hafiz who masters the Quran needs anybody to interrupt him. He can work it out. If you leave him alone, he will work it out himself. And all of us have seen that who have prayed behind a really strong hafiz in Taraweeh prayer. And a hafiz is somebody who memorizes the Quran by heart. The shortest surah has 10 words, and the longest one has over 6,000. Each of the verses is called ayah, which means a sign, and they go into quite a bit of detail about that. Now, one of the interesting differences between the Quran and between the Bible also is that the Quran is about God. Now, that might surprise somebody to hear that the Quran differs from those traditions. But if you read the Bible, you will find a good deal of the Bible doesn't really talk about God. It talks about history, it talks about tribes, it talks about people's problems, it talks about families, it talks about a lot of things. But you will actually not find God mentioned for several pages in sections of the Bible. In the Quran, on the other hand, no matter what God is talking about, He will always bring it back to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And one of the ways that He does that is by using His divine names. He will end the ayah by saying, وَهُوَ غَفُورٌ رَحِيمٌ. He is the merciful, the forgiving. وَهُوَ عَلَى كُلِّ شَيْءٍ قَدِيرٌ. He is over all things capable. So the Quran is always bringing us back to that most important subject, which is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And that is why if you look at a red-lettered Quran, which is one that has all the names of God in red, you will notice that every single page in the entire Quran is filled with the name of God. If you look at a red-lettered Bible, you will be quite surprised to find that a good deal of the Bible does not make mention of God. That is not to say anything's wrong with the Bible, but it's an interesting difference between the two books. It is an interesting difference. One of the things that he mentions here is that people who are native speakers feel a proprietary relationship to the Quran. In other words, it's mine alone and nobody else's. Particularly Arabs. Arabs definitely have that feeling that if you don't understand Arabic, you can't really understand the Quran. I personally don't believe that's true. I think that there are Ajami people who don't know Arabic, but are actually more moved by the Quran than many, many Arabs. And I know some people, especially South Asians, who've seen their mothers or their fathers weep profusely reading the Quran, and they don't even know the meanings of the Quran, but they know it's God's words. And that's what's impacting them, is the fact that they're reading a revelation. And that's why there's a famous story of one of the Ajam who heard the Quran and began to weep, and one of the Arabs said to him, "You're a Ajami, and how can you weep by hearing the Quran?" And he said, "My tongue is Ajami, but my heart is Arabi." In other words, the heart can understand things that the mind doesn't necessarily understand. And this is important also. A general rule is that a person with no grounding in the Islamic worldview, if they pick up a translation of the Quran, will have their prejudices confirmed. And I think that unfortunately that is very true. That if you go to the Quran already with prejudices, you will find exactly what you're looking for. I knew it. They do that. See, it's right there in Surah At-Tawbah. Kill the polytheists wherever. See, they were looking for that, and so they find it. And when you're looking for something, you're often blinded to the other things. So prejudices can be confirmed in the Quran if you don't allow the Quran to speak to you without. And that's why the Quran begins, ذَلِكَ الْكِتَابُ لَا رَيْبَ فِيهِ هُدًى لِلْمُتَّقِينَ. This is guidance for people that already have piety. And it says this is a book, there's no doubt in it. It already declares its position right from the start. If you have doubt about this book, it's not going to benefit you. Now, not being open, it doesn't necessarily mean you have doubt. See, if you believe automatically it's not a revelation from God, then you're going to read it with that perspective. If, however, you go to it and say, I want to find out, is this a revelation from God? It's not that you have doubt. You don't know anything about it. And you simply want to see for yourself. So going skeptically and going objectively are very different. And you will have very different experiences in taking those routes. Another thing is the Quran and the worldview of the Quran is definitely connected to the Arabic language. The Arabic language is a Semitic language. It's the languages that Moses ﷺ and Jesus ﷺ spoke. They spoke Semitic languages. The root structures of Aramaic and Hebrew are very similar to Arabic. Hebrew scholars are forced to use Arabic dictionaries by their own admittance. They are forced to use Arabic dictionaries to interpret the Hebrew language. The reason for that is that the rabbis prohibited putting down a great deal. The Midrash, they have an oral tradition that was not permitted to be put down, and they never bothered to do any dictionaries. The Arabs began to write dictionaries immediately. In literally the 8th century, the first Arabic dictionary, which is already a sophisticated dictionary. Unlike the English language, we find our first dictionary is in the 16th century, and it's a bad dictionary. It's a lousy dictionary. Whereas the Arabs were already writing extremely sophisticated dictionaries by the 100 years of Islam. And another thing about Arabic is it was preserved by poetry. Aisha radiallahu anhu memorized 12,000 lines of poetry from just Labid, one Arab poet. 12,000 lines. And that's not an exaggeration, because I know people that have memorized far more than 12,000 lines, personally. So I know that that's not an exaggeration. On page, unfortunately, 19, there's one expression there that I thought was inappropriate, and you can see it for yourself, but I crossed it out in mine, and I don't want to repeat it. They were using an English idiom, and I don't think they intended anything by it, but I don't believe it's appropriate to say in conjunction with the Prophet ﷺ. Let me put it this way. The Quran is the miracle of the Prophet ﷺ. Never forget that. The Quran is his miracle. In other words, the Quran is the proof of the Prophet ﷺ. Because he is the first and greatest Muslim. Now the next is the Quran. It has 114 chapters. It is a non-linear book, and that becomes problematic for Western people that are used to a book like Genesis. It begins in the beginning and it goes by history. When you read the Quran, it doesn't begin in the beginning. It begins exactly where Allah wants to begin it. It begins Alif Lam Mim, and nobody knows what that means, which I think is one of the greatest proofs of the Quran, because I don't think anybody could think of that. To start a book with letters nobody knows what they mean. To show you, وَمَا أُتِيتُ مِنَ الْعِلْمِ إِلَّا قَلِيلًا, you've only been given a little bit of knowledge. وَفَوْقَ كُلِّ ذِي عِلْمٍ عَلِيمٍ, over everyone who knows something is somebody who knows more. You have to go to the book humbly, because it's already telling you, you don't know everything. In fact, you know very little. So that's important to remember. Now the Prophet ﷺ, on the bottom of page 20 also, it mentions that in some traditions, the Prophet ﷺ contemplated suicide. That is not true. He did not contemplate suicide. He was deeply troubled, which is another proof of his prophecy. Because one of the things about false prophets is they want to convince you that they're sent from God. Whereas the fact that the Prophet, his first response was, what's happening to me? When it was confirmed by his wife and then by Waraqah, the cousin of his wife, at that point, it hit home what was happening. But initially, he was very troubled, and it was a deep shock. And he was not reluctant at first to submit. They mention that also, reluctant at first. Muhammad submitted to God's will and began to proclaim his mission. He was not reluctant in a true sense of that word. He was troubled, and he was also worried about the responsibility. And you can see that in the Quran when it says, don't try to keep up with the revelation, because when it was being revealed to him, he used to try, because he was so worried that he would forget something or that he wouldn't get the whole thing. So he had a deep sense of the debt and the burden of bearing this message. The basic idea, the Prophet ﷺ was born into the Arabian Peninsula. He was born in an environment of idolatry. He disdained idolatry early on. He did not like the idols. He never swore by the idols. He never prostrated to an idol. He had a natural inclination to Tawheed, or unity of God. And that there was a tradition on the Arabian Peninsula called the Hunafa. Hanif in Arabic means one who naturally inclines to God. And these were people that knew that God was one. They believed they were on the path of Abraham a.s. They did not follow Jews or Christians, but they believed in this unity of God. And there were several of them, but they really are not many. There were several in the sense you could count them on your fingers, but there were not a great deal of them. And the Prophet ﷺ inclined towards that tradition, but he had no revelation until he was 40, and then he began to have true dreams. And then he began, when he used to go to his mountain, and he did what was called a type of emptying out, tahannuth, which means to empty out, or to remove any traces of the idolatry of his people. It doesn't mean traces, but rather avoiding or shunning idolatry. So it was this purification work, and that's when the revelation comes. Now, the Arab tribes considered themselves, and we consider and believe that the Arabs are descendants of Ishmael. Ishmael is the son of Ibrahim or Abraham. Ishmael was the firstborn. He was the son of Hagar or Hajar, and he was, according to the Bible, he would sire a great nation. That's what the Torah says. Now, one of the things that Martin Ling says is the Torah is a sacred book, not a profane book, and God will not put great with anything profane. In other words, if God said he will sire a great nation, that means that they would be a great nation in God. Now, another thing is that the official Jewish doctrine, and a lot of people don't know this, but the official Jewish doctrine of some of the greatest Jewish rabbis, including Maimonides, Nehemides, several of the greatest commentators of the Torah, believe that the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ was a divinely inspired person and that his revelation was from providence. They actually believe that it was from God, but they believe that it wasn't specifically for them. And they believe that it is a fulfillment of Zechariah's prophecy, which is in the book of Zechariah. And I'm telling you, this is from, you can read this in books on Jewish theology that aren't influenced by the politics of the Middle East. The Jews believed when Zechariah said the teaching, this pure teaching of what was given to the Jews would spread to the east and to the west. The traditional interpretation of that is it was Christianity which went to the west and Islam which went to the east. And the traditional interpretation was also the Christians were half proselytes. In other words, their understanding was marred because of the Trinity, whereas Muslims had a full understanding of the unity of God, and they were in a better position to prepare the world for the coming of the Messiah, who would bring Tawheed for the entire world. The Jewish position of some of the greatest Jewish rabbis is that Islam is a vehicle of providence, and that it was a way of preparing the world for this coming of the Messiah. Now, obviously, we believe that the Messiah was Isa alayhi salam, Jesus, and so do the Christians. But it's interesting to note that that is a position. The Prophet ﷺ, who is a son of Ishmael, when he was given this message at the age of 40, initially he just spread it secretly, and then at a certain point Allah commanded him to go out and teach it to the people, and he did. The response that the Arabs gave, يَقُولُ الَّذِينَ كَفَرُوا إِنْ هَذَا إِلَّا أَسَاطِيرُ الْأَوَّلِينَ. Those who disbelieve, they say, these are fables of the old. In other words, these are fairy tales, which is very interesting because it's a very modern thing to say about Revelation. So it's interesting that the Quran dealt with that type of response. One of the things also that they mention, which is in Surah An-Naml 27:68, in which it says, لَقَدْ وَعِدْنَا هَذَا نَحْنُ وَآبَاؤُنَا مِنْ قَبْلُ إِنْ هَذَا إِلَّا أَسَاطِيرُ الْأَوَّلِينَ. We've already been promised this before, us and those who went before us, meaning the Jews and the Christians. These are just fables. So the Arabs, some of the Arabs did not believe this. Now, the turning point for the Prophet ﷺ comes in 622, which is when he makes the hijrah. This is a major turning point for his teaching because after 13 years of oppression, he makes the hijrah, he goes to Yathrib, he makes this migration, and this resulted from a delegation that was sent to him. The Aus and the Khazraj were two Yemeni tribes who had migrated many generations before to this city called Yathrib. It was an agricultural city, largely date palms, and they had battles amongst each other. They were constantly fighting. There was intertribal warfare, and they were really getting tired of it, and they wanted an end to this violence. There was a Jewish community living there, and they were tended to be traders, although some of them had date palms also. They controlled the marketplace in Medina. And they used to tell these Arabs about the final prophet, how he would show up, and he was going to show up in their city, and that he would remove all their idols, and that he would purify their land and bring the true teaching. Now, these Jews believed that it would be a Jewish prophet. So when the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ emerged, they said to each other, maybe this is the man that the Jews were talking about. So they wanted to go see for themselves, and when they did, they ended up becoming Muslim and submitting to the Prophet ﷺ's deen, and then the Prophet migrated to them, and these incredible bonds of brotherhood occurred between those who migrated and between the people of Medina. Now, the Hijrah marks the first date. It begins year 1 for the Muslims. So in a sense, this is the beginning of real time for us when Islam becomes successful, established in the earth. That is year 1 for the Muslims. In terms of tradition, we have 3 types of tradition. The first is Quran, which is, we believe, is wahi, revelation from God, spoken through the Prophet ﷺ from Gabriel or Jibreel. And then the second type is also revelation, but it is spoken through the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ, and it is called hadith. And this means that the Prophet ﷺ is speaking inspired. He is inspired by God. مَا يَنْتِقُ عَنِ الْهَوَى لَا يَنْتِقُ عَنِ الْهَوَى إِنْ هُوَ إِلَّا وَحْيٌ يُوحَى. That the Prophet does not speak from his own passion. This is revelation coming to him. So even his hadith is revelation. We believe that. And that is why you won't find any table talk. You won't find any trite conversation. You won't find any vulgarities in the hadith. All of the hadith have meaning and implication for the lives of Muslims. Now the hadith are divided into 3 basic essential types. Ahad, which are narrated by solitary transmitters, 1, 2, 3, 4. Those have less strength. And then there is mutawatir, which is multiply narrated transmissions. If it is mutawatir, and there are only a few hundred of them, then those have the same status as the Quran in terms of absolute belief that they are from the Prophet ﷺ, and you should not reject them. An example of that is Naha Rasulullah ﷺ an qatl al-nisa'i wal-sibyan. The Prophet prohibited the killing of children and women in war. That is multiply transmitted. There are so many narrations that it is impossible for that to be a mistake. And that is why that is agreed upon by the scholars, that it is prohibited to kill women and children in any types of martial conflict. And then the final is called a hadith qudsi, which is revelation from God, but the Prophet ﷺ transmits it as a hadith. And this is hadith qudsi. It does not have the same status of Quran in that we cannot recite it in the prayer. But we believe that it's also directly from God. And an example of that is as-siyamu li wa ana ajzi bih. Kullu amali ibni Adam illa siyam. God says, according to the Prophet ﷺ, every action is for the son of Adam except for fasting. It is mine alone. Because Allah is the only one that does not eat and drink in reality. So when you fast, you're doing an action that is really, it's a way of, in a sense, it's the closest thing that we do that has a divine quality. Because only God does not eat and drink. We all need to eat and drink. That's one interpretation. There are many others. We also believe that the Quran is eternal and uncreated, and that means the meanings of the Quran. In other words, it's not the literal words in the book, but we only say that when we teach. We still say the Quran is uncreated, and that includes this book. We believe that the Quran, what's between these 2 covers, is the uncreated Word of God. So we can say that, but we have an understanding that when we say that, it doesn't literally mean the letters and the ink. It's the meanings that those words convey. On page 24, they mention about Sayyidina Ali radiallahu anhu not giving up his claim. They're giving a Shia perspective that is not a Sunni perspective. We believe that Imam Ali radiallahu anhu in fact took bay'ah with Abu Bakr, which he says there, and the Shia admit that, but we believe that he took it believing that Abu Bakr was the rightly guided Khalifa, and that Abu Bakr was better than Ali. And there is a hadith in Sahih al-Bukhari in which Sayyidina Ali says clearly that Abu Bakr was better than him, and so was Umar. Another important thing which I mentioned here is that generally the Muslims lived with many different religions. They did not persecute religions. There are few instances, it does occur, but they were always rejected by the scholars, and they were also clearly done by rulers that were manipulating situations for their own political advantage, short-sightedness that led to a lot of problems. But Muslims generally treated other religions very well, kept their churches, synagogues, and temples intact, including the Zoroastrians and the Hindus and the Buddhists. Afghanistan, which was a very, very profoundly Buddhist country before the Muslims got there, the Afghanis converted from Buddhism, and some of the greatest Muslims came out of that Buddhist tradition. In fact, Balkh was a center for Buddhist logic, and those logicians became Muslim and introduced, interestingly enough, into Islamic theology some Buddhist logical formations that don't exist in Greek logic. The Greek logic doesn't have a neither A nor B type scenario, whereas Nagarjunan logic, which is Buddhist logic, does. In traditional Islamic theology, you have situations where they do have that, neither A nor B. And that definitely, I would say, I can't say definitely, but I really believe that it does come out of the influence that the Buddhist logicians had on Islam. I actually wrote a paper called How the Buddhists Saved Islam, which was about that, but I sent it in to publish it, but somebody said, no, you'll get too much flack. Another thing which is important is generally the Muslim rulers did not want people to become Muslim. And the reason they didn't want them to become Muslim is because they lost tax revenue and they also had to deal with the egalitarian nature of Islam. So that's a fact. If you don't believe that, if you have some kind of romantic utopian version of Islam, it's a fantasy. All you have to do is read history. The Muslims were very honest in their history. You actually had to join an Arab tribe to become a Muslim. And the person that ended that was Umar ibn Abdul Aziz during Bani Umayyah. Before that, you literally had to join an Arab tribe. You had to become, and you were a Mawla, which was an inferior position. And there is a movement in Iraq called the Shu'ubiyya, which means the people's movement or the popular movement. And these were all non-Arabs that finally got fed up and actually went into this revolt against it. So there was problems early on. There was ethnic problems, tribal problems. It's a human condition. The beauty of Islam is that it was always redressing. And the ulama were always redressing these problems. That's what I love about Islam. You have in this country 100 years ago rabbis and priests writing treatises that black slavery was biblically sanctioned. And you can find that, I guarantee you can look it up in books on slavery in this country. Muslims have never had that. We don't have a history ever of our ulama justifying oppression textually. It just doesn't exist. On the contrary, I mean, they really wrote vehemently against those things. And Al-Jahil wrote a book about the preference of blacks over whites because he was a black man. And it wasn't the preference, but it was more that if you really look historically, there's a lot more great black people than there are white people. And he's got a whole book to prove it. And there's a beautiful book by Ibn al-Jawzi called Tanwir al-Ghabash an Fada'il al-Sudan wal-Habash, removing any darkness concerning the virtues of black people and Ethiopians. And this was an Iraqi imam that wrote an entire book showing all the virtues of black people. And one of the things that he says in that book is that anybody that narrates the Israeli view that blacks were the accursed descendants of Ham, there is no textual basis for that. And the Quran rejects that. And then he says the reason blacks are dark-skinned is because they've been living so long in the southern hemisphere that they have developed protective skin from the rays of the sun. He actually says that. It gives a scientific analysis, which is generally what people believe now. Is there any questions or comments? We are not supposed to interpret the Quran, but we are supposed to reflect upon its meanings. Please clarify. A great deal of the Quran is about reflection. أَفَلَا يَنْظُرُونَ إِلَى الْإِبِلِ كَيْفَ خُلِقَتْ وَإِلَى السَّمَاءِ كَيْفَ رُفِعَتْ وَإِلَى الْجِبَالِ كَيْفَ سُطِحَتْ وَإِلَى الْأَرْضِ وإلى الجبال كيف نصبت وإلى الأرض كيف سطحت فذكر. Haven't they looked at the camel, how it was created? Haven't they looked at the heavens, how they've been raised up? Haven't they looked at the mountains, how they've been placed, standing firm? Haven't they looked at the earth and how we have stretched it out? So remind them. Those are things to think about. You don't need to interpret those verses. They're very clear. Much of the Quran is very clear. However, when the Quran says something like, if you fear disobedience or incalcitrance from your spouse, then warn her, abandon the bed, and then strike her, you're not allowed to interpret that. It is haram for you to interpret that. Nor can you apply that ruling in your house because it's in the Quran. It is haram for you to do that. Muslims have always believed that. You need to ask scholars the interpretation of that verse, and then you're surprised to find out it actually doesn't mean what you probably thought it meant. And that's what I mean by not interpreting the Quran. Those are the verses that deal with actual behavior. In those verses, you must go to scholars because you might completely misunderstand it. For instance, ghiba. The Quran says, لا يغتب بعضكم بعضا. Don't let some of you backbite about others. You have to understand there's a ruling. There's 7 situations in which that law does not apply. Then you have to know the definition of backbiting. You might think it means speaking about things that aren't true. On the contrary, it means things that are true. So you have to understand, and that comes from scholars. It comes from people that understand the Quran. So that's what I mean. But verses in the Quran that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, إِنَّ فِي خَلْقِ السَّمَاوَاتِ وَالْأَرْضِ وَاخْتِلَافِ اللَّيْلِ وَالنَّهَارِ لَآيَاتٍ لِأُولِي الْأَلْبَابِ, that in the creation of the heavens and the earth, alternating of the night and the day, are signs for people who have deep reflection, people of innermost core. You can reflect on that. I mean, the Quran's filled with things, so you can read it for that. Don't try to derive rulings from it. That's all. That's all it means. Don't derive rulings. It's very important. Anything else? Normative is what the religion says about itself. It's not telling you how Muslims behave. It's telling you how they're supposed to behave. And that is a much fairer way of looking at a religion, is to look at the ideal and not the reality. So Sayyid Hussein Nasr wrote a book called Islam, Ideals and Realities. In every tradition you have ideals and you have realities. America has an ideal, freedom, liberty, and justice for all. That's a beautiful ideal. We can all agree with that. Unfortunately, that has not been the reality of America. Intelligent Americans are the first to admit that, but there does seem to be an attempt, and certainly the Civil War is an example of that, the freeing of the slaves in this country, the civil rights. It's taken a long time to get to things that Islam arrived at 1400 years ago, but there's an effort. So ideals and realities are very different. The Geneva Convention is beautiful ideals about how to treat prisoners of war. The reality is prisoners of war are treated like animals and worse than animals all the time. And sensory deprivation is torture. It's called passive torture, and it actually drives people insane. In some Christian texts, it says descendants of Isaac were great people and descendants of Ishmael caused great havoc on the earth. Not true. There's good in both the sons. And there's some bad offspring that came out of there, but you can't blame the parents for what... You can sometimes blame them for what their children do, if they were neglectful. But you can't blame them for what their grandchildren do. That's not their fault. Could you explain what you meant? The Quran is his miracle. In other words, to say that the Prophet ﷺ is not central to the Islamic teaching is wrong. To say that he was a messenger and he gave his message and that's the end of it, that is not true. Ibn Taymiyyah was once asked, can you say, had it not been for the Prophet, the world would not have been created? He was asked that. It's in his book on Tasawwuf, his fatwas. Ibn Taymiyyah said, that statement has truth in it. And he said the reason is that everything that is less virtuous serves the more virtuous. And so the example he gives is that you can kill animals for the benefit of humans because humans are higher. We're higher. We don't believe like Helen Caldicott, who I like, but she thinks all animals are equal. A dog has as much right to be here as a human being. Well, a dog does have a right to be here and does have rules in Islam, legislated for protecting animals and things like that. But an animal has more right to be here. And that is why if a dog threatened the life of an animal, that you kill the dog. If a dog threatened the life of a human, you kill the dog. Whereas if a human threatened the life of a dog, you don't kill the human. I mean, he's doing something wrong, but you don't kill him. And even this society accepts that as a principle. So the idea that all animals are equal is not true. The same is true about human beings. Not all humans are equal. The Prophet ﷺ is the highest human being. And the prophets, all of them are higher than normal human beings. For that reason, we have less importance than a prophet. Now, the reason that Allah created human beings, there are 3 reasons given in the Quran. The first is He created us to cultivate the earth. The second is He created us to inherit the earth and to leave it as a legacy for those who come after us. So we inherit it from our fathers and mothers, and we leave it as a legacy for our children. So that's a reason, istikhlaf. And then the third and most important and primary reason is we were created to know God. Now, no one knows God better than the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ. And for that reason, he is the most important human being ever created, because he has fulfilled more perfectly the purpose, or more completely. He has fulfilled perfectly and more completely the purpose for which we were created, which is to know God. So from that perspective, he is central. And the centrality of the Prophet will be shown on the Day of Judgment, when all human beings will recognize the station that he was given, and Muslims believe that. So to say somehow that he was secondary, I don't accept that. And I say I don't because that's not what I was taught. Can you give a Quran to a non-Muslim in Arabic? I would not give the Quran to a non-Muslim in Arabic. It is not permitted to give the Quran to a child if it has Arabic in it, because the child does not have wudu. And it's an obligation to be in wudu when you touch the Arabic Quran. So I would not give the Quran to any non-Muslims if it has Arabic in it. I would also generally not give the Quran to a non-Muslim unless it was something like Thomas Cleary's The Essential Quran, because what Thomas Cleary did in that book is he did not put any of what could be called the hard verses, the verses that really do need interpretation. You said the Prophet ﷺ is the first and best Muslim, but the Quran describes Musa and others as saying, I'm a Muslim. Yes, they were, but the Prophet ﷺ said, Kuntu nabiyyan wa Adam bayn al-ma'i wa teen. I was a prophet and Adam was still uncreated. And that's a sound narration. So the Prophet was created before any of the other prophets. He has a relationship to Isa, which is very interesting. Isa is described as being like Adam. And the Prophet is a prophet after Adam, and yet he was created before Adam. And Isa is like Adam. And Isa was a prophet before the Prophet ﷺ, and the Prophet is the last prophet, and yet Isa comes after the Prophet. So it's a very interesting relationship that Isa, because it says in the Quran, the likeness of Isa is like Adam. So Isa is like Adam in relation to the Prophet ﷺ as well as in relation to his creation. Because he comes after the Prophet, and yet he's not a prophet after the Prophet. He's a prophet before the Prophet. And Adam ﷺ was a prophet before the Prophet Muhammad, and yet the Prophet was before Adam ﷺ. So it's a very interesting relationship that the Quran, and that's something that's called Bintu Fikri, a daughter of my idea. So I mean, I've never seen that written, but it's something that just occurred to me once. The last grains of sand. So you always have to ask yourself where you are in relation to that, because your life is somewhere at your breast. I mean, if you look at those grains of sand like your breasts, you have a certain amount that are decreed for you. And every breath you take is one closer to the last one. And then one day that last breath comes. And you never know. Like a baby is kind of right there if they live a normal life. So it's a nice thought to think about when you watch a sand clock. That's why sand clocks are so amazing, because they're truer than these other clocks that give you the illusion of things returning. I mean, you can turn that back upside down, but
this completes CD number 1. This begins CD number 2.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين وعلى آله وصحابته ومن تبعهم بإحسان إلى يوم الدين. اللهم لا علم إلا ما علمتنا إنك أنت العليم الحكيم. اللهم علمنا ما ينفعنا وانفعنا بما علمتنا وزدنا علما. وصلي لهم على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم تسليما. ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم. Alhamdulillah, the hadith of Jibreel is really considered probably one of the most important hadiths in all of the hadith literature. And the reason for that is it is a summation of the entire Islamic teaching. It sums up Islam. And it was also a hadith in which the Prophet ﷺ told 80 days before he died. So it's very close to the last period that he was with us in physical flesh. The hadith is related by Umar ibn al-Khattab radiallahu anhu, who Umar is the second caliph. He is also the second closest person to the Prophet ﷺ in terms of companionship, Abu Bakr being the first. He begins by telling us that they were sitting with the Prophet ﷺ, and then he said a man in white clothes, stark black hair, very striking person, emerges, and he says, وَلَا يُرَى عَلَيْهِ أَثَرُ السَّفَرِ, and we could not see any traces of traveling on him. Now what's interesting about that remark is that this is a desert town, Medina. There's really only a few thousand people living in this town. It's a village more than a city. I mean, it's considered a city by Arabian standards. But it is certainly not a place where people didn't know each other. People knew everybody there. Now, when this man comes in white robes, very clean, very fresh, no signs of traveling, they thought that was strange, which is why he mentions it. Because where did he come from? He would have had to have showered, changed his clothes. Nobody knew where this man came from, and nobody had ever seen him before. Well, he sits down and he places his knees against the knees of the Prophet ﷺ, which is very intimate. And then he places his hands on the Prophet ﷺ's thighs. Now, in this hadith, which is the one that is the most famous, it doesn't mention it. It just says, وَوَضَعَ كَفَيْهِ عَلَى فَخِذَيْهِ. He put his two palms on his thighs. But there's another hadith that says on the Prophet's thighs. Now, there's some reasons for doing that. One, it would have been obviously a very intimate thing to do, as if he would have known the Prophet ﷺ. He wouldn't have done that. And it probably shocked some of the Sahaba because they would not have done that. But the way he sat was an Eastern way of sitting, which is like this. Traditionally, that was the way a student sat. In madrasa, it would have been considered rude not to sit like that. So, and obviously, if you've noticed Persian people and people that can sit like that for long periods of time, it's very commonplace in some Muslim countries where they still sit on the floor. So then he says, أخبرني Ya Muhammad an al-Islam. Tell me, O Muhammad, Prophet ﷺ, tell me about Islam. أخبرني عن الإسلام. And the Prophet ﷺ says, Islam is shahada. That's the first thing he says. That it is an tashhad an la ilaha illallah wa anna Muhammad Rasulullah. That you testify that there's no God but Allah and Muhammad is Messenger, which is an act. It's not a belief. Shahada is not a belief. It is an act. It is an act done with the tongue. People forget that in Islam, words are considered actions. And Imam Malik said, when you realize that your words are actions, if you have intelligence, your words diminish because you're taking into account for your actions. The more words you have, the more accountability you have. He said, it is to say, an tashhad, an la ilaha illallah. So that's the first. It's called a rukn, which means a pillar. And a rukn is something you depend upon. It's something that holds other things up. And then he says that you pray 5 times a day. And then he says that you pay zakat, alms tax, you fast during Ramadan, and then you make the pilgrimage to the house if you're able to. At that point, the man says, Sadaqta, you spoke the truth. So the Sahaba, Sayyidina Umar says, Ajibna, we were really dumbstruck at that point. He's asking him and then he's confirming what he's saying. This is very strange.
because he's asking him a question. So now, one of the things that we learn is question is a teaching device. A teacher will ask a question not because he doesn't know the answer, but because he wants something else to happen. So he asks him this question, and they still don't know who this person is. And then he says, now tell me about faith. أخبرني عن الإيمان. So we're moving to another dimension of Islam. The first is Islam. Then he says, now tell me about Iman. So here's a distinction between Islam and Iman, which is going to become very important. And then he tells him, faith, an tu'mina billah, that you believe in Allah. So now he's not telling him what Iman is, he's telling him what the objects of Iman are, because Iman in and of itself is a mystery. You cannot explain in words what Iman is. The next best thing you can tell is you can explain the objects of belief. Belief itself is, the ulama say it's tasdeeq. It is to verify or affirm or have a conviction in one's heart about something. That is what belief is. But he gives him the objects of faith. He tells him it's a belief in Allah, His angels, His books, His messenger, the last day, and that you have faith in this measuring out of the world, that everything is determined and proportioned, and that you believe in both good and evil, which is very interesting because this is a problem in religion. It's called the theodicy, which is the problem of evil. And for Christians, it's probably been the great bugbear of Christianity, of trying to explain the presence of evil in the world. It has never been a problem for the Muslims. The Muslims are not Manichaeist. They don't believe in duality. Muslims have never believed in this idea of two forces antagonistically working in the world. Muslims believe that good and evil are creations of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And that Allah is above good and evil in terms of the scales by which we judge them, because we don't have the ability to judge good and evil in reality. And that is why we've been given standards. Killing is bad, and we don't kill. Stealing is bad, we don't steal. But there are other instances where stealing becomes acceptable. So there's situational ethics. There's instances where killing is acceptable. If you see a man killing another man, the outward act of it is rejected by the heart. But what's happening? What's actually taking place? Is it murder or is it retribution? What's going on? So the act in and of itself is not evil. What is evil is the reason and the intention, which is if it was wrong or oppressive. So it's very interesting that that's part of the creed that Muslims believe, and we're going to go into that in a lot of detail when we get to the section on Iman, because it's very important. And then he says, again, he'd spoken the truth, and he says, now tell me about doing what is beautiful. And ihsan is a very difficult word to translate in Arabic. If you look at the root word hasuna, means to be beautiful. That's what it means. Ihsan, if you look at the word ahsana, it means to make something beautiful. It's called the transitive form of the intransitive verb. And if you know English grammar, an intransitive verb does not take an object. A transitive verb takes an object. So hasuna takes no object. You say hasuna zaydun. Zaydun is good. That's what you say. But if you said ahsana zaydun, you need to have an object. What did Zayd do that was good? Ahsana Zaydun ila Amrin. Zayd did good to Amr. So there, the idea then in ihsan is it's doing virtuous deeds. It is the act of bringing virtue into the world. And because virtue is the most beautiful thing in the world, it's the highest thing in Islam. Because by doing virtuous deeds, you make the world more beautiful. Now, there's also an interesting ethical theory that comes from a man, Chisholm, who said that ethics is actually a branch of aesthetics, which is interesting. And aesthetics in philosophy is studying beauty, what makes things beautiful. Like I was driving on the way here this morning, and I looked up on the hill, and there's all these poppies, and it's the state flower. Poppies are very beautiful. And the way that the golden poppy is mixed in with the green right now is stunning. What is that in us that recognizes, and sometimes fails to recognize, but what is that in us that sees the world as beautiful? And what is it in us that sees things as ugly? Because had there been a bunch of garbage on the side of the hill, as opposed to flowers, I would have had a different experience. Something's incongruous. It doesn't fit in. And that is the essence of aesthetics. It's about fitting in. And the essence of virtuous actions is that they are actions that fit properly into the world. And that's why at the essence of the Islamic teaching is the concept of adab. Adab is comportment. It is appropriate behavior. And appropriate behavior is behavior done in proper proportions. And that is why adab also means literature. Because what literature is, it is the use of words appropriately. You're putting words into their proper place. And that's what an adib is. When an adib uses words in a way. You see, if you take a poem in Arabic or Persian or English, if you take a poem like, "Death be not proud, though some have called thee mighty and dreadful, for thou art not so." If you begin to look at the movement of those words, the power is in the placing of the words. Because if I said proud, death, be, mighty, not, it loses all of its meaning. And so language becomes meaningful when words are put into their proper places. And the more appropriate the words are in those places, the more powerful the impact those words have on the human heart. The same is true for the world itself. The more things are in a natural state, the more powerful the experience. And that's why everybody, and Robert Frost has a beautiful poem about people looking out at the ocean, even though what's behind them, which is land, is much more varied and interesting. Why do they keep staring out at the ocean and not turn around and look at the land? There's a lot more to look at. And it's the mystery of it. It's the majesty of it. It's the power of creation itself. And the ocean is one of the most powerful things in the world. That's why the Arabs, when they want to talk about something vast, they say, huwa bahrun. It's an ocean. It's an ocean. Al-Quran bahrun. La sahila lah. You know, the Arabs will say the Quran is an ocean. There's no shores to that ocean. A shoreless ocean. You can't even imagine that. A shoreless ocean. So, doing good in the world is beautifying the world. That's what you're doing, and that's what that's about. So he asks him, tell me about what beautiful... And he says, doing beautiful means you should worship God as if you see Him. Now, just if you think about what that means is, if you can imagine that you actually are seeing God, how would you behave in the world? How would you treat other people? Other creatures of God? How would you treat God's creation? If you go to somebody's house, you don't spit on their carpet. You don't urinate in the corner of the room. You do. Why? Because it's not your house. And you have to behave with proper comportment in the house. And the better behavior that you have, the more likely that He'll invite you back. So the idea of being in the world as if you see God is the idea that you are a guest in a dominion that belongs to God. And that if you actually behave in the world as if you see Him, you will behave appropriately. You will behave with excellent manners. You will behave beautifully. And that's at the essence of ihsan. And then he says, and even if you don't see Him, at least you know that He sees you. So the highest stage of ihsan is really to be as if you see God. But if you don't, at least you know He sees you, so that your behavior is still appropriate. And then he says, tell me about the hour. And the Prophet ﷺ said, the one being questioned does not know more than the one asking the question. In other words, the moment that the world ends is a secret. And so he says, then tell me about its amarat, its signs, its marks. So this is the signs of the latter days. The Prophet ﷺ says, the slave girl gives birth to her mistress. Now the ulama have always considered this a very unusual statement, but the ulama have gone into three dominant interpretations. One of them is that it is the turning upside down of social order. That right becomes wrong, wrong becomes right, high people become low, low people become high, that this is what happens. And so the idea of a mistress giving birth to a slave, if you invert that, it's the al-amatu taridu rabbataha. All right, the servant gives birth to her master. It's an inversion of realities, what's called qalb al-haqa'iq. So you see the slave girl give birth to her mistress. One of the interpretations also is that it means children will become completely rebellious against their parents, which in Confucian understanding is the worst possible sign in a human society when filial piety no longer exists. Because the whole social order is based on the authority of the family. And the thing about families are not just. Children are in a despotic situation. Parents are tyrants, basically. But what the ethicists say is that justice is only necessary in the absence of love. So the reason that we tolerate family situations is because of that other element that exists, which is love. In other words, we know that the parent is doing what they do out of love for the child. So when the parent doesn't allow the child to eat what's harmful, candy or whatever, or doesn't allow the child to watch television, or doesn't allow, these are apparently arbitrary moves on behalf of the parent to the child. So the child experiences it as really a type of tyranny. And I always love the one where the child's like crawling and the parent comes and just picks it up and goes another direction. I mean, if you just look at a total act of despotism, I mean, that is a real act of arbitrary, despotic behavior. But obviously there's a reason, and that's why it's not tyrannical. It's on the contrary, it's benevolent. So, and then the man went away, and after we had waited, labistu maliya, he says we waited a time. Some say it was 3 days. It was a period of time. At which point, the Prophet ﷺ said, do you know who the questioner was, Omar? It's interesting, he waited a few days. He said, do you know who that questioner was? And this was also a sign that the Sahaba didn't ask the Prophet unnecessary questions. Because you would think Omar would have said, who was that, Ya Rasulullah? But they weren't like that. They were people that just, they asked what was absolutely necessary to ask. The Prophet ﷺ said, this was Jibreel who has come to teach you your religion. هَذَا جِبْرِيلٌ أَتَاكُمْ يُعَلِّمُكُمْ دِينَكُمْ. The meaning of that is that this hadith teaches us the religion. That's the whole religion right there. Iman, Islam, Ihsan, and signs of the last day. And I think it's a really interesting way of looking at it. The way that Dr. Chittick and Dr. Murata are looking at it, as these are dimensions. You have in 4-dimensional reality, which is what we're in, you have the 3 dimensions of width, breadth, and depth. And that's what we experience here if you're binocular vision. One-eyed people don't have that depth perception, but we have depth perception. And if you add time, which is the 4th dimension, then what this hadith deals with is these 4 dimensions. The dimension that is the horizontal dimension is Islam. That is the most basic. That's the foundation. The vertical dimension is Iman or faith, because that's the focus towards the heavens. So your behavior is Islam. The reason you do the behavior is Iman. And then Ihsan is what gives it depth. It's what gives it depth. It adds that dimension to it. And then it plays out in time. So we're in-time creatures. And one of the things we experience about time is signs. The world is signs. Sayyidina Ali radiallahu anhu said, Az-zaman yomani, yomun laka wa yomun alayk. All of time is 2 days. A day for you, a day against you. And he says, Fashkuri la lima kana lak, wasbir ala ma kana alayk. Have thankfulness or gratitude towards Allah for what was for you, and be patient about what is against you. And so the basic experience of the movement of time is a recognition that there are signs that come into the world that indicate the type or the nature of the age that we're in. And certainly our age is in many ways a very dark age, because people are so distant from sacred truths and also have an arrogance that obviously that this is the best time ever. The next idea here is deen, because he said, يُعَلِّمُكُمْ دِينُكُمْ. He came to teach you your deen. What does deen mean? The Arabic word comes from a root word, dana yadinu, means to discipline. It has the meaning of to discipline. It has the meaning of to consider guilty. Idana is when somebody is guilty of something. It has also the idea of a debt, indebtedness. Dain is debt. Madin is somebody who's in debt. Da'in is the one you owe the debt to. It also has the meaning of a rain, a gentle rain that keeps coming back. And the religion, at the essence of religion, is an idea that it is a rain. It's a life-giving rain to the spirit that keeps coming back. It's something that keeps coming back and is reintroduced into humanity again and again. So at the essence of the human experience has been these rains that have come, revelations that have come, heavenly rains that nurture hearts, that bring people back to life, that bring their lives to a spiritual fruition. The idea also of debt, which is also interesting because there's an idea that if somebody loans you money, you feel indebted to them. And the idea here is that God has loaned you your life. It's a loan. And the beauty of a loan is it's not yours, but while you have it, you can do with it what you want. Now, obviously, if somebody loans you money with a stipulation, if you go to the bank and you tell them, I want $100,000 to buy a house, and then you go and score a kilo of cocaine with the money, obviously, you've broken the contract. They wouldn't just give it to you like that. They don't do it like that anymore. But generally, the idea of taking a loan as a trust, there's a reason why that person's giving you a loan. And generally, people want to know what the loan is for. They ask you, what do you need it for? Well, I need it for this or that. The more honorable the reason, the more likely for the loan. So the idea of God giving you a loan, a goodly loan, it's the loan of your life. And then the beauty of it is, on the one hand, it is a loan. On the other hand, He offers the chance to sell this thing that He's given you back to Him. And that is an honoring, according to the Quran. It's Inna Allah ashtara min al-mu'minin. Allah bought from the believers. So the idea of God buying from you something is meaning that He's putting you, there's parity in the relationship. It's not that you're an equal to God, but in this relationship, He's making you an equal. He's making you somebody who's actually gone into a transaction with Him. And the sale is your soul. And that is a high thing. So the idea of giving the soul back to God, and He pays you for it. And that's why when that verse was revealed, everybody was happy except Abu Bakr. He began to weep. And the Prophet ﷺ looked at him and he said, why are you weeping? And he said, how can we sell back to God what already belongs to God? So he understood it at a deeper level than everybody else, which is why he's Abu Bakr. But he understood that this is an honor from God. That's all it is. And so this idea of this debt, that you are morally obliged to pay this debt back, and that's what the deen is. It's the payback. It's what you do as a way of paying back this immense loan of consciousness, of a heart that He gave you, human consciousness. And this is how you pay it back. Now, in the Quran, the word deen is used a lot. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala uses it to mean religion. Inna deen indallahi al-Islam. The religion with God is submission. He uses it also when He describes the deen of the king of Egypt, when Yusuf alayhi salam In Surah Yusuf, he says, Fi Deen al-Malik, in the religion of the Malik, which means the law. So it has the idea of law as well. And then also, when Fir'aun says to Musa, Daroni aqtul Musa, let me kill Musa. Ni akhafu. He says, I'm afraid that he's going to, and yubaddila deenakum, that he's going to change your deen. So Fir'aun says he's worried that Musa is going to attempt to change your deen. And then he says, or that he'll sow corruption in the earth. Aw an yufsid fil ard. So this is how the deen, lakum deenukum waliya deen. You have your deen, we have our deen. So there's an idea of different deens. And that has to do with transaction or how you live your life. Now there's an idea that the deen with God is the same. It's always been the same. And that's why deen is different from sharia. Sharia is law. The law changes. So the law of Moses is not the law of Jesus. The law of Jesus is not the law of the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ, peace be upon all of them. Each one of the prophets has a different law, but their deen is the same. And that's why the Prophet ﷺ said, prophets are of one father, but their mothers differ. Now there's two meanings to that. One is that they come from Ibrahim. Abraham is the father of the prophets. But there's also the meaning that their deen is one, but their laws differ. So the deen is Tawheed. That is really the father of us all. That we're all united in this idea of the unity of God. And then the Sharia, which are the laws, differ. And Allah says, we never sent a messenger before thee, save that we revealed to him, saying, there is no God but I, so worship me. So that is at the essence of all of these religious traditions. And even according to Dr. Cleary, he says that the Buddha was actually teaching Tawheed as well. One of the things that he says is that the Buddha did not give a word for it because what he said was that his society was so inundated with idolatry. The only way that he could describe reality was without any attributes at all, because these people were so immersed in, so he described it in a nondescript way of speaking about ultimate reality, the source of all things. And that's the same, you'll find that in Taoism, and you'll find these teachings, even if they don't have the theistic concept that you find in the Western traditions, in the Eastern traditions, you do find this idea of an ultimate underlying reality that is the source of all things. And that's why even in the Tao it says in the beginning there was one. There was the eternal Tao. And then there came two, which is the Azwaj, the creation of pairs, which Allah says we create everything in pairs. And then from the pairs become myriad forms. Because from two comes three. All of these religions are teaching this unity. So he goes then into the three dimensions. And what he says is if you can look at the three dimensions or domains of selfhood, the most external dimension is connected to what appears. So the outward form, the zahir. People do things in the world, and actions can be analyzed and discussed without reference to the people. So you can look at an action, and you can actually talk about an action without any reference to the person. And that's the most outward form. So if somebody hits somebody else, we can talk about, I saw a person hit another person today. We don't have to talk about why they hit them. We don't have to talk about who they were. We can talk about a physical act that occurred in the world between two people, one, the subject, and the other, the object. So then you move to the next dimension, which is knowledge. So it has to do with looking at the thing that's happening and understanding something about the thing. So what does it mean when somebody hits another person? You begin to look at understanding the action itself. And then you move into what is the intention behind the action? What is the reason why somebody is doing something? All of these relate to these dimensions of Iman, Islam, and Ihsan. So you have a dimension of human experience that has to do with knowledge, understanding, and worldview. So that is about faith, is how you view the world. And then, given that you view the world in a certain way, what are the motives? You can have a person who believes in Allah and they're doing the outward forms of Islam, but they still have riya, which is hidden shirk. It's doing something for the sake of somebody else. And there's two types of riya. One is called riya al-mukhlis, which is where you do something only for other people. And the other is called riya al-mushrik. And the first one is worse than the second. The second one is where you do it for God, but you also are thinking about what other people are thinking. So you can have faith in God, but your motives are still problematic. And we all know in ourselves, and we know other people do actions in the world, and then you find out there was an ulterior motive behind it. So what you're looking at here then is these three dimensions. You can have an understanding of how we should behave, which has to do with Iman and Islam. How we should outwardly is the actual thing. What I should do. I should pray 5 times a day. We should understand why we should do that, because God commanded me to. There comes the element of faith. But then the actual movement of my own inner heart to doing that action solely for the sake of God is the realm of ihsan. So these are the dimensions that he's talking about and she is talking about. Right action, right understanding, and right reason. It's very interesting because that's part of the Eightfold Noble Path in Buddhism as well, of understanding, right understanding, having a correct understanding of the world, and then right action, and then right reason. I mean, those are all part of. Now, he talks about Islamic learning here, and one of the things that I really like what he says, and she, is that the Quran says, وَفَوْقَ كُلِّ ذِي عِلْمٍ عَلِيمٍ. Over everyone who has knowledge, there's somebody who ultimately has more knowledge. So he mentions, and she mentions the idea of a person in a village from Egypt that goes down to Cairo, memorizes the Quran and learns a little bit of fiqh, a little bit of hadith. When he goes back to his village, he's like a big alim, and all that, Maulana. But it's relative. When his sheikh comes to the village, suddenly he's back to being an insignificant student. He might not have even been that good at the madrasa. But in the eyes of the other people, because knowledge has that relative aspect to it, that some people have immense amounts of knowledge, some people have less amounts, and some people have a little bit. And at each degree, one is moving up. And that's why Allah elevates people in degrees according to their knowledge and according to their right actions. يَرْفَعِ اللَّهُ الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا وَالَّذِينَ أُوتُوا الْعِلْمَ دَرَجَاتٍ. Allah raises people who believe and were given knowledge in degrees. So that is very important, which is why Muslims traditionally have always respected teachers. And he mentions there were no degrees offered. I like what he said and she said about ijazah, the permission to teach. And they really felt that degrees and things like that would corrupt the intentions. And that's one of the things that Sheikh Muhammad Amin, who was one of my teachers in fiqh, said, don't give degrees because it corrupts the intention of students when they come to study. And that's why if you look at universities today, if suddenly all the universities said, by the way, we're not giving any degrees anymore, how many people would show up for class? So learning becomes a means to achieve something else. And in Islam, learning is first and foremost, it's a command from God to learn. And learning is based not on earning a livelihood. And one of the signs of the end of time is the Prophet ﷺ said that people would study to earn money. It's a sign of the end of time. Because he said, التعلم يكون لغير وجه الله. And it's very interesting because what happens, learning in Islam is to learn how to understand correctly, how to act correctly, and how to have the right reasons. So it's about these 3 dimensions. It's about being an ethical and a spiritual human being, which doesn't obviate the necessity of learning trade and things like that. It's certainly not. But at the essence of real knowledge is an understanding that it's for moral and spiritual reasons, not for livelihood. And so he says there, and she says on page 36, no degrees were offered, so the motivation was learning itself. One of the things in Al-Azhar in 1882, when they first introduced tests, the great Maliki scholar, Sheikh Muhammad Alish, was completely opposed to it. The idea of testing students was anathema to him. And I find that really interesting. Because again, it creates another reason why people study, to pass the test, not to know the thing. And that's why people can't ever remember anything after tests. Now, one of the things also that's mentioned is that memorization and the importance of memorization. The reason memorization was so important is because the idea of young people understanding anything was really, it was seen as a waste of the other quality that children have, which is the massive ability to absorb information. And so the idea was to put as much of knowledge in them in those early years, because it's a divine gift that shouldn't be wasted by teaching them trivia. And so much of what is put into the heads of children is a complete waste of time. And that's why SAT tests are ultimately testing vocabulary acquisition, comprehension, analogical reasoning skills, and mathematical skills, arithmetic, geometry, and basic algebra. I mean, they want to see if you learned how to basically think. They're not interested in asking you how high is Mount Everest or what happened in 1066, because you can always look that up in a book. And Einstein said, anything I can look up in a book, I wouldn't waste my time memorizing, which is interesting. But you need skills to reason. I mean, he certainly had all those formulas in his head. So now we move to Islam, and this is the first chapter. Now, Islam in Arabic, aslama, is a very interesting word. It comes from a root word, selima, which means to be whole, which is the same meaning of the root word in the Hebrew of shalom, which is peace, is a wholeness. And the idea that peace occurs when things are whole. If you look at sickness in the body, what ultimately sickness is a loss of holism in the body. Some part of the body is no longer working with the other parts of the body. And so there's a disruption of peace because of a lack of wholeness. And so the idea in Islam is that wholeness or peace comes through submission to God. And it's the exact same thing in Hebrew. I mean, the Jews believe the exact same thing, that shalom can only come when a human being is in a state of submission to God, that is real peace. And if you're not, then you're suffering. Submission is not passive surrender, even though the words are related and some of the ulama say Islam means istislam. Submission is not a passive event, it's an active event. And that's where you get the idea of mujahada, of the struggle to surrender. Surrendering is an active and not a passive state. Now, in the Quran, they give 4 different types of Islam that are mentioned. One of them is the idea that all of existence is in a state of submission. So Islam in the Quran means, the Quran says, Aslama man fis samawati wal ard, taw'an wa karhan. Everything in the heavens and the earth is in a state of submission to God, willingly or unwillingly. Now, if you look at the word Al-Qahir, which is one of the names of God, Al-Qahir is the overpowering one. And Allah says He's Qahirun fawqa ibadihi. Allah is overpowering His servants, transcendent above them. Now, one of the things that you see in the world, if I throw that, there's several things just happened. One is gravity. I didn't throw it and it moved up. Even if I wanted to, it's going to come down. So there are laws working in the world that by necessity we submit to. One of them is gravity. One of them is our physical bodies, the way they grew, the way our noses grew, the way our eyes came about, the way all of these type things. And manipulating them, which is starting to occur now, from an Islamic perspective, is attempting to rebel against a type of submission or order, which is why the Prophet ﷺ was very opposed to manipulation of nature, because it is a type of rebellion. So this idea of submitting willingly or unwillingly is very important in the Quran. And that's why أَفَغَيْرَ دِينِ اللَّهِ يَبْغُونَ وَلَهُ أَسْلَمَ مَنْ فِي السَّمَاوَاتِ وَالْأَرْضِ. This is the verse that they quote, Do they desire other than the deen of Allah? And everything is in reality in submission. So there's an idea here that Islam is the order of nature. And this is very interesting because this is the exact way that ancient Chinese looked at the world, that there was a natural order, and that the sage was the one that aligned him or herself with the natural order. Eating when you're hungry. The Prophet ﷺ said, we're a people that we only eat when we're hungry. That is natural. It is natural to eat. You do not see animals that overeat. In nature, you don't see fat lions. You see them at zoos because they're no longer in a natural state. But you do not see animals that are not behaving according to their natural state. Animals drink when they're thirsty. Human beings will keep drinking and drinking and drinking. Animals will, if they want to eat, they'll just kill. Humans will slaughter. Humans will slaughter. I mean, the Native Americans, when they hunted, they just killed what they needed. Because they understood. You don't go to put... There's other people that go out and it's trophy hunting. They go to kill to put heads on their walls. And that is out of natural order. And this is why a human being that's not in a natural state is in a state of rebellion. It's seen as they're outside of a fitra state, the inherent aboriginal nature, which does not mean that people are meant to remain primitive. But there's an understanding that the primitive state is an expression of something. There's an understanding of that. And that's why, even though there's generally three views of history, one of them is that history went from the fall and it's been downhill ever since. So, and this tends to be the way Muslims generally look at the world, that we've gone from good to worse. There's another which is the cyclical. And this is Ibn Khaldun introduced this, and I think it's the danger of all theories is that categories are very dangerous because you get locked in categories and you forget that there can be interpenetration. And the idea of cyclical things is that history is constantly repeating itself, and Ibn Khaldun saw that, and that definitely occurs. And then the third is the idea of progress. We're going from worse to better, which is the modernity, it's the fallacy of modernity, and most moderns are pretty much giving that up as an idea. And certainly the 20th century, 19th century was particularly enthralled by that idea. But the 20th century was so devastating for human beings that a lot of people are giving that up. But from a Muslim perspective, it's a little bit of all three. The Prophet ﷺ said, I don't know if the first of my ummah is better than the last. He said, Ummati ka matar, la yudra awwaluhu khairun am akhiruhu. My ummah is like rain. It won't be able to determine whether the first part of it was the best part or the last part. So there is an idea that towards the end of time, there's this immense renaissance that occurs of spirituality. And that is part of the Muslim belief. And in some things we get better, in other things we get worse. Certainly in certain ideals that we have, they're better than others that existed in the past. I mean, slavery, the fact that most people recognize now that to hold people in slavery is just problematic morally. And certainly Islam and Christianity never abolished slavery. It was Justinian in the 4th century that abolished the slavery. And Paul talks about treating slaves well and things like that. I mean, Christians don't like to talk about that. And when they say, oh, Islam says slavery's okay. Well, so does your book. I mean, if you live in glass houses, don't throw stones. So slavery exists in the Old Testament, the New Testament, and the Quran. But obviously the Quran, unlike Paul saying, treat your slaves well, the Quran says the best way to get to God is free your slaves. So already within the Quranic tradition, there's a recognition that there's an evolution happening here, that slavery is not a healthy state. Because any time a human being is in an indignant state, it's bad because resentment and anger and all these things. And that's why the Prophet ﷺ said, "La taqulu abdi abdi." Don't say my slave, my slave. لأنكم كلكم عبيد لله. All of you are slaves of God. So the idea of slavery was abolished in that hadith. And what it becomes is a type of indentured servitude that needs to be worked out. So that is the first type of Islam, and it's the Islam of natural order, the Islam of the laws of the universe. There are laws in the universe, and they work, and they're understandable. And certainly the earth, all these things happening on this planet, the blossoms coming out. This is Islam. Those trees are in a state of submission. Hibernation. The fact that animals know when to hibernate. The fact that squirrels know to start collecting nuts and things for the winter. Well, who taught them that? That is Islam. He's in a state of submission to his nature. And so the idea of human beings, we submit karhan. It's painful. We don't do it willingly. See, the squirrel just does it willingly. That there's no taw'an. Human beings do it with difficulty. It's a difficult thing. And amongst them, there are those who do it completely out of desire and love. So the second type of Islam is the Islam of the prophetic tradition. The idea that all prophets have been Muslims. And this is Old Testament. They talk about submitting to God. New Testament, submitting to God. The idea of being in a state of submission to God. And so that is Islam. Ibrahim said that I'm a Muslim. Wa ana awwal al-muslimin. I'm the first of those who are Muslim in submission. Yaqub said to his sons, what are you going to do after me? And they said, we're going to worship one God and we'll be Muslims. وَنَحْنُ لَهُ مُسْلِمُونَ. So Jacob and all the Jewish prophets, they were all Muslims. And then Isa alayhi salam, that we're Muslims. So each one of those. So there's that type of Islam. And then the third type of Islam is the historical phenomenon that we call Islam, that emerges in the 7th century. That is Islam. And then the fourth type are the rules and regulations that were given to us. So we call Islam is the ma'murat and the manhiyat. Those things we're told to do, those things we're told not to do. And so these are all mentioned in the Quran, these various types of Islam. Now, one of the things that the Bedouins say, they mention that hadith, they say, Amanna, we believe. And the Bedouin were people that they looked at the Prophet ﷺ and they watched him very closely. And at a certain point they said, it looks like he's going to succeed in taking over the Arabian Peninsula. At that point they started joining because they wanted to be on the right side. So they came and they said, Amanna, we believe. The Quran said, لا تقولوا آمنا ولكن قولوا أسلمنا ولما يدخل الإيمان في قلوبكم. Don't say we believe, rather say we submit, because Iman has not entered into your heart. So there can be an outward submission without an inward resignation. And that's a danger. So now we move to the 5 pillars. The idea that we have to embody the book, which means that we do what the book says, that's Islam. We believe what the worldview that the book presents, which is Iman. And then we intend our actions according to the highest ideals of the religion, which is Ihsan. So it's described here by Dr. Murata and Chittick as becoming flesh and blood. And this is what really the 5 pillars are. It's beginning to live this reality. The first pillar is called Shahada. And this is actually one of my favorite words in Islam, because the word Shahada in Arabic means to testify, to witness. It has the idea of seeing, but it also has the idea of the material world. Shahada, the Quran says, Alam al-Ghaybi wa Shahada. He's the knower of the seen and the unseen worlds. This whole world is called Shahada, which is very beautiful because essentially what the world is saying is La ilaha illallah. The world is the Shahada, because the world is telling humanity that there is no God but Allah. That everything that you see in creation is testifying to this ultimate truth, that behind all of this is a unified reality. It is the intelligence, the power, and the will behind the entire universe. And so the other interesting thing about this is the Quran says, سَنُرِيهِمْ آيَاتِنَا فِي الْآفَاقِ وَفِي أَنفُسِهِمْ حَتَّى يَتَبَيَّنَ لَهُمْ أَنَّهُ الْحَقِّ. We will continue to reveal to them our signs in the self and on the horizon, until it becomes clear to them that this is true. And then Allah says a really interesting thing. أَوَلَمْ يَكْفِي بِرَبِّكَ أَنَّهُ عَلَى كُلِّ شَيْءٍ شَهِيدٌ. Isn't it enough that your Lord is witnessing everything? Now, this is interesting because There are many, many philosophers, and only recently physicists, like Niels Bohr was the first physicist to say this, that material and substantial reality is only real because it's witnessed. In other words, the universe only has reality because of consciousness. Without consciousness, there is no world. And so this idea of Allah being the one who witnesses all things, that it is the fact that God is aware that the world exists. And that is His qayyumiyyah. And the moment that He removes that, and that's why to turn away from it, لَا تَأْخُذُهُ سِنَةٌ وَلَا نَوْمٌ. There's no nodding with Allah, and there's no sleep. Because to do that, there's no world. To turn away for one instant, it disappears. And so that's this idea of shahada, that the world is being witnessed by Allah. And therefore, when we partake in that witnessing, that's what we're doing. We are giving the world its true reality. We are saying, La ilaha illallah, that we witness too. See, we're witnessing too. And that's what Allah says. Shahid Allahu. Allah witnesses. Annahu la ilaha illahu. Allah is witnessing that He's one. So we are sharing in the experience of consciousness. I mean, that's something really extraordinary. And that's the gift that humans have been given. That's why we're taken to account so ruthlessly. It has to be that way. I mean, thank God it's not so ruthlessly, that there's a lot of mercy there. But that's why we're told that my reckoning is going to be great. Because what I've given you is so immense. And I've given you all the tools. وَفِي أَنفُسِكُمْ أَفَلَا تُبْصِرُونَ. Look in your own selves. Don't you see? Don't you see what I've given you? Sight, hearing, speech, will. I mean, those are attributes of God. Sam'un, basarun, kalamun, right? Irada. These are what you learn in Tawheed. وَفِي أَنفُسِكُمْ أَفَلَا تُبْصِرُونَ. Look what I've given you. And then the problem is people start thinking they're God, and that's where man goes crazy. It's because they really believe that I can do without, I don't need God. It's the Promethean in rebellion, the Titans, right? That's what happens in the Greek mythology. Originally there was Dahar, time. The original God was time, and time is overthrown by the Titans. It's interesting because it's very similar to the jinn story. The jinn go into rebellion and overthrow the authority of God. And then it was given to Adam alayhi salam. It's very interesting that ancient Greek mythology has a similar idea there. That originally there was the real God, which was time, space, which is Dahar. And Allah says, don't curse time, space, because I am time, space. Which doesn't mean that this is God, but it's very interesting that hadith exists. Dahar in Arabic means time stretched out. You can look it up in Lisan al-Arab. It's Zaman Mamdud, time stretched out, which is what we call time-space. Now, that is the Shahada. And obviously, when you say there's no God but Allah, the means by which you arrived at that through certainty must be recognized, because we're in a world of means. And that is why saying Muhammad Rasulullah is gratitude to the means. And that is why filial piety is the second greatest way of displaying gratitude to God, is gratitude to your parents. And ashkur li wali walidayk, that you should show gratitude to me and then to your parents. And this is the same as Tawheed. First you witness that there's no God but Allah, or the one God, but then you witness that this man taught me this with certainty, and that's why you say, وَأَشْهَدُ أَنَّ مُحَمَّدًا رَسُولُ or Isa Rasulullah if you were in his time, or Moses Rasulullah, whoever the Prophet was. But for us, and we should be grateful for that, our time is the time of Muhammad Rasulullah, which includes all of the previous prophets. I mean, when we say Muhammad Rasulullah, we're saying Jesus Rasulullah, Moses Rasulullah, Abraham is a messenger of God, Noah is a messenger of God, Yahya, they're all in that statement. So that's the shahada, and obviously there's a lot to go, but they do deal a lot with it in Iman, so I'll just finish there. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم تسليما ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم. Alhamdulillah. The second pillar after the shahada is called prayer, salah. And again, there are different types of prayer. It's interesting that in the Quran, and this is brought out here, is that the thing that is commanded more than any other human activity in the Quran is prayer, salah. Prayer. And also the Prophet ﷺ said that as-salatu imadu din, that the prayer is the imad of this religion. It is the central pole or pillar that holds the tent up. And the traditional Bedouin tents had 4 pegs on each side, and then they had a central peg. So the idea here is that the 4 other pillars, the shahada, zakat, fasting, and hajj, are these other pillars. But the prayer is really what's giving this tent its real reality. So prayer is at the essence. And the Prophet ﷺ said, a-du'a, which is another word for prayer, a supplication, a-du'a mukhul ibadah. Prayer is the bone marrow of worship. And it's really interesting from a physiological point of view to describe it as the bone marrow, because what the bone marrow is, one, it's the core, and that's what it means. The Arabs say mukhu shay, the core of something. But the bone marrow is really what gives birth to the blood. It generates blood. It also generates the defense system or the immune system. And the Prophet in another hadith said, ad-du'a silahul mu'min. Prayer is the weapon of the believer. So the idea that prayer is like the immune system of the body. And that's why the Quran says that God does not punish a people that pray, that are calling on God. So one prayer is the salatullah. Allah prays, huwa alladhi yusalli alaykum, that He prays on you. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and His prayer is mercy. His mercy is called salah. It's the same word that's used, but it has a different meaning. But it's considered salah. And then there's everything that's in the heaven and the earth is praying. So there's this prayer of creation. The Quran says, سَبَّحَ لِلَّهِ مَا فِي السَّمَاوَاتِ وَمَا فِي الْأَرْضِ. Everything is in this state of glorification. The thing that says in verse 24:41, have you not seen that everyone in the heavens and the earth glorifies God, the birds spreading their wings, each one knows its prayer and its glorification. So each one of the things in creation has a prayer, a salah, and it has a tasbih. When we pray, what do we do immediately after the prayer? Subhanallah, alhamdulillah. I mean, that's tasbih. So we have salah, and in the prayer you're doing your tasbih as well. Subhana Rabbil A'la. I mean, that's the essence of the prayer, sajda. So salah and tasbih, the idea of having a means to glorify God. And that's what essentially the prayer is. It's the means by which we've been given. And the third type is the prayer that all prophets have been given. So every prophet was given a prayer. They might not look the same. And that's why different religions have different outward forms of praying. Because just like different animals have different forms in which they do their worship, different communities have been given different forms. And Allah says we gave every ummah its own form. Shar'a wa minhaja. Its own shar'a, which is the law, and minhaja, the way in which it goes. So each one, now obviously things are similar, which is one of the reasons why in most traditions there's some form of praying with the hands and these type of things. You'll see similarities, but they don't have to be the same to be a prayer. And then finally there's the specific prayer, which is the ritual that Muslims do, and it's the second pillar of Islam. So those are the different types of prayer. And that prayer is divided into 2. Now that prayer is done 5 times a day, which is interesting also because 5 is an interesting number, obviously. We're just kind of stuck with it. We have 5 fingers, we have 5 toes on each side of our hands. 5 is also, you can say why 5, and ultimately those type of things are غير معقول, they're irrational, meaning not that they're crazy, but that they're not something that our rational minds can arrive at. And I'm somebody that does not like to go into numerology. It's not that I don't think numbers have a reality, but numerology is kind of a path to insanity. And that's traditionally the way Muslims have looked at it. So numbers do have reality. Don't think they're not significant. They're very significant. But generally, we don't like to go in there. But I'll make a few remarks about 5. There are 5 pillars in Islam. There are 5 prayers in Islam. There are 5 rulings in every action. So every action falls under one of 5 categories. 5 is a very interesting number. It is the first number that occurs as a sum of an even and an odd. So you have after 1, which is the divine number, and it belongs to Allah alone. Allah's number is 1. And that's why Wahid is the first number, but Ahad is not. Ahad is not an adad. 1 is God's number. But if you look at 2 and 3, it's the even and the odd. وَالشَّفْعِ وَالْوِتْرِ, by the even and the odd. So Allah swears by the even and the odd. And the even and the odd is also represented in the male and the female. It's represented a lot. So the coming together of these 2 numbers produces 5. So it's an interesting number. And we do pray 5 times a day. The quintessence is the 5th nature, which is the spirit, the ruh. And because you have the 4 elements that we're composed of, which is earth, water, fire, and air. And then you have the quintessence, or the quinta essentia, which was the 5th essence, which is the spiritual essence that permeates the world. So we pray 5 times a day. 3 of those prayers are in when the sun is not visible, and 2 of them are when the sun is visible. So they're divided by night and by day. And وَالشَّفْعِ وَالْوِتْرِ, they're divided in that way. They're also done according to the movements of the sun, which again is harmonizing with the world. So the idea of watching the sun, if you get up before dawn, Muslims should do that. You should have been up this morning if you pray. You should have been up before the sun went up. Just to see that every morning is something spectacular. Just to go out and look at that phenomenon of the breaking of dawn and what that means. Then watching that sun move across and becoming aware of this movement that's occurring every day. Because one of the things about modern human beings is they're so out of sync with reality, just with nature. People are completely isolated. Food comes in packages. People don't just experience the earth anymore. People live in cities that are just all cement, and skyscrapers block out the sky. And there's a lot of people don't even know that the sun traverses the sky every day. They're not even aware of that fact. And these astronomical centers get calls all the time where people are horrified that they saw the moon during the daytime, and they want to know why the moon's out in the daytime. Literally, I read that in an astronomy book where people just see the moon for the first time in the daytime, and what's it doing up there in the sky? That's only supposed to come out at night. And so this is a type of detachment that people have. And I remember being in New Mexico with a group of inner city youth who'd never been outside of New York or New Jersey. And that night when the stars came out, they were in shock. They were literally in shock. And one of the things Emerson said is, if the stars only came out once every 1,000 years, how would we even know how to adore God? And that's part of what the stars are about. And that's why Ibrahim, who's the father of the Anbiya, what's the first thing that he does? Because he was kept, according to one tradition, in a sirdab for 12 years. He never saw the light of day. And when he was 12, he came out. And it was his first experience of the world. And he saw the stars. And he said, "This is my Lord." And then he saw the moon. He said, "No, this is." And they kept setting. And then he saw the sun. "This must be it." And then it set. And he said, "I don't love things that set." In other words, he knew that God was the one that didn't set. And so the ulama say that it's using the stars to prove the existence of God. That the order of the heavens is one of the ways of understanding that God is real. And that's something, I guarantee you, that studying the stars will increase your iman. Just going out and watching them, looking and thinking about them. So doing those prayers, and obviously we have a rak'ah. Now I'm going to show you something, and this is one of the Egyptian scholars, Imam al-Sawi, points this out in one of his Aqidah books. The scholars, they call this milh, salt. One of the things that he said is that the word Ahmad is the form of the prayer. That you have a standing position, and then a bowing position, and then a prostrating position, and then the sitting position. So, and he said also it's in Adam's name, which is the standing, the bending, and the sitting, and then the sajda. So, the letters, the human being has been designed to pray. And one of the things that you can notice when you do wudu is that you're designed, the wudu works perfectly. I mean, just if you watch, just when you do wudu, you'll realize that all your limbs are made to do this thing. Each one of these positions of prayer, and that's why you don't go way down. You stop right where it's natural to stop, because as you go further, it begins to hurt. The body is designed to do ruku'ah. Because when you get to that, most people can get to that point, it doesn't hurt. If you try to go any further, you'll feel the pain of that. And then the sajda, the going down on all 7 limbs. I mean, this is very interesting as well, of putting, everything goes down. And then sitting as well, this sitting position. So each one of these positions, the prayer conforms with the body perfectly. And these are natural positions to do. And part of the reason why in Islam you pray is because your body should be sharing in the worship of God. So the body itself is participating. It's not, you don't just sit and meditate. It's not in your head. That your body is actually worshiping with you. And this removes this kind of dualistic mind-body separation. It's a very profound, and really, if you're on a strong path, you will spend your life perfecting it and mastering it. You will never reach the ultimate prayer. And that's why the prayer is something that must be done every day, 5 times a day, until you die. Because, one of the things about kadas, when you do a kata, the reason that they have to do them every day is not just to keep remembering them, but to perfect them. Mastery in a martial art is a lifetime experience. And every martial art, I don't care if he's reached, that he will admit to you, I'm not as good as my teacher. I still haven't perfected this. They're always working on that perfection. And that's the thing about the prayer, is that it is a lifetime commitment. So that's why if you're doing it the same way every day, you're missing the point. That you've fallen into a perfunctory routine. You've gone to sleep. That the prayer should be a commitment. It is a lifelong commitment to the mastery of the art of communicating with God.
This completes CD number 2. This begins CD number 3.
Now obviously you have to, in Islam, you purify yourself before you do it, and that's preparation for entering into this state. Like the ihram before Hajj. You're going into a sacred space, and so you want to prepare for that space. And so the wudu is a way. And wadu'a comes from brightness, because the face will be luminous on the day of judgment, and the arms and the limbs from wudu. Wadu'a means to be luminous or bright. And the Prophet ﷺ said on the day of judgment, they asked him, how will you know your followers? He said, they'll be ghur muhajjalun. they will be like the piebald horse. You know how these horses have the white, they're brown, but then they have the white on the face, and then they have the front and the hind are all white. That's how he described his followers. And he said, from the min athar al-wudu, from the effects of wudu. So again, what you're doing is preparing yourself for something that occurs in the next world, which is the luminosity of practice. And this is why if you've ever met anybody that's mastered anything, it has affected their being. It can't. I don't care if they're a master pianist, a master ballerina, whatever it is, you will see that they have qualities that you don't find in ordinary human beings. I guarantee you, it doesn't matter what the mastery is, you will find that a committed practice to something in which a person has done it religiously every day, it has an effect on their character. And that is why the highest thing that you can do is to work on perfecting your soul, on your heart, on your experience of the world as a theater of divine manifestation. So that is what prayer is about. And water is a purifying element. It's an outward element, but it's the purest thing that we know of in the world. We talk about it in our language, in our metaphors. It was crystal clear. It was as clear as water. So, and then the adhan, which is another amazing thing, because it's so extraordinary that other religions have these calls like the shafar, which is how the Jews call with the ram's horn, and the Christians have the bell. How did the Prophet ﷺ, through a dream, different people saw it. Bilal was one of them. They saw to call with the human voice people to prayer. So not to use anything artificial, but to use the voice itself to call people to the prayer. And then saying Allah is greater, I bear witness that there's no God but Allah, I bear witness that Muhammad is a messenger of God, and then hurry to prayer, hasten to prayer, hasten to falah. Falah is harvest. That's what falah is. So what you're coming to is a harvest. That's what prayer is. You're reaping the benefit of the day, because the day was made for prayer. And if you miss the harvest, you've missed the point of the day. It's just like somebody who's planted seeds all spring, and then when summer comes and it's time to harvest, they don't go and they don't harvest what they planted. So what was the point? The same in being in the world. The point of being in the world is this practice. And that's why never belittle the reality of the prayer. The prayer is the most important thing that you will do in your life as a constant practice. And you should be committed to perfecting your prayer. And it's a struggle. It's a struggle to be committed to wakefulness, to be committed to doing your wudu correctly, all these things. And some people can see it as tedious. But the beauty of practice, and every master knows this, is that the proof is in the pudding, like the English say. The better you get, the more important the prayer becomes. And that's why the Prophet ﷺ said, "Arihna biha ya Bilal." Give our souls repose by calling us to prayer, O Bilal. Arihna biha. And he said his repose was in his prayer. And he said that the coolness of my eye was in prayer. And the Arabs use the coolness of the eye as cold tears are tears of joy. Hot tears are painful tears. The cool tear is it's a joyful tear. So what he was saying is that the joy of my life is in my prayer. Prayer was not something that was dreadful to him. And Adi ibn Hatim said, from the time I became Muslim, I never heard the adhan except I was yearning for the time. And that was his experience of the prayer. From the time he became Muslim, he never heard the adhan. It wasn't like, oh, I got to pray now. It's anybody who does prayer seriously, you thank God for that. Just that stopping. So the prayer is a gift, and people that really practice it, you can't even imagine. I mean, even though I went 18 years without doing the Muslim prayer, since I became Muslim, as far as I know, I've never missed a prayer. I couldn't imagine not praying. I could not imagine it. I could not imagine it. I couldn't. It's just something I can't even imagine. Being deprived of prayer would be like being deprived of breathing. And the Prophet, in his beautiful description, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, points out the prayer's effect. The Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, "Tell me, if one of you had a river at his door and he washed in it 5 times a day, would any of his filthiness remain?" And they said, nothing of his filthiness would remain. He said, that is the likeness of the prayer 5 times a day. God obliterates wrongs with it. So that's part of the going back to the prayer. So that's prayer, and asta'inu bis-sabri was-salah. There's a lot of verses in the Quran to use the prayer as a way of taking succor and help from Allah. The third pillar is zakat, and zakat is purifying the wealth. So just as you need to purify your body with wudu, you purify your soul with prayer. Property. You have property in the world, and that property needs to be purified. And zakat comes from a root word which means to purify. And the Prophet ﷺ said that zakat was the feces of wealth. That's what he called it. He said, فَضَرَاتُ أَمْوَارِ النَّاسِ. And he said that's why Bani Hashim does not take zakat. Because zakat is the impurities. It's fertilizer. And I mean, what feces is it's fertilizer. And what feces also is it's the animal has to get rid of it in order to stay healthy and pure. So zakat is a way of keeping your wealth healthy. The miser and the one constipated is the same word in Arabic. Mumsik. So a person who's a miser is constipated. And they get sick spiritually. Their wealth is actually causing their soul to get sick. And in giving out, it's letting go. And that's why it's not a Freudian insight, this idea of what he called the anally retentive personality, which one of the symptoms of that person was to be a miser. And that's Freud. It's not a Freudian insight. That's Arabic language. And the word for pure gold and meconium stool is the same. So his insight about gold and feces being the same is, I mean, the ancient Arabs knew that because it's in their language. I mean, that's what it is. And the Prophet ﷺ said, Allah, in Imam Ahmad's Musnad, he said, جَعَلَ اللَّهُ مَا يَخْرُجْ مِنْ ابْنِ آدَمْ مَثَلًا لِلدُّنْيَا. Allah has made that which comes out of the son of Adam a metaphor for the world. And the meaning of that is that the reason that you eat is not necessarily because you need to eat, but part of it is the enjoyment of eating. But everything you eat ends up in the toilet. And that is the nature of the world. Is the world has all this beautiful aspect, but in the end of the day, it's a world that is in annihilation. It's going to naught. And we will leave it just as the people before us left it. And ultimately, everybody has to leave it. So don't get too caught up in it. See it for what it is. Now, this is a really important point on page 16, which just this idea of zakat, that you don't pay zakat unless you're healthy financially. And the insight that they derive from that is that it's a typical example of how Islam sets up priorities. In other words, that you do not give zakat until you're able to do that. So in those things that pertain between you and God, everybody has to do that, like prayer. But when it's you and society, you only do what you're able to do. And the reason for that is you need to take care of yourself before you can take care of the world. And there's a beautiful metaphor in that, because we have all these social activists that want to save the world, and their own personal lives are a mess. So the idea of trying to save the world and your own soul is in jeopardy. It means your priorities are wrong. And so the idea of zakat being an obligation on those who are able to pay zakat, it means that you start taking care of others when you've taken care of yourself. that's when you need to start thinking about other people. But if you're still in a mess, don't try to help other people. Religious well-being demands that they accept some measure of social responsibility. So zakat has this idea of social responsibility. And one of the reasons that the Prophet ﷺ said a person who marries has completed half of his religion, so let him look to the other half, is because if the family's healthy, the society's healthy. When the society is well, it's a result of the family being well. The same is true with wealth. If your own house is intact, then you can help other houses. The fourth pillar is fasting. It's fasting the month of Ramadan. Obviously, a lunar calendar has about 355 days. Each month lasts 29 or 30 days, and you do it according to the crescent moon sighting. Now, I want to just look a moment at the idea of looking for a crescent moon and refer you to what you would call a phenomenological astronomer. Somebody who's interested in astronomy for the phenomena and not for the theoretical aspect of it. And I would like just to read something. This is a Scottish man. He's not a Muslim. In fact, I know he's not. He's Christian. But he says something very interesting, and it just strikes me that so many Muslims don't seem to see this. But it's always, when I read this, it just articulated exactly how I've always felt about the point of looking at the moon and what that significance has for us. He said, of prime importance is the determination of the start of the holy month of Ramadan, a time of fasting and devotion. But Muslim communities have a habit of starting their celebrations on different days in any one year due to the varying locations and sky conditions for sighting the crescent moon. Places lying westwards of where the crescent moon can first be seen from the earth have a better chance of seeing it. The movement of the sun and moon is westwards, and more time elapses before they arrive at the horizons of these places. For the moon to move out of the sun's light at the start of its monthly journey. Also, some latitudes will have the zodiac standing at a deeper, more visible angle to the horizon than others. That's the belt in which the moon travels. Then there are delays caused by the weather. Under good conditions, it is possible to sight a first crescent less than 24 hours after a new moon. 15 hours is about the least. I mean, there's a record of 13 hours, but it would be very rare. But it is a common sight to see it 30 hours after. To increase the Islamic observer's chances, 2 independent witnesses are required. The Ottomans decreed that first sighting can be made with the naked eye or a telescope. Now listen to this. There are efforts to standardize the Islamic calendar so that Ramadan is started on the same day in various communities. But the relationship of celestial bodies to the earth is a living thing, and every location has its own sky. So why shouldn't religious festivals begin on dates peculiar to particular places? The modern mind, however, wishes to generalize and abstract the situation so the phenomena are bypassed. As with the length of the day, the average is calculated and becomes the accepted truth to accommodate the limits of circular wheels in clocks, yet none of the celestial bodies moves in circles. So what he's saying is, you put all your averages in and you'll get this average and it'll all work out. You can make your little calendar and it works perfect, but that's not nature. You know, people forget that 24-hour a day period, that's not real time. That's our standard time. Real time is 23 hours and 56 minutes. That's what a day is. So the idea of going out and looking at the moon is again connecting you with nature. I mean, I think it's really interesting that before you pray, you use water. And if you don't have water, you use earth. It's like touch the world. Touch these things. Feel them. You know how children, one of the things children do is they love to touch mud and get in there. And they love to do that. Why do they like to do that? Because they're still connected with that. They're still, the world is very real to them. We become so abstracted. And so these things are bringing us back to the basic elements of which we are composed, earth and water, prayer, movement. Get in your body, people behind a desk all day, never stopping to... watch a cat. A cat could not sit behind a desk all day long. They're not insane. They have to move. They have to experience, they have to feel that. That's what they have to do. That's why cats do that. And then they do their wudu, right? They have to do all those things. They even do the wiping over the head. Have you ever watched them do that? That's what they're doing. They're in there. And all these animals, watch them. Watch animals. People forget the Prophet ﷺ had goats in his yard. And we know how many, and he used to go out and milk them. He drank milk that came out of an udder. Have you ever had milk directly out of an udder? Right? Really? This is what Hakim is always asking people about that stuff. Really, have you experienced nature? And that's what going out and looking at the moon. Look at the moon. Have you ever seen a new moon born? It's called wilada. It comes into existence. Literally, just comes into existence. And it's an incredible thing to witness. And when you see it, there's this thing that happens in you. SubhanAllah. That's what happens. And that's why Allah is saying, go out and look at that, because I made that. And that is a sign of my existence. Go out and look at it and say, SubhanAllah. Feel that, because that is reality. That is you as a conscious creature with this gift of consciousness experiencing the Creator's world that He made for your consciousness. He has put it all together so that you could experience it, because nobody else can. We are unique. That's the gift He gave us, and that's what it's about. That's what fasting Ramadan is. Lunar. Why do we have lunar calendars? Here they want cesarean sections. They don't want natural birth. It makes it so easy, because I can have my golfing appointment and then at 11 o'clock I just go and do the operation. But children don't come out at 11 o'clock. They come out whenever they want. They come out when they're ready to come out. They come out when Allah decrees for them to come out. But modern mind wants to fix it all. And that's why if you look at aerial cities of the Islamic world, they look like cells. They literally look like living cells. Look at Fez. Look at pictures of Fez. And look at modern cities with all their perfectly straight streets. You have to go into Muslim cities and it's all corners and curves and everything, because that's the world. That's how the world is. It's not all straight lines. Straight lines are abstractions in the mind. But that's what the modern mind wants to do. It wants to impose its reality on an already existing reality. And that's why it's living in a delusional state. Because reality is not like that. And Islam is about experiencing reality as it is. Allahumma arina ashya kama hiya. Oh Allah, show me things as they are. Not as I want them to be. Not as my filters project them to be. Show me them as they are. That was a dua of our Prophet. Show me things as they are. And that's Islam. And fasting is part of that. Look at what fasting does. Fasting, Allah says, we decreed fasting for you, لَعَلَّكُمْ تَتَّقُونَ, in order for you to learn how to discipline your souls and make them pure. Now, one of the things about fasting is things that are normally permitted are suddenly prohibited. What does that do to the things that are prohibited? They become extra prohibited. And suddenly you're aware of backbiting in a way you weren't aware of it during the rest of the year. Suddenly you're aware of looking at somebody lustfully in a way you weren't aware of it, because, oh my God, I'm fasting. In other words, what is normally permissible is now prohibited, and it makes the normally prohibited seem very, very real. And so it's a discipline of your soul. It's teaching you how to have taqwa. And it's about purification of the body and the soul. Sumu tasihhu. A body is here. It's real. Don't ignore your bodies. The bodies are real. They're real. And Allah made them. And it's a great gift to be in the body. And we should take care of the body. Be good to the body, because the body is good to us. And that's why the Prophet ﷺ said, your bodies have rights over you. And fasting, the beauty of fasting is that non-Muslims look at it as this incredibly difficult thing, and Muslims, it's the best time of the year, because it's the time when they're closest to Allah. That's why. Because they're actually in a state of worship, despite themselves. Just by sitting there, by sleeping, they're worshiping, because they're fasting. And that's why even the sleep of a faster is worship. And that's why you feel good in Ramadan. You might not feel physically good, but you feel spiritually good. So it's this beautiful proof every year. And another thing that he points out that is beautiful is about the justice of God. That if you look on the earth, if you live in England, half the year you're going to be fasting really short period, and the other half really long period. But over a 33-year period, which is the total cycle, it'll work out to the same amount of fasting that those people in the middle part of the world. So everybody ends up fasting about the same amount of time all throughout the world. Now, the fifth pillar, which is Hajj. Every religion has this idea of pilgrimage, and it's the setting out on that journey. And here it's a physical journey with a metaphysical destination. It's a physical journey, but the destination is the house of God. And God does not have a house in which he dwells. So he put a house there as a symbol of visiting God. And you're a guest of God. And that's why you're called Dayf ar-Rahman, the guest of the merciful. And he put a rock there that he called the right hand of God, that you can go kiss. In the same way that when you would visit a king, you would kiss the right hand of the king. So the rock there is symbolic of paying homage to this benevolent monarch, this benevolent king of whom you are a subject. And obviously it's also a recognition. One of the things about going to Mecca is suddenly all these things you've heard about are real. The Kaaba is real. The places where the Prophet ﷺ walked become real. Jabal Thawr is real. Jabal Nur is real. You're walking in the footsteps of the Prophet Abraham and his greatest son, Sayyidina Muhammad ﷺ, and that's part of what the Hajj is. It's connecting you with the footsteps of these great human beings that were in a state of complete submission. And it's about submission. And then also the gift of visiting the Prophet ﷺ, that he's there. وَفِيكُمْ رَسُولُ اللَّهِ. He is amongst us. In other words, he is there. You can go visit him. There's no other prophet on the planet that anybody can go visit with any certainty. The Jews can't go visit Moses. Nobody can go visit Isa alayhi salam. They can't visit that. Really, I mean, this is a great gift that Muslims have been given, that their prophet actually is there physically in Medina. And he, according to the hadith, actually returns greetings. So this is a real visit with a response. And for people who have been there and been in the right state, they know what they tasted there. They know. Because you can go in there in different states. There's people that go in there, they don't see anything. And there's other people that go in there and they're waiting in light. And some people, they're not waiting, they're engulfed in it. And other people, that's all they can see. I mean, there are many different visits to Medina. Now, he talks about the sixth pillar, and this is a Shia concept, and he studied in Iran, so that's why you kind of notice that. I mean, I think he's very fair. I like both of them because they both wrote it. But I know that William Chittick studied in Iran, and so I think he's very familiar with the Shia tradition, which is why he brings these in. The Shia traditionally considered the jihad as a sixth pillar, so he says some authorities. That is not a Sunni concept, although Imam Malik does put it in acts of worship, not in acts of transactions, whereas the other Imams put it in the transactions. So you don't have to write them if you want. You can just... There is a separation, and then there's a restoration. So there is a separation. I mean, obviously the soul has a reality, and Imam Malik radiallahu anhu described it, and this is the best description we have. He described it as the soul is to the body what moisture is to the tree. In other words, it's what animates the body. So in that way, we're vitalists. The 19th century had a a school of medicine that they call the Vitalists. The Chinese also adhere to that, the idea of qi, that there's this nondescript, non-quantitative force working in the body, and when that force is removed, the body. What I was talking about was that consciousness, the idea of separating consciousness. There's a duality in Western tradition of the mind-body split that comes from Descartes, which is why Descartes said, for instance, that animals didn't feel any pain even if it sounded like they did, because they didn't have a consciousness. So you could just dissect a living animal and don't be bothered by the screams of agony. That's the type of madness that, no, the body is very real, the nervous system is very real, and we need to be in our bodies. And a lot of people are not in their bodies. They check out of their bodies. They become disembodied. And you can actually go into a type of psychotic condition where you're completely disembodied. So it's very important. That's part of why we pray in our bodies, because it keeps us in our bodies. We put our heads on the ground. We do these things that keep us in our bodies. Mm-hmm. There are a lot of ways to do that. One of the most important ways is to learn the outward rules of it very well and to adhere to them in the same way that you would when you first learn to drive. When you first learn to drive, it's very troublesome because you're so, conscious of the rules, especially if you have the teacher next to you. But at a certain point, it all just becomes, it's just what you do. So initially, being obsessed with the rules is problematic because you're so focused on the rules, you can't really focus on the spirit of the prayer. But that's a necessary stage of prayer. So learning the rules really well until they really become second nature. And then you begin to work on your spiritual presence in the prayer. And part of that has to do with the amount of dhikr that you do during the day. And that's why the more dhikr you do, the better your prayer. And also wudu is very important. Sidi Ahmed Zarruq said, your presence in your wudu determines your presence in the prayer. And one of the things that people do is they do wudu very hastily and very ritualistically, so that their wudu is no longer an act of worship. And one of the best things that I ever was exposed to was watching Muratt al-Hajj do wudu, because it really hit home the first time I saw it. It is a deep act of worship, wudu. And we tend to forget that. Wudu is actually part of prayer. It's a very deep act of worship. So being present in wudu, not doing wudu in a bathroom is really important too. Not doing it where the toilet is. Doing it in a place that's... there's other things. There's one of the things Sidi Ahmed Zarruq says, saying before you start your prayer, قُلْ أَعُوذُ بِرَبِّ النَّاسِ مَلِكِ النَّاسِ إِلَهِ النَّاسِ, before you actually go into the prayer, just to remove the waswasa and get out of that. The prayer is one of the proofs of Iblis, because right when you do takbir, sometimes the weirdest things why did that suddenly come into my mind? That is that component that's working. It's very interesting. Literally, you do takbir and whoosh. Tasawwuf is one of the words that's used to describe the science of ihsan. It's the inner fiqh. You have an outer fiqh and you have an inner fiqh. So that's all it is. It's an inner fiqh. And just like you have fuqaha that are wrong in their outward rules, you have people of tasawwuf that are wrong in their inward. So that's part of the problem, is people just throw the baby out with the bathwater. Because there's people of tasawwuf that went way out there, and they're called ghulat al-Sufiya. And then you have extremist Sufis, and you have extremist fuqaha. Oh, what I was going to say is that in the West, one of the reasons that you have so much perversion in sexuality is because people are so removed from their bodies. Sex becomes a very mental thing, that their experience of sex is all mental. And that has to do with, it's a disease. So they want perverse sex because they cannot just experience a natural experience of being in the body. Very strange. But you don't have that in traditional cultures where people are very much in their bodies. You don't have perverted sex. I guarantee you, Mauritanians, they can't even understand it. They can't. It just doesn't, they don't understand it. I mean, they don't even understand sodomy. It's just, they don't have where Murabat al-Hajj is. One faqih told me when he went to the Emirates, he told me when he was studying in Mauritania, he thought that sodomy was like, he said he used to really be troubled by all this stuff about pedophilia and sodomy in the books of fiqh. He thought it was really strange. And he said he thought it was all theoretical possibilities, that the fuqaha were trying to exhaust all the possibilities. But he said he didn't think that it was in the world. He thought that Qawm Lut was a group of people and that was it. Until he went to the east. And then he was like really shocked. But that's Aboriginal peoples. Aboriginal peoples tend not to have those types of perversions. What you were going to say? Ahmad is the name of the Prophet ﷺ. In the hadith, why is the pillars described before faith? I mean, part of it, Islam, obviously the first rukn of Islam is shahada. And obviously that comes out of faith. So faith, in a sense, precedes Islam, but you can enter into Islam and your faith is very immature and undeveloped. So faith is something that comes out of practice. It's developed through practice. If the practice is done properly, I mean, there's some Muslim countries, I don't want to mention names, but there's Muslim countries where, I mean, it's like hypocrisy is a norm, where people do these outward perfunctory rituals that have no impact on their spiritual reality at all. And I mean, you can see the most horrendous examples of hypocrisy. And people that are pray and fast and do everything. So it's no guarantee. Any other question? You already asked your question. Mm-hmm. Oh, the other reason was during the Mamluk period, slaves actually became rulers. So it was actually, they saw that as a fulfillment of that prophecy. Riya, which is spiritual showing off. It's doing an act of devotion, in other words, to God, hoping that people see it for whatever reasons. I mean, Riya is definitely more significant in a religious society. We have showing off, which is if somebody's a good horseman, and they see some people, they'll do a fancy jump, and that's not Riya. That's just showing off. Riya is when you do an act that should be done for God, but you're doing it for other people to say, what a generous person, what a brave person. That's Riya. And there's two types of Riya. There is the type which is only for the people, which is the worst type. In other words, you don't even care about God. So you give charity just so people say he's a generous man. The other is where you genuinely want to do something for God, but you find this desire. And that's something people have to struggle with. And Imam Malik radiallahu anhu was asked about a man on the way to a mosque who, when he set out from his house, he set out solely for the sake of God. But on the way, he's hoping somebody might see him. And he said that I hope that his original intention is, what he was saying is it's human nature, that element exists. There's a famous story of a man who used to go to the prayer. He was in the first line every single day for 40 years before the prayer. And one day he went and he missed the opening takbir and he didn't want people to see him. And he realized that he'd had that riyah for 40 years. And in the story that's told, they said he made up his prayers for 40 years at home. I mean, I don't know if that's true or not, but the meaning's nice. I mean, it's just letting you know that there's a lot of subtle levels there that we're not even aware of. And that's part also of spiritual development. And that's why they say, hasanat al-abrar, sayyat al-muqarrabin. The good actions of righteous people are wrong actions for people in divine presence. And that's why each maqam that you move to, you start saying astaghfirullah for the previous maqam, because you realize how many things you were doing wrong, things that you thought were right. When you get to a higher level of awareness, you realize, I was doing it for the wrong reason. So it's a journey. That's why it's called path. The journey. It's a journey, and may Allah cause us to realize arrival. Inshallah. Ameen. I wanted to go over some concepts for people to understand about jihad, because probably of all the topics related to Islam, the two most common misconceptions, I would say, are probably those concerning jihad and those concerning women. And so most of the attacks on Islam generally tend to focus on those two elements. So I'd like to talk about this first from what he mentions in the book. He mentions that the idea of holy war is misleading, and it's an inaccurate translation. Jihad, holy war in Arabic, if you did have a word for it, and the Arabs actually don't, would be harb muqaddasa, or something like that. And the Arabs don't have a concept of holy war in that way. In fact, it's actually a Christian concept, and coming out of the just war concept and the Crusades. So the word in Arabic that is used and has in fact become an English word, sometimes with a negative connotation, other times with a positive. It's been used both ways by journalists and other people. Jihad comes from a root word which is jihad or juhud, which has the idea of exerting energy. When you say somebody badala juhdahu, he exerted his utmost ability. And so the idea behind the word jihad, and jihad is known as a verbal noun or a masdar from jahada yujahidu. The Quran says, وَجَاهِدْهُمْ بِهِ جِهَادًا كَبِيرًا. Struggle against them with it, with the Quran, a great jihad, a great struggle, which means argue with the polytheist using the Quran as the weapon of argumentation against polytheism. Because the Quran, although it never proves the existence of God, it is constantly focusing on the unity of God. And so the idea was to use the arguments that the Quran presents for the oneness of God in order to explain to the people who believed in more than one God that there was one God. So that is a type of jihad in the Quran. وَجَاهِدْهُمْ بِهِ جِهَادًا كَبِيرًا. That's a great jihad. And that's why the Prophet ﷺ and the Quran says, struggle with them with your wealth and with yourselves. And also it says to the Prophet ﷺ said to fight with them with your tongues. In other words, argumentation. And in fact, argumentation not being disputation but rather civil debate or civil discourse. Because the Prophet ﷺ, if a conversation became heated, he would withdraw. The Prophet ﷺ did not engage in argumentation as disputation, but rather in civil debate or discourse, where we sit down and we try to look at a problem and from both sides. And so you put your proofs forward, the other person puts his proofs forward, and you attempt to convince somebody of a superior way. That's a civil discourse, and that's jihad bil lisan. The Quran, when it says ادعو إلى سبيل ربك بالحكمة والموعظة الحسنة وجادلهم بالتي هي أحسن, and dispute with them in an excellent way, which is civil discourse, using intelligence and using reason. Now the interesting thing is that war is actually when that breaks down. In other words, coercive force is what is used when people are not able to speak to each other in any civil way. So war is actually a collapse of intelligent discourse. And that's why, in essence, it's a very stupid thing. War is an incredibly stupid thing. And that's why the Quran tells us not to be aggressors. Because the nature of the aggressor is he's somebody who is unable to obtain what he wants civilly, so he resorts to other ways, violent means, to getting what he wants. And those type of people usually want the wrong things that aren't theirs. And that's why the essence of conflict generally has to do with one person or one group of people aggressing on another group of people. And so what happens is one side is aggressed on and the other side is an aggressor. The people that are aggressed upon are the people in the Quran that are permitted to fight. And this is why at the essence of physical or martial combat. And that's why when we look at jihad, we have to look at it from there are three Quranic concepts. The first is mujahadatun nafs, that of struggling against the self. The idea that there's an internal conflict going on, so that you actually have to struggle with yourself. And part of struggling with yourself is struggling with the passions. And the passions, again, are what? Your bestial nature. And so what you struggle that with is with your reason. And that is why when somebody is attempting not to do something that is wrong and struggle against those impulses, what he's using is a higher power. And the higher power is reason, is the aql. And that's why the essence of intellect in Arabic means that which constrains you or which prevents you from doing something that will lead you astray. Aqala ya'qilu means to stop, to prevent. And the other Arabic word they use for intellect is nuha, which comes from that which refuses or that which prevents. Again, yanha. All right. So the intellect, the essence of the intellect is that it prevents a human being from going astray. Now, those people that don't listen to the intellect, Allah says about them, in hum kal an'am, they're like animals. But then He says, badhum adal, they're even more astray. And the reason for that is because animals do not do things that harm them. If an animal knows there's harm in something, it will avoid it. If an animal sees fire, it will flee from the fire. If an animal sees something that threatens it, it will either defend itself if it doesn't see any other venue, or if it, by its nature, the threat is something that it deems within its power. Like a lion, if it's threatened by a lesser animal, aggressive animal, the lion will tend to fight because it's a lion and it knows that it can overpower. So the idea of human beings resorting to the bestial element in the self is a capitulation. It's the idea of surrendering the self to something that is low. And that is why if you look at the human body itself, the higher organs, the heart and the intellect, are on the upper body, and the lower organs, the stomach and the genitals, are on the lower body. And so the idea is that this is the way the human being should be. He should be, the ruling force in the human being should be his heart and his intellect, and the subjugated force should be the bestial nature. What happens with human beings is that they become overcome by their bestial nature. And so hunger and craving, which is the essence of desire, overwhelms the intellect. And so they begin to want things that are harmful for them. And this is why they're worse than animals, because an animal will only take what it needs. Lions do not go out and slaughter. They take what they need and they leave the rest. Maybe for another day, but if they're not hungry, they're not going to kill 10 zebras. They will kill what they need to kill. And that's the difference between a human. The predations of humans are not needs. So when an animal, a predator animal, attacks another animal, it attacks out of need, not out of want or desire. And so this is very different. And there's only a few animals that appear to be unprovoked. Sharks will attack unprovoked, and so will certain snakes. There's a few snakes, and there's a baboon that will attack unprovoked. But it's very rare in the animal kingdom for an animal to attack unprovoked. So the idea, now, all of sentient creatures, creatures that have emotion and certainly intellect, human beings, have a self-defense mechanism. It is part of human nature to defend yourself. If you fall, your reaction is to put your arm out. You don't fall on your face. Human beings will not do that. In fact, one of the first things they teach you in martial arts is to fall properly, because you tend to want to put your hand out and break your wrist. So they teach you to learn how to fall in a way that's actually not going to harm you. But the impulse is to brace yourself, is to defend yourself. The same with if somebody begins to attack you, the thing to do is to cover your face, to protect your face. If somebody throws a blow at you, if you just stand there and don't defend yourself, something is wrong with your nervous system. It's not functioning. So self-defense is a human, it's actually ingrained in us to defend ourselves. And that is why every civil law on the planet recognizes the right to self-defense. There's no law that does not, whether it's Muslim or non-Muslim, every law recognizes that a human being has a right to defend himself. from bodily harm, from harm of property, all of these things. The first jihad is that struggle against the self. And this is what makes a human being human. Raghib al-Isfahani says that a human being, there's two words in the Quran used for human. One is bashar, and the other is insan. A bashar, it is that quality that distinguishes us from other animals. So for instance, birds are distinguished by their feathers. Birds have feathers. Mammals have fur. If you look at mammals, they have fur. Human beings have skin. And that's why we're called bashar. Bashar is from bashara, which means skin. So the human is, when you say he's a bashar, you're just saying he's a man. That's why when the prophets, what do they say about the prophets? They don't say, ma anta illa insanun mithluna. They say, ma anta illa basharun mithluna. You're just a human like us. But they're not saying insan, they're saying bashar. All of us share bashariya. But we don't all share insaniya in truth. Just as an act of generosity from God that He calls us insan. What Raghib says, if you can imagine a dog standing on its two legs as opposed to four and talking in language, then you can imagine the state that many human beings are in. That they only share their humanity in the form, not in reality. And there's a verse in the Quran, لَقَدْ كَرَّمْنَا بَنِي آدَمَ, we have ennobled the children of Adam, and that ennoblement is that we've been placed in this incredibly noble form. We're not like animals. We don't walk on all fours. We don't have to go down to a plate. We take things up to our mouth. I don't have to go down and lap up my water like a dog. That I actually have this ability to feed myself. And all of these qualities that the human beings has been given. So acquiring virtuous qualities or noble qualities is actually a very difficult thing. It takes time. It's not something that human beings are born with. Compassion is something that needs to be nurtured. Now some people you will find have this naturally. And this is something Imam al-Ghazali radiallahu anhu mentions and other great scholars, that there are some people that have virtuous qualities by nature. There are other people that do not. That you will see in children, some children want to share things, other children actually refuse completely to share things and will become very belligerent if they're made to share things. And those, they have to learn. There are children that beat other children. There are other children that couldn't do that and would feel terrible about that. Now these qualities tend to be more, the aggressive qualities in human beings are much more marked in men than they are in women. And there's a reason for that as well. There's a reason why that they're, even in their form, they are less bestial than men. That women have certain qualities that are related to their biology, and it has to do with the fact that they produce children. And so there are certain qualities that are inherent just because they have the hormones. I mean, some of it is purely chemical, and other of it has to do with just the fact that there's a womb, rahim, and the essence of the womb is mercy, because that's what the word in Arabic, rahim, is rahma, are the same root word, the womb and mercy, because the essence of mercy is in the womb. And that's why Allah has derived the womb, shaqaqtu ar-raham min ismi ar-rahman. He actually derived the womb from His name, the merciful. So the womb is derived from an attribute of God. And this is what women have that men don't have. And that is why the humanizing factor in society is women. The mother is the humanizing factor, and without that, if the mother is destroyed, then it's a disaster for the rest of the society. So this idea of acquiring virtue to become a human being, to achieve one's insaniya, to achieve one's humanness, is very difficult. And that is a struggle. It is a struggle. At the root are four virtues: courage, temperance, wisdom, and then justice. These are the root virtues that human beings are meant to develop in their lives. All virtues come out of one of these four virtues. So courage, which is the first and most important virtue, because upon it the other ones are based. Generosity is actually the daughter of the mother virtue, which is courage, because generosity is courage with one's wealth. Patience is also a type of courage, because It's a lack of anxiety when a calamity afflicts you. And that is from a type of courage. So being patient is rooted in courage. So courage in English, because it comes from a root word kor, which is heart, that the essence of courage is the heart. And so somebody who has courage has a lot of heart. And that's why the Arabs say, when they say, like in West Africa, they say, ma'andu galb. He doesn't have any heart, which means he doesn't have any courage. The heart is the source of courage. And then you have temperance, which is a balance. Temper has to do with a balance. Temperature. You adjust. So temper is the ability to adjust to different circumstances. So temperance is always maintaining a balance. It's like a homeostatic, moral homeostasis. In the same way that your body maintains 98.6, the soul maintains a moderation in all things. That's the essence of temperance. And from temperance comes chastity, iffa, which has to do with not aggressing against anyone, either sexually or financially. From that, it gives birth to contentment. And from contentment, what comes from contentment is trustworthiness. Because somebody who has chastity, and chaste used to mean not just with sexual mores, it has to do with everything. Now it's pretty much limited to the idea of chastity in sexual relations. But traditionally, the idea of temperance had to do with moderation in all things, and that moderation led to this chastity or a chaste nature, a pure nature, a virtuous nature. And then obviously from wisdom comes understanding the virtues of the mind, of the intellect. And then finally justice. And at the essence of justice is a desire for fairness. The essence of justice is insaf. It's fairness. And it's very difficult. Very few people are fair in this world. And even people who are oppressors or oppressed, they will always look at the other with a total lack of fairness. Always. So an oppressor will always look at the one he's aggressing on with a total lack of fairness. And the one being aggressed upon will always look at the oppressor with a total lack of fairness. And that's why true justice is very difficult to come about in the world because of human nature. It's so difficult for human beings to be fair, to be truly fair. But at the essence and the beauty of justice comes mercy. In the traditional understanding, mercy actually came out of justice. And the reason for that is because mercy is an emotion that emerges when one sees somebody who is suffering or who is in a situation that he is not. And from it arises this sense that this person does not deserve that. In other words, the fact that I am not in that condition, I don't want that condition for that person. And that is justice. And that's why mercy emerges out of justice. It's an extraordinary concept because we usually tend to see mercy and justice as mutually exclusive. You're either just or you're merciful. But true mercy is actually emerging out of a real sense of justice, that you don't deserve that. And that's why when God shows mercy to his creatures, that is coming from his justice. And that's why the Quran says, my mercy outstrips my justice. In other words, justice, if the two race, mercy always wins. And from this idea of mercy emerging, then the idea of forbearance. And forbearance is the ability to, despite somebody aggressing upon you, to actually have this forbearance, this ability not to desire retribution. And from that virtue emerges the virtue of forgiveness or pardoning. And that is why that is one of the highest virtues. And the amazing thing about forgiving, there's a really interesting study that was done in Stanford, I think. They worked with these people that were in Ireland. They were Irish Catholics who had lost sons at the hands of the Protestants, or vice versa. And in working with them, most of these women were depressed, and most of them were incredibly angry and having a lot of vengeful feelings. And what they did was they worked with them to overcome that and to get to a place where they could forgive. And what happened is they got better. They actually got better. They were able to get out of these depressive states. It's a type of acceptance. And that's the beauty of forgiveness, is that there's that acceptance, that there's nothing that can be done about it. Do I want to continue the cycle, or do I want to be the one that breaks the cycle? That is mujahada. That's what mujahada is about. And that's why the Prophet ﷺ said that the real mujahid, al-mujahidu man naha nafsuhu an hawaha. The real mujahid is the one that prevents his soul from things that are harmful for it. That's the real warrior. And that's ancient Chinese. The Chinese said the true warrior is the one that conquers himself. This is an ancient tradition. Now, the second type of mujahada is the mujahada of shaitan. And shaitan in the Islamic tradition is a force that exists within the world. There's an obsessive element within the soul, a whispering that comes into the soul, and also outside of oneself. And it has two forms. It has human, what are called shayateen ins, and then shayateen jinn. Shayateen jinn are the demons that work in another realm. And just as we are here and can see each other, and there are other creatures that live alongside of us that have impact on our life, and we have impact on their life, but we cannot see them and they can see us. Every culture and every civilization has reference to them. There's no culture that you can find, I don't care where, if it's Japanese, if it's Indian, if it's Russian, Irish, no culture, except that it has reference to this realm. German, the poltergeist, mischievous spirits and things like this. Japanese culture is filled with it. Chinese culture is filled with it. And they're real, and they do have an impact. And the way that one struggles against them is by cleanliness, maintaining vigilance in cleanliness, urine, feces, wudu, ritual washing, things like this. And that's why most cultures have some traditions that they ward off these elements. Some of the Native American tribes would burn sage in the southwestern parts of the country to remove these elements. And incense traditionally was one of the things, because the idea is that they don't like good smells. And that's why incense is almost a universal phenomenon. You find incense in the Christian tradition, in the Shinto, in the Buddhist, and in the Islamic tradition. This idea, the Prophet said, "Bakhiru masajidukum," fumigate your mosques with incense. And that's part of why that is there. And also wearing perfume was also a good thing. So, and not listening to these impulses in the self. Because everybody has them, whether you call them obsessive compulsive thoughts, whatever people want to call them. Psychiatrists have words for them. When they become out and get out of hand, people start having auditory hallucinations. This is what they're called, auditory hallucinations. Muslims believe that they're real, and you can't deny their reality because there are people that experience them. They can hear them. So to say it's all in your head, well, it might be all in your head. It's still there. So these guys walking around, you can see them. You go in some place and they're talking and shouting, and they're having these battles going on. And that's called majnoon, somebody who's majnoon. Now the third type of jihad is the jihad which demands that you defend what is right. And that is the jihad of the sword. There are many verses in the Quran which indicate this. It did not come down all at once. It came down for 13 years. The Muslims were not allowed to fight in Mecca. They were given no permission whatsoever. And that is why they simply suffered silently. They did not fight. They did not oppose what was happening to them. And that was very difficult for these Arab men. It was incredibly difficult. People like Abu Bakr radiallahu anhu, I mean, these were men who were raised in a tradition of muru'ah, of shaja'a, shahama, these virtues of the Arabs of strength and bravery and magnanimity. And so for them to watch people being persecuted in the way that they were watching and not able to do anything about it was incredibly difficult. So that in itself was a test. Not being able to fight was a big test. It's not the other way around. But when the verses came down after 13 years, the Sahaba migrated to Medina. Now at that point, what the difference now is that there is a state authority. And I'm using the word state loosely. In other words, I don't want to use state like it's understood in the modern concept of a state, because that's not really what Medina was. But they did have power that was centralized, and it was a city-state in that way. So at that point, they were permitted to fight. This is the first verse that comes down permitting them to fight is أُذِنَ لِلَّذِينَ يُقَاتَلُونَ بِأَنَّهُمْ ظُلِمُوا وَإِنَّ اللَّهَ عَلَى نَصْرِهِمْ لَقَدِيرٌ. That permission has been granted for those who have been fought to fight because they are oppressed. Now, remember that this is 13 years later. In other words, they were persecuted right from the start. But permission came when the circumstances changed. So the idea of fighting where you do not have legitimate state authority is not permissible. It never has been. The Muslims have never viewed that. Permission to fight comes when you have state authority. That does not mean an individual has the right to defend himself from being killed. But if you look at the Sahaba and the situations that they were in, some of them were tortured, some of them were killed. Sumayya was stabbed with a spear. The first Shahida, the first martyr in Islam. This was the first verse that came down. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said, الَّذِينَ أُخْرِجُوا مِن دِيَارِهِمْ بِغَيْرِ حَقٍّ إِلَّا أَن يَقُولُوا رَبُّنَا اللَّهِ. Those who were chased out of their homes without right, for no other reason than saying, our Lord is Allah. Now this is really important because these are the two reasons that permission is granted to fight. People who oppose your religion and people who steal your land. This is why Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in the Quran, لا ينهاكم الله عن الذين لم يقاتلوكم في الدين ولم يخرجوكم من دياركم أن تبروهم وتقسطوا إليهم إن الله يحب المقسطين. Allah does not prevent you from showing kindness to people who have not opposed you in your religion or chased you out of your homes. To show them kindness, righteousness, to share your wealth with them. And Allah loves those who are upright and just and fair. Allah does not prevent Muslims from being kind to non-Muslims. But if they are fighting you in your right to worship your Lord and stealing your land or chasing you out of your homes, then you have a right to fight them. That is the permission that is granted by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in the Quran. And the second period was to fight the mushrikeen. وَقَاتِلُوا فِي سِبِيلِ اللَّهِ الَّذِينَ يُقَاتِلُوكُمْ. Fight فِي سِبِيلِ اللَّهِ, those يُقَاتِلُونَكُمْ who fight you. وَلَا تَعْتَدُوا. And do not be aggressive. إِنَّ اللَّهَ لَا يُحِبُّ الْمُعْتَدِينَ. Allah does not love aggressors. The ulama say the fact that Allah does not love aggressors, you cannot change that. In other words, the mahabba of Allah, the love of Allah is not fickle love. If Allah doesn't love aggression, He doesn't love aggression in any time or place. And so aggression is always wrong. And that is why when Allah says that, fight those who fight you and do not aggress, do not show aggression. Now, the next level, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said, وَقَاتِلُوا الْمُشْرِكِينَ كَافَّةً كَمَا يُقَاتِلُونَكُمْ كَافَّةً. Fight the polytheists completely, just as they fight you completely. Now this came because these people broke treaties with the Prophet ﷺ. And this is something very important to remember about the nature of war. That war occurs generally between two states. This is the nature of war. You can have what's called a civil war, but in Islam that's called fitna. What occurred between the Muslims and the mushrikeen was in a sense a type of fitna. And the reason for that is because they were one tribe. They're actually related by a shared father. Quraysh was the father of all of the people in Mecca, of the tribe of Quraysh. And so in a sense it was a type of fitna. And for that reason Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, when they fought in the sacred months, the mushrikun said, يَسَأَلُونَكُمْ عَنْ شَهْرَ الْحَرَامِ قِتَالًا فِيهِ. They'll ask you about the sacred months, because the Arabs had 4 months that they never fought in. These were called the Ashhur al-Huram, and these were months that the Arabs would never fight in. They asked about these sacred months, fighting in it, because they'd never heard of this. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, قُلْ قِتَالٌ فِيهِ كَبِيرٌ. That fighting in the sacred month, it's an enormity, it's a grave thing. وَصَدٌّ عَنْ سَبِيلِ اللَّهِ وَكُفْرٌ بِهِ وَالْمَسْجِدِ الْحَرَامِ وَإِخْرَاجُ أَهْلِهِ. That preventing people from following their religion, that disbelieving in what was given to them, rejecting it completely, preventing them from the sacred sanctuary, Mecca, and then chasing the people out is worse. أكبر من القتل. It is worse than that. عند الله. أكبر عند الله. It's worse than that. وَالْفِتْنَةُ أَكْبَرُ مِنَ الْقَتْلِ. And this type of social division and dissension is worse than killing itself. In other words, that there are times the actual engaging in martial conflict is better than allowing certain situations to emerge. And that is why when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in the Quran, أُذِنَ لِلَّذِينَ يُقَاتِلُونَ بِأَنَّهُمْ ظُلِمُوا, Allah says, وَلَوْلَا دِفَعُ النَّاسِ بَعْضُهُمْ بِبَعْضٍ لَهُدِمَتْ صَوَامِعُ وَبَيْعٌ وَصَلَوَاتٌ وَمَسَاجِدُ يُذْكَرُ فِيهَا اسْمُ اللَّهِ كَثِيرًا. That you would have seen churches, synagogues, temples, and mosques wherein Allah's name is recited, often destroyed because of predations of aggressive and bellicose people fighting each other. And so Allah is saying, had Allah not used one group of people to stop another group of people. And in another verse it says, وَلَوْلَا دَفْعُ اللَّهِ النَّاسِ بَعْضَهُمْ بِبَعْضٍ لَفَسَدَتِ الْأَرْضِ. There would be nothing but corruption in the earth. This is an admittance, or rather a teaching in the Quran, that the root of human nature is aggressive. The founding fathers, when they were arguing whether you had a confederation, this was the first big debate when they were ratifying the Articles of Confederation. Hamilton wrote a piece saying that we didn't want confederation, because if you have a confederated group of states, each one of them an individual state, you are setting yourselves up for war. And that's why he said there should be a centralized government. And this is what monarchy means, one source of authority. It's what it means in Greek. War occurs when people do not accept the same sources of authority. This is at the root of war. And that is why the idea of international law is only valid in an international community that accepts the law. If you have rogue states that do not accept the law, now part of the trickery of modern state theory is that the international community itself, they're rogue states. And this is part of the problem. So for instance, the real calamity right now, people don't know this, but it's not in Palestine. It's in Chechnya. Right now, they're just massacring Chechens. It's not in the newspapers. Why? Because the Russians struck a deal with the Americans, war on terrorism. We'll let you do whatever you want to the Chechens. Go wipe them out. That's what's happening. David Elliott, now in Newsweek, at the end of the article, pity about Chechnya. That's how he ends his article. And the whole article is just about realpolitik, that this is the nature of the world we're living in. It's just all that moral high ground is lip service for the masses. And so what happens in a world where you have people that all they have in mind is their interests. They don't have higher concepts in mind, because at the root of higher concepts is the idea of accountability. And to whom are you accountable to? If you're not accountable to your Lord. Because if you are the state and you're not accountable to your citizens, because the citizens are no longer willing to challenge the rights and wrongs of the state. You had people in this country 200 years ago, if you look at the reasons that they rebelled against King George, are nowhere near as significant as the type of oppression that exists in most parts of the world today. Things were not that bad in the United States when the British were running. And that's why a lot of Americans didn't want to fight the British. They didn't have a problem. They were doing fine.
This completes CD number 3. This begins CD number 4.
So if you look at the Muslim world now, the fact that there are not mass revolutions and revolts is a testimony to incredible patience on behalf of the Muslims. I really believe that. It's a testimony to the fact that because they believe in God and because they believe that in a sense that they know in essence this is about their own states. Not their governmental states, but their spiritual states. In other words, the conditions we find in a society are reflections of the overall health of that society, which at root is a spiritual health. A society is either well spiritually or it's sick spiritually. And unfortunately, the vast majority of people are very sick. So this idea of jihad, it's a noble concept. It's the idea of fighting for what is right. It's as simple as that. And people have a right to do that. They have a right to defend their homes, to defend their religion, to defend their lands against the predations of aggressors. The Quran says, أَعِدُّوا مَسْتَطَعْتُ مِنْ قُوَّةٍ وَرِبَاطَ الْخَيْلِ. Always be in preparation. Why? because the best way of maintaining peace is to always be prepared for war. And that is unfortunately a truth of the world that we're living in, until human beings can sit down in civil discourse and work out their problems like human beings. As long as you have people out there that are willing to get and take what they want by hook or by crook, by force and by power, then you need to have people prepared to stand up against that. And pacifism, the pacifist in the end of the day, is somebody that becomes landless and a victim. And that's why Aboriginal peoples, traditionally, the reasons that they survived is because they lived in places nobody wanted. Now they want the forests of Brazil. And so look at all those Aboriginal people that are just get wiped out because they want their wood. But traditionally, nobody bothered them because nobody wanted to go and live in the jungles of Brazil. Nobody wanted to go live in the outback of Australia. The Aboriginals were fine. They didn't have any problem. But now they want to graze their cattle there. So suddenly you've got problems. The same with the Native Americans in this country. When they wanted to graze their cattle, they needed to wipe out the buffalo. And that's what happens to Aboriginal peoples. And that's why Islam is just telling people to be prepared to defend yourself, because that's the nature of the world you're living in. So the idea of submitting to a law, and that's why the Muslims, long before Grotius or any of these European developments of international law, which are now seen really as platitudes. I mean, I'm talking at the level of people that are running the world. You know, I read their stuff, read Foreign Affairs, and read what they say. This is not conspiracy theory. This is just what they talk about. They're very open about it. Moral high ground is for the masses. The reality of it is, it's just realpolitik. It's business as usual. So now, unfortunately, in the modern Muslim world, and one of the signs of the end of time, and I will say about jihad, if you look at the rules of engagement, who determines the rules of engagement? Islamic rules of engagement in the Mukhtasar of Sidi Khalil, Haruma Nabnun Summa. It's prohibited to use poisoned arrows, which is basically biological warfare. I mean, Muslims develop rules of engagement. La tusammimu abara a'da'ikum. The Prophet ﷺ said, do not poison the wells of your enemies. This is biological warfare or chemical warfare, basically. La tu'adhibu bin nar. La yu'adhibu bin nar illa rabbun nar. Don't use fire in fighting your enemies, because only Allah punishes with fire. Nuclear holocaust. We use incendiary bombs all the time. This country, we use incendiary bombs. People are incinerated, literally. And you can see Nagasaki and Hiroshima, they have footage of the shadows of people that, just a shadow of people just blasted, annihilated. 100,000 civilians. They were civilians. There were only 10,000 Japanese soldiers in both of those cities. And they knew that. And that was actually taught to them by the British. Mad Bomber Browning or something. British war theorist who thought that the best way to subdue a people into submission was to attack their civilian population. William Tecumseh Sherman, the March to the Ocean. I mean, this is a Civil War theory. The Confederates didn't have that concept. I mean, they were deeply troubled by this idea of making civilians suffer. But the idea of Sherman was, war is hell, and there's no nice way to wage war. And the best way to end it is just make the civilians suffer until the infrastructure breaks down, because no state can support an army if the civilians are not behind it. I mean, that was the idea. And this is why Dresden and the bombing of the German civilians is the same thing. These things are prohibited in Islam. And that's why if you look at the rules of engagement in Islam, Muslims should not be ashamed of them. There's some things we should be proud of, that these were given to us 1400 years ago. Not killing, it's mutawatir hadith, multiply transmitted hadith of not killing women and children is absolutely prohibited in jihad, to kill women and children. Certainly not raping or pillaging. The idea of war booty, which is permissible in Islam, but يَسَأَلُونَكَ عَنِ الْأَنْفَالِ. Allah says, Anfal are Allah and His messengers. You can't take them. And one of the worst crimes in Islam, and one of the greatest wrong actions, is predation during war, is to actually take property from people. No, it's the imam has to collect the property and then it's distributed. So there's rules of engagement to make people civil in their behavior. Sayyidina Abu Bakr, when he sent his troops out, he said, don't poison wells, don't cut fruit trees, don't kill livestock, don't kill religious people, don't kill old people, don't kill women, don't kill children. He would actually walk out and remind them of these principles. And these were completely alien to the Jahili Arabs. I mean, these were deeply revolutionary ideas. Jihad is grossly misunderstood, and it's unfortunate a reality. And then I just want to finish this section in saying one thing. Last century, almost 200 million people were killed in war. 200 million people, the majority of whom were civilians. Unprecedented. By far more than all of the human wars prior to that in one century because of modern technology. Now, those people were not killed in the name of religion. They were killed in the name of communism, socialism, fascism, democracy, whatever. Everything but religion. So this idea that religion causes wars is just simply not true. Humans cause war. It's as simple as that. Humans are belligerent. And Aristophanes, the Greek playwright, indicated that it's really the men that are belligerent. And he said the only way war is going to stop is if women go on strike and stop producing sons for these old men to send out to die. There's a beautiful scene in a film that was done, I think it was like 1929 or 1930, All's Quiet on the Western Front. It's an anti-war film that was prohibited. They didn't even allow it to be shown in this country. But there's a scene where these German soldiers are all sitting around, and one of them says, it's World War I, and one of them says, how'd this war start? And the German says, well, France offended Germany. And he said, what does that mean? I'm German, they didn't offend me. And he said, no. Well, the country offended our country. And he said, well, how'd they do that? And he said, well, I don't know. This is the point. It's like, who starts wars? Who starts them? The majority of wars that are started are total acts of insanity. Really stupid. They really are. And that's why if you look, during the 23 years of the Prophet, less than 2,000 people were killed. So you compare 200 million people in 100 years, all totaled, it's probably less than 23 years of the major wars that caused all those deaths. And you compare that to 1,800 people on both sides killed during the lifetime of the Prophet ﷺ. And all they were doing was defending their homeland. These were individuals who knew who was aggressing them. It wasn't some state aggressing another state. It was human beings that were treating other human beings wrongly. And they knew exactly who they were. They could actually point them. They could name them. Nobody knows who's starting what. Nobody even knows the names of these people. And a lot of it is just missile contracts and armaments. And that's why Eisenhower, after serving the military-industrial complex, when he left the White House in 1960, his farewell address, he warned Americans of this very dangerous collaboration, which was new to this country, and that was of the military-industrial complex. Once you get the military and industry in this collaborative relationship, the industry produces the arms, and the military uses the arms. You're setting yourselves up for a very dangerous situation. And that's why, you just wonder about who's reaping all the benefits of all this killing going on and who supplied all the weapons. Every time I see pictures of Palestinians or Jews, I see weapons manufactured in Britain and in America and in Afghanistan. Where are all those weapons coming from? They're all Kalashnikovs and M16s, Stinger missiles. Afghanis didn't make any of them. Who gave them all to them to do all that stuff? That's the real question. And the Prophet ﷺ said, Bā'i'ul asliha 'inda al-fitnati mal'oon. The one that sells weapons during strife, times of discord, is damned to hell. And that's why in the Maliki madhab, it's not even a valid contract. You can't sell a weapon when there's civil discord. It's mafsukh. I don't think anybody in this day, nobody has any moral authority to talk about the belligerence of Islam. That's my personal belief. They used to call the Cold War détente status. The idea was we had enough weapons to blow them up. They had enough weapons to blow us up. They called it MAD, M-A-D. That was an acronym in the Pentagon. Mutually Assured Destruction. Let's make sure if they push the button that we push the button before their rockets get here. So all of them get wiped out. Again, just real stupidity here. The biological weapons, technically, these things are supposed to be banned, right? And the problem is that there's no vigilance in terms of the citizenry, because the citizenry, they're more interested in what's on television or watching the latest ball game or what the batting average of so-and-so is. This is the reality, so you get what you deserve. But I incline towards those hadiths of if it gets like that, then just The Prophet ﷺ said towards the end of time there would be so much destruction. It would be best to be like the two sons of Adam who just said, if you're going to raise your hand to kill me, I'm not raising my hand to kill you. I fear Allah, the Lord of the worlds. If killing is pointless, indiscriminate, there's nothing in it that can be justified. It just becomes indiscriminate killing. You cannot justify that. And so morally, there's just no justification. You cannot philosophically justify that type of warfare. You can't indiscriminately kill people. It's as simple as that. Only combatants in a just war are legitimate targets. That's it. The next section he goes on is the Sharia, which is the sacred law. And I want to say just about that. When people think of the Sharia, you have to be very careful because there is no concept whatsoever in Islam of a theocracy. This is one of the modern myths that have been perpetrated by modernist type of Muslims. This idea that Islam is a theocracy. And if you look up theocracy in the dictionary, it says the rule of God or those who stand in place of God. Isn't it interesting that the word for Abu Bakr, when he was called the Khalifa, he was called Khalifatu Rasulillah. He was not called Khalifatullah. He was called the Khalifa of the Messenger of God, not of God. Because the only one who can truly rule with God's judgment is a prophet of God. No one else. And if prophets aren't walking the earth, then nobody has that authority to say this is the rule of God. It's as simple as that. And so what the Muslim Sharia is, in essence, understanding any circumstance you find yourself in. It's a grid. It's a working grid to understand circumstances. And each circumstance will have a ruling, one of 5 rulings. An obligation or a requirement, which is called wajib, you have to do it. Paying charity. Something that's recommended, highly encouraged to do. Paying zakat is wajib. Sadaqah is mandub. To give if somebody's in need, even though you've paid your 2.5% of zakat, if you see somebody in need, it's encouraged. You don't have to do it, but it's highly encouraged to do it. And then the permissible, which is the majority of things in this world are simply permissible. To go out and sit on a bench in a park and read a book. Mubah. Nobody can tell you have to do it. Nobody can tell you can't do it. It's just a permitted act. The majority of acts in the world are permitted. And then you have disliked actions. Talking too much without benefit is disliked. To talk just what they call chew the fat or something like that in this culture, or they used to anyway. That type of talk is permissible unless it becomes excessive because of the problems of the tongue and the fact that you will probably end up saying things that you shouldn't have said because there are things that are prohibited to say. You can't backbite against people. And then finally, what is prohibited? The things that are prohibited in this world are very few. If you take Imam Malik's position, all that's prohibited, حرمت عليكم الميتة والدم واللحم الخنزير وما أهل به لغير الله. That's it. What is prohibited from eating is carrion, dead flesh, blood, and pig meat, and anything that was sacrificed for other than God. That's it. And then even that, ومن اضطر غير باغ ولا عاد فلا إثم عليه. If he is forced to do it, not out of transgression, then there's no sin in that. So you can even eat pig if you have to eat pig, if you're starving. So those are the only things that are prohibited. And then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, إن الخمر والميسر والأنصاب والأزلام, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, رجس من عمل الشيطان فاجتنبوه. That khamar, intoxicants, is prohibited. That's it. لا تقربوا الزنا. Don't go near fornication. فإنه فاحشة. فإنه كان فاحشة وساء سبيلا. It's a foul thing and it has a bad end effect on the society. Once you allow fornication to just look at the end results, venereal diseases, illegitimate children, the breakdown of family, sa'a sabila. I mean, that's all the Quran says. It's a bad road to take. Don't go down that road. Don't slander people. السارق والسارقة فاقطعوا أيديهما. Don't steal. Pretty basic things. That's what's prohibited. If you want to understand the essence of Sharia, is that it is a logical set of understandings that enable you to live your life without harming yourself or others. That's the essence of Sharia. And I'll give you the essence as the Usulis understand it. There are 5 things or 6. Some break the dignity into lineage and honor or name. There are 5 things. Every single ruling in the Sharia, in the sacred law of Islam, is designed to preserve one of these 5 things. Religion, because that's why you were created, to worship God. And so preservation of religion. And the beauty of Islam, even though it's the preservation of Islam, it also demands that Muslims preserve the right for other people to worship in their lands. And that's why the Hanafi and the Maliki fiqh have even supported the Hindus and the Buddhists and every religion to worship as they see fit their God or whatever they worship. So therefore, commanding us to pray is to preserve religion. Commanding us to fast, to preserve religion. All these things. The Hajj, preservation of religion. And then protection of life. And that's why the prohibition of killing, to preserve life. So all the laws that relate to transactions and treating people correctly and things have to do with preservation of life and property. Because you can create wars and things like that. You treat people wrongly, you do things wrong, you end up fighting and things like that. So, لا تقتلوا نفسا, right? Don't kill a soul that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has made sacred. Right? من قتل نفسا بغير حق أو فساد في الأرض فكأنما قتل الناس جميعا. Whoever kills a soul without just due, or as a result of brigands and highway robbers and things like that in the earth, people that sow corruption in the earth, it's as if he's killed all of humanity. So the soul is sacred. Every soul, every human soul, whether they're Jew, Christian, Buddhist, Hindu, whatever. The soul is sacred, and you have no right to take the soul without permission. And so those laws that relate in Sharia to preservation of life, preservation of property, of intellect. The prohibition of intoxicants is to preserve the intellect. That's why they're prohibited. Because the Prophet ﷺ said, Al-khamru al-khaba'ith, intoxicants are the roots, the matrix of so many foul things. And he said that a man will become drunk and end up sleeping with his child or his relative, or kill somebody and not even know it. Manslaughter. 50,000 people die every year in the United States because of drunk drivers and people intoxicated. Really, most of the deaths on the road in accidents in America are related to drugs and alcohol. The prohibition of drugs and alcohol. Now people say, well, we tried that in this country, We tried the temperance movement. The truth is that Muslims, because they believe in it, that it's from God. I mean, if you think it's not God that's told you not to drink, but you think it's just the government, well, why should I do that if just the government's an arbitrary law? Whereas if you really believe this is from God for your protection and preservation, then that's a different matter. And that's why the Muslims generally have lived in societies. If you go to Mauritania, it's almost impossible to find alcohol or drunk people because people believe in that and they don't drink for that reason. I became Muslim when I was 18. Before that, I haven't touched anything, nothing. And before that, I was just like teenagers in this country, exposed to those things. But you give it up for the sake of God. And so I've lived my entire adult life without ever touching any intoxicant. And I haven't missed it. I'm glad that I didn't. I mean, I'm glad I was protected from all that sorrow and suffering and things related to that. And then also preservation of property, prohibition of gambling, the prohibition of usury, the prohibition of stealing, of theft, of embezzlement, all these type things, is to preserve property. And then the preservation of lineage prohibits fornication, to preserve lineage, and also honor, dignity. That's why it's prohibited to backbite, to slander, to speak ill of people, because they have their name. Their name is sacred. And so you honor people's name by not speaking ill of them. Unless you have a just reason to do that, like in a court of law where you have to testify against somebody, and then that rule is set aside for a greater good. So there's a situational type of ethics here. There's things that override other things. That's why it's permitted to kill somebody who's taken life. So that is the Sharia. The Sharia is a logical set of principles and precepts. There are a few things that the Quran has legislated clearly. One of them is inheritance, and the reason for that is because one of the things that breaks families apart is the distribution of wealth after the death of a wealthy relative. And so what Sharia does, it apportions that. Now, out of the 9 categories, 6 of them are women. The thing about Islam is that women didn't even inherit. Even in 19th century Britain, women did not inherit wealth. In Switzerland in 1970s, I think, they couldn't even vote. They couldn't vote in Switzerland, women, until like 1980 or something. And that's considered one of the most progressive European countries. But their idea was the family, one vote, one house type thing. And then if you look at the differences, the idea of women getting half of what men, that's not always. There's cases where women get more than the men in the division. But with a daughter and a son, the son gets twice as much. Now the reason in Sharia, and it's never in the history of Islam, and you can see this in I'lam al-Muwaqqi'in, Imam Ibn Qayyim al-Jawziyah, which this is 8th century. You look at what the scholars said, 8th, 9th century. They never interpreted this idea that men were better than women or they get twice as much because they're twice as good. Never. It was always understood that the responsibilities of wealth that men have, women do not have. That was understood to be the rationale. That women, الرجال قوامون على النساء, that men have to take care of women, maintain them. It's an obligation. And therefore, their money is obligatory, whereas women's money is discretionary. Whatever she earns, whatever she inherits, it's hers. She doesn't have to support anybody or give it to anybody as long as she pays zakat. That's it. And that's why the Muslim world was filled with very wealthy women over history. Many of them were great supporters of Islam as well, of building mosques and hospitals and universities. The Quran and Sunnah and the historical embodiment, they talk about the madhabs, and I want to go over that very quickly. The basic 4 Sunni madhabs came out of a recognition that there were many ways to interpret a verse. For instance, the Quran says about divorce that you should wait for 3, the word it uses is quru. And qur in Arabic means, it's from the adad, which are opposite words. It means the time in which a woman is menstruating, but it also means the time she's free from menstruating. There was no clarification from the Prophet ﷺ about which one it was. And so it became an ijtihadi issue. Some of the scholars said it means the time between periods. Others said it meant the time of the period. And there's a reason that we believe that God left it like that, is it forces people to think. That part of the reason the Quran was revealed was to force people to use their intellects. لَعَلَّكُمْ تَعْقِلُونَ. We sent down this Quran in order to force you to think. And that's one of the meanings of that verse. In order for you to use your intellects. And that ijtihad means, it comes from jihad, to exert one's utmost intellectual endeavor to understand the intentions behind a verse or a hadith. That's what ijtihad is. And for that reason, there are multiple interpretations, and therefore the Sharia is open to interpretation. As long as it is not crazy, what they call ta'wil ba'id, something that is just off the wall. It's unacceptable. But generally, there are many different opinions. Abu Hanifa, radiallahu anhu, for instance, believes that Muslim and non-Muslim are equated in murder. So if a Muslim kills a non-Muslim, then the Muslim dies. The wulat ad-dam, the people that are responsible for that person. Imam Malik did not. He said that they had to pay the blood money. So that's a difference of opinion. You get those types of difference of opinion in the Sharia, and those are all open to discussion and debate. I think a very interesting section here, which is jurisprudence and politics. One of the things that modern Muslims have really come to believe is that Islam is a political philosophy, which is very interesting because that at essence is the claim of Zionism. Zionism turned Judaism into a political philosophy. And one of the signs of the end of time is the Prophet ﷺ said that you will follow Bani Israel and you will become like Bani Israel. And so just as Bani Israel wanted a Zionist state, there are now modern Muslims that want this thing called an Islamic state. And an Islamic state is the idea that you can force people to be good Muslim, which is a completely insane idea. It's never existed and it will never exist. If you think religion can be legislated by a government, you're completely deluded. It's a delusional state, and I have no other word for it. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in the Quran, do you think you can force people to be believers? تُكْرِهُ النَّاسَ عَلَى أَنْ يَكُونُوا مُؤْمِنِينَ. Do you think you can force people to believe? It doesn't work. Islam is an internal mechanism. The best thing a government can do is to provide as close as possible a court system that is not open to briberies and not open to... But even the Prophet ﷺ said, out of 3 judges, 2 go to hell, which is bad odds. And that is why traditionally Muslim scholars never wanted to be judges. And that is why all 4 of the imams were completely apolitical. They were not involved in politics. The only political stand that Ahmad ibn Hanbal took was actually not a political stand. It was related to Aqidah, because he declared openly that the Quran was uncreated, because the Mu'tazilite had convinced the ruling party that the Quran was created, and it was just a stupid period. People did some really stupid things. But Abu Hanifa refused to enter into politics and was imprisoned for it. Imam Malik, if you read the entire Mudawwana, does not have one political statement. He was once accused of sympathizing with Muhammad Nafs Zakiyah, who was one of the family of the Prophet that led a rebellion in the Hijaz. But he didn't have political positions. All he was doing was teaching Sharia. If you want to learn it and apply it, marhaban. If you don't, good luck in the akhirah. And that is the way the religion has to be. It has to be free of politics. Once the scholar becomes engaged in the political process, he's corrupted by it. Because that's the nature of the world. It's a corrupting element. And so you don't want religion to be tainted by the temporal. You always want religion to have that atemporal quality to it. And that's why Islam did not create a priesthood or create an ecclesiastical society. The idea is that every believer should try to be as close to God as he can or she can. So you don't want a group of priests dictating for you things. No, and the scholar, anybody can become a scholar. There's no ordainment. Scholars, if they're really rooted and trained, can have difference of opinion. So there's no official church theory. The Pope says, no, you all have to agree with me. No, the ulama differ. One of them says this, another says that. And people are deemed intelligent enough and with enough common sense to be able to discern right and wrong in a healthy society. This modern concept is really an unfortunate. It's just had a really bad effect on the Muslims, because what happens is if these guys get into power, they'll be just as bad as the previous government, if not worse. It's as simple as that. They'll create the same intelligence mechanisms, and they'll do the torture, and they'll do all this. They'll do the same thing. Simple as that. And if you don't think this country has it, we have it. It just doesn't happen in the same way. The School of the Americas, that's what they did. They trained people to torture and do all that stuff. But they do it in South America. They do it in the Middle East. That's why some of these Qaeda guys, they want to interrogate them in other countries. Right? So they can put the electrodes on and do all that stuff and feel good about it, because it didn't happen inside the United States. Fuqaha can become like lawyers everywhere. Jurists know how to manipulate the law for their own ends, and there have always been jurists who would sell their skills to the powers that be. Every king has had an official mullah or two who was willing to issue whatever Islamic edicts were necessary for the government to function in the way the king desired. So it still goes on. And that's why Muslims always saw that scholars that were aligned with government rulers or government leaders that were in their pay and things like that, to visit them, to speak the truth to them, that's encouraged. An alim should go, and if he's able to, tell the truth to an oppressor or to a ruler. And most rulers are oppressors in some way or another. That's encouraged. But to become a court mullah, or the real scholars fled from that like they would flee from a lion, because they knew what it meant. And then in our view of things, politics was never a very important issue for the vast majority of Muslims throughout history, like most people. Many Muslim thinkers were intensely interested in establishing social harmony and equilibrium on the basis of Sharia, but they did not see this as something that should or could be instituted from above. And that's the truth. You look at all these ulama and read their books. They never saw the idea that you could institute ethics or morality in a society. Ethics and morality comes from families, comes from the way you were raised, comes from how your parents taught you, and whether you're going to live up to those ideals and morals that they gave you. And in bad societies, parents don't have ethics or morals to transmit to their children. A lot of the world now, there's very little real ethical and moral behavior, because people aren't raised with those ideals anymore. They see their parents cheating and doing all these things, and that's what they end up doing. So simple as that. a few seconds, just some questions. It mentions that the Prophet ﷺ considered suicide. Yeah, that was wrong. Those narrations have never been considered by sound scholars. The Prophet would have never contemplated suicide, but he was troubled by that. Well, this class is an open class, so it's encouraged always to dress modestly in Islam, but are we as American taxpayers accountable for our state's decision to sell weapons? Well, there's some accountability. If you're paying taxes, you're accountable. There's some accountability. Thoreau went to jail because he wouldn't pay taxes. Read Civil Disobedience. When I was growing up, they taught that in high school. I don't know if they still do teach it anymore. Probably not. But he went because he wouldn't pay taxes because he thought the government was supporting slavery. And he thought that was wrong. And when his friend Emerson went to get him out, he looked at him and he said, "Henry, what are you doing in there, behind bars?" And he looked at Ralph Waldo Emerson and he said, "Ralph, what are you doing out there?" Because he said in an unjust society, the only place for a just man was in jail. Yeah, global war picture. Is this a war of race because Muslims are Arabs, people of color? Is it a war of religion? I think it's a very strange thing, but I think right now what it seems to me that's going on is there's a lot of money to be made now in war. The one great deterrent historically for war was commerce, which is why Muslims were always commercial states. And Muslims actually preferred peace to war because they like to do business. They like to trade with people. And when you have a society whose number one industry is war, you have a problem. And Israel is the biggest arms producer outside of America and France. It's just massive arm production. I do like fairness. The Arabs have been saying for years they're going to chase every Jew into the ocean, and Europeans were stuck in the middle of the Middle East by Europeans. It was a crazy idea. And the most foolish thing that the Arabs did was they got rid of all their Jews. The Moroccan Jews never wanted to go to Israel. The Yemeni Jews didn't want to go to Israel. They didn't want to migrate. They'd been in those countries for centuries. The Persian Jews loved Persia. And I've met Persian Jews that told me about growing up in Persia and what an incredible country it was. Iraqi Jews loved Iraq. And that's the truth. And you can still find stories of this. And the Muslims have never had a problem with Jews. Hamza Abu Bakr, who was imam of the mosque in Paris, the imam in Paris hid Jews. You won't see this on Schindler's List. The imam in Paris hid Jews in the basement of the mosque in Paris from the Nazis, 200 of them, right, and fed them. And the Jews of Morocco, because King Muhammad V wouldn't deport Jews to the Germans, and they were protected. The Moroccan Jews loved the king. Moroccan Jews go from Israel to Morocco to take bay'ah with the king whenever a king dies in Morocco. So the Jews have never had a problem with the Muslims. There's rare exceptions where Muslims did stupid things, like Al-Hakim bi Amrillah al-Fatimi, who was just an insane ruler, killed Jews and killed Christians, but he was insane, literally stark raving mad. And it was an unfortunate period, but nobody's ever justified it. The Muslims have never had pogroms. They've never killed Jews. They've never gone and massacred and done these things. We didn't have that problem. Unfortunately, the Jews were treated like dirt for centuries in Europe. They were spat on. They were humiliated. They were shamed. They used to force them to run naked through the streets as a kind of joke. And their children would throw rocks at them and spit on them. And read the history of Jews in Europe. It's horrific. Muslims didn't treat them like that. In fact, Jews ended up reaching some of the highest levels of social status in the Muslim countries. Some of the greatest philosophers. Andalusia produced the greatest Jewish philosophers in the history. Gabarod and Musha bin Maimun, Nahimades, these are some of their greatest scholars, and they came out of Islamic Spain. Islamic Spain. And they wrote in Arabic, and their teachers were Arabs. But, it's just crazy, so everything's going insane, and people are all going crazy. And it's happened before. This is not the first time people, read history. Humans are just, unfortunately, very imbalanced. And it's going crazy right now. And things come around. It's just, we have to ride it out. We might survive it, we might not. This is what humans do. They just ride out this stuff. But there's a lot of imbalance in the world. There's a lot of imbalance on the planet. People are very out of balance. They're walking around in states of just total imbalance. What we're doing, how we're treating each other, how we're treating, just the trees. I think of, the trees, the 300,000 fruit trees have been uprooted in Palestine. What's their crime? What did they do? Right? 300,000 fruit trees. What did they do? And then you wonder why that hadith says, there's a Jew behind me and come kill him in Sahih al-Bukhari. What would I say if I was a tree about ready to be pulled up and I could talk? Get rid of this character. Get rid of him. Why is he doing this to me? What did I do? You don't think trees have a right to be here? وَالشَّجَرُ وَالنَّجْمُ وَالشَّجَرُ يَسْجُدَانِ. Trees worship God. Trees don't have any legal rights. They have rights. Trees have rights. Prophet ﷺ never harmed a tree. Aligning yourself with heaven is what Islam is about. Get back into order. Get back into harmony. That's why we're supposed to pray with the sun. Get up with the sun. Go to bed with the sun. Be in order. My advice to myself and all of you is just try to find some order in your lives. Go walk. Go commune with. It's incredible. What an incredible world. You look at it. It's just awesome. What a glorious day. What perfection. It's everywhere except in this one odd figure out, the human. He's the only thing mucking it all up. It's all perfect. Frogs are having 5 legs now. Did you read that, right? They're all getting mutated. What did they do? What did the frogs do? Really? Dafadi'. They're difda'. And that's what they're called in the Quran. What did the difda' do? It just wants to worship God. That's all they want to do. They just want to worship God. And now they're mutating because of all these chemicals and all this horrific stuff people are doing. And then humans, guinea pigs. It's just madness. So anyway, I'm stop my rant. What do we do? Just ride it out. The moment you check out of this hotel, I guarantee you there's no looking back. Dunya is not something to write home about.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم اللهم لا علم إلا ما علمتنا إنك أنت العليم الحكيم اللهم علمنا ما ينفعنا وانفعنا بما علمتنا وزدنا علما وصلى اللهم على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم تسليما. One thing I wanted to say about jihad that I didn't mention in the session was that, and this leads into the madhabs, that there is a difference of opinion about reason for jihad. Out of the 4 Sunni Imams, and they are Abu Hanifa, Imam Malik, Imam Ash-Shafi'i, and Imam Ahmad. And before I go into explain that, I'll just, because that's the section here is on the madhab, is that when the initial Islamic event occurs, which begins in 610 with the Prophet ﷺ, the beginning of the revelation, and ends approximately 632, in which the Prophet ﷺ passes. During this time, the Quran was being revealed, and initially the Prophet ﷺ prohibited them from writing down his words, because he did not want the Quran to be mixed with the hadith. And just to explain the difference for people that don't know, the Quran is, Muslims believe that this is directly from God to the Prophet through Gabriel. There's no other means of transmission. That the Quran came, everything that the Prophet ﷺ uttered that was from the Quran, according to Muslims, came through Gabriel. There is a second source of revelation which is called hadith. And a hadith is anything that the Prophet said or was said of him or was done in his presence or said in his presence and he agreed with it. And then some add to that a 4th category, which is descriptions of the Prophet ﷺ. So generally that is what hadith is. Obviously the strongest one would be something that he himself said. Now the Quran is over 6,000 verses, and it comes in 114 chapters or surah, which means enclosure.
It's made up of ayah, which are roughly translated as verses. And of the over 6,600 verses in the Quran, there are approximately 500 that directly relate to legislative matters. The vast majority of the Quran does not relate to legislation. It actually relates to what we understand about God, and then the historical process, history, its purpose, what human beings are here for. A lot of it is calling human beings to reflect on the creation. Some of it tells us of the stories of those who went before us, this conflict between the prophetic tradition and the Quranic tradition. The Quran, in a sense, sets up a dialectic in the world between a Quranic impulse to control and a prophetic impulse or a prophetic truth to liberate people from control models and to enter into a type of submission in which they're no longer subjugated or subjected to these control models that tyrannize them and keep them basically trapped in delusional ways of viewing the world and what the world is here for. So the pharaoh, his symbol is the pyramid. It's a very interesting symbol because the pyramid is moving to a human apex, which is the pharaoh and his inner circle, and the rest of the society is supporting that structure. So human beings are really seen as servants of those in power or those in charge. And those in charge then have magicians. They have there's 4 components that the Quranic model has. Allah says, Inna Fir'auna wa Hamana wa junuduhuma. That there's Fir'aun, which is the political component. And then there's Haman, which is the economic component. It's the economic power base. And then there's the military component, which empowers both the political and the economic to do what they want. So these 3, and Allah says that all of them were wrongdoers. So being a soldier for this system is also participating in the crime of the system. There's a 4th component, and these are the magicians, the Sahara. These are the ones that keep people in awe, that bewitch people, that put veils over them to make them think something is real when it's not real. And so that is the Quranic system. Those are the 4 components of the Quranic system that are mentioned in the Quran. And one of the things about the Pharaoh is he's very sensitive, like he sends spies out, so he uses a spy network. He also wants to know everything that's happening in the society. And he's also very fearful, because what he's afraid of, because Allah says in the Quran that لِيُرِيَ هَمَانَ فِرْعَوْنَ وَهَمَانَ وَجُنُودُهُ مَا كَانُوا مِنْهُمْ يَحْذَرُونَ. Allah is going to show Fir'aun his economic power, his military power, the very thing that he was fearing. So Pharaoh fears the prophetic element in the society because the prophetic element is exposing the lie of the Quranic culture. And so the Quranic culture has a deep-seated fear of this element because it's an element it's telling people, you weren't created to build pyramids. You weren't created to serve Pharaoh. You weren't created just to make money. You weren't created to exploit. You were created to worship Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Now, the Quranic model uses manipulation of nature. And that's why when they threw down their sticks, they look like snakes. Whereas what the prophetic model is, it's truth. It's not illusion. When it shows its hand, it gobbles up the falsehood. And that's why they don't like the two to be together. They like to make sure that that element is not allowed any type of mass audience. Because if it is, it becomes very dangerous. So that is one of the most important elements in the Quran, is this model. And that's why the Pharaoh and Musa, or Moses, is the most important story in the Quran. It's repeated more than any other story. Each time it comes in the Quran, it has nuances. Because ultimately that is the human conflict. It's between a control model which is about getting the creation to submit to creatures. They want you to submit to higher creatures. And the Islamic model is that you don't submit to creatures, you submit to the Creator. So these are in opposition. So that's one element of the Quran. So there are many different aspects of the Quran. But the legislative aspect is really, it is not the major portion of the Quran. From the hadith now, which are the sayings of the Prophet ﷺ, one of the really interesting things for me, as somebody that learned Arabic and can read both the Quran and the hadith, is that they're completely different. Anybody who's well trained in Arabic will immediately recognize the Quran, even if he doesn't memorize the Quran, because it has a unique quality to it that is different from other Arabic speech. Even poets, great what they call bulagha, the rhetoricians, the orators, when you read their speeches, you know it's not Quran. Even if you don't memorize the Quran has a very, I would call it mysterious, because it is a mysterious component. It is very different from other speech. And that's what the Quran says. It is not like other speech. The Quranic challenge is to imitate the Quran. And in 1400 years, nobody's ever done it. And there have been people that attempted. There's no doubt there were attempts. Now, what happens with language is that because language is such a strange phenomenon in the world. For instance, if I say John came yesterday, if you read that, you would not see intonation. Now I could say John came yesterday. I could say John came yesterday. Same words, and I've gone from a declarative sentence to, it could be either one of ta'ajjub or surprise, or it could be an interrogative. I'm really asking a question, asking for affirmation. So language, even though you're using the same words, they can be interpreted in different ways. Intonation is one of the ways. Another is the context. That's why you ask them, in what context did he say that? Because somebody could be quoting somebody. So did you know so-and-so said that all such and such or such and such? In what context was he saying it? He could have said before he said it that some people say. So knowing things in context, and that's one of the things in the Quran, people take verses out of context and you have a problem. Another thing is when you have a text that declares itself holistic. The Quran says, أَتُؤْمِنُونَ بِبَعْضِ الْكِتَابِ وَتَكْفُرُونَ بِبَعْضِ. Do you believe in a portion of the book and you reject other portions? So the book itself is saying, this is a holistic book. So if you have a verse in the Quran that says, اقتلوا المشركين حيث وجدتموهم, kill the polytheists wherever you find them, you have to look, what does the other parts of the book have to say? Is that a specific verse? Is it muqayyad? Is it mukhassas? Is it am, khas? Is it a general verse, a specific verse? Was it certain circumstances? إِذَا انْسَلَخَ الْأَشْهُرُ الْحُرُمْ. When the months pass is what precedes it. So what was it talking about? Oh, when we look in the tafsir, it was about a specific treaty that was made. It was broken by a group of mushrikeen, and then the Prophet ﷺ was commanded to give them a period of time to make tawbah. If they still didn't make tawbah, then declare war on them. So now we have a different understanding, and yet it's the same verses. Now there's another verse in the Quran where God says, لا ينهاكم عن الذين لم يقاتلوكم في الدين ولم يخرجوكم من دياركم أن تبرهم وتقسطوا إليهم. God does not prohibit you from being kind and generous and giving you a portion of your money to non-believers who don't oppose you in your religion and who don't chase you out of your homes. So here's another, أَتُؤْمِنُونَ بِبَعْضِ الْكِتَابِ وَتُكْفُرُونَ بِبَعْضِ. Do you just believe in one portion and reject another portion? There's other verses in the Quran that say that these people are ignorant people, so explain to them before you do anything. I mean, the Quran is a holistic book, and to take it out of its context, to take it out is wrong. So the Hadith and the Quran are open to interpretation. Now, who decides who can interpret? There is a book, one of the things that in Protestant Christianity, one of the big splits between the Protestants and the Catholics was over who had textual authority? In other words, who can interpret the Bible? According to the Catholics, only the church has the authority to interpret the Bible. And according to the Protestants, no. The Bible should be open to the churchhood of believers. And this is why the Catholic Church is basically one organization. And after the Protestant Reformation, there are hundreds, if not thousands, of different Christian sects, because everybody had a different interpretation. So the Anabaptists said, no, you don't baptize. The Baptists said, you baptize, and on and on. So you get all these different, the Methodists said, here's the methods that you have to follow in order to be rightly guided. And the Anglicans said you had to believe in the authority of the British Crown as defender of faith. On and on and on. I mean, it's very interesting. So each Christian sect began to interpret according to what they... Calvin, for instance, very clear prohibitions of usury in the Bible. Calvin said, that doesn't include interest. See, that really means exorbitant interest, which is usury. So who decides what's exorbitant, what's not? Let's say 11%. So that was considered exorbitant then if you charge somebody 12%. Well, now 19% is what your average people, if you're prime, one of these gold card people, they might give you 9.2. And now because the economy is collapsing, they're giving you 0 for a year or whatever, right? Because they just want you to spend. Because the same corporations that give you the cards own all the stores. So they just want you to spend. So that's the point about the nature of who decides, who interprets. Because you can go into inner cities and there are pawn shops that charge 30% interest. 30%. And it's even worse than that. And there's laws against usury. Still in this country and in Europe, there are laws against usury. But they define it as exorbitant. So who defines it? It becomes arbitrary. And this is the nature of interpretation. If you read, which it's worth reading just as a book if you're interested in religion and in what they call hermeneutics or heuristic models for interpretation. A useful book is On Christian Doctrine by St. Augustine. And it is a book that he wrote. It's basically the usul of the Christians. It's a book that he wrote to give people guidelines for how to interpret the Bible. And he talks about knowing whether a verse is specific or if it's general. And this is 4th century. It's before Islam. He also said you had to know the liberal arts, you had to know grammar, you had to know dialectic, you had to know rhetoric, you had to understand how to read before you could look into the Bible. So the Catholics had this idea that you had to be educated. Well, the Muslims have a similar understanding. So we are closer to the Catholics, if you want a Christian analogy. The Sunni Muslims and also the Shia actually are closer to the Catholic understanding that you do need an authoritative body to interpret the Quran. In the Catholic tradition, it's the cardinals and the people who have reached that level of knowledge and are sanctioned by the church to interpret Scripture. For the Muslims, these are called the ulama. These are called the scholars or the inheritors of the Prophet. There are basically 2 criteria, traditionally, that Muslims used. One was sound knowledge, and the other was piety, that the person actually acted according to their knowledge. The later scholars loosened up the second part because people were losing their piety. And so they said that it was still permissible to take from somebody if the knowledge was sound, even if they were not living up to that knowledge. But generally, about fatwa, they said that it was always better to look for the most righteous person as well as the most knowledgeable to take a fatwa. And that's why at Akhbari, we were reading that yesterday, he says, وَيَسْأَلُونَ الْعُلَمَاءَ الَّذِينَ يَتَّبِعُونَ سُنَّةَ النَّبِيِّ صلى الله عليه وسلم. He asked the scholars who follow the sunnah of the Prophet صلى الله عليه وسلم, so they act according to their knowledge. The Prophet صلى الله عليه وسلم for 23 years was speaking. Now he was not a man of many words. He did not speak often, nor did he speak without some purpose. Even if that purpose was making a little child happy, he still had a purpose to his speak. He did not speak just to speak, which many of us do. If you're in a group of people, if there's silence, people start feeling a little uncomfortable. Somebody has to say something. The Prophet ﷺ, there were times when they literally just sat and nothing was said. He spoke with purpose and intention. And for that reason, he did not say a lot. And his hadiths, even though that there are literally hundreds of thousands of chains of transmission, there are actually not a great number of hadith. Imam al-Bukhari has just over 7,000 hadith, but if you actually remove the repeated hadiths, it's just over 4,000. So most of us say almost that in a day. That's why Imam Malik once, somebody asked him about so-and-so, he said he's a good man, but he has a month's worth of talk in a day. He said, نِعْمَ الرَّجُلْ إِلَّا أَنَّهُ يَتَكَلَّمُ كَلَامَ يَوْمٍ شَهْرًا فِي يَوْمٍ. He's a good man, but it's a nice way of saying he talks too much. The Muwatta of Imam Malik, which is a good number of the hadiths in there, are actually not sayings of the Prophet ﷺ, but sayings of other people. Imam Malik took that from 40,000 narrations. He honed it down to 1,721, I think. He took what he felt was the bare essentials of the tradition. So the Prophet ﷺ's hadith, of the hadiths that relate to legislation, there are only a few hundred. And most of them are in a book called Bulugh al-Maram, which is a famous book on the hadiths that relate to legislation. When you get into serious books of fiqh, what you will find is that the dalils begin to disappear from the hadith in the second half of fiqh. There's a lot of dalils for what are called the ibadat, but when you get into the mu'amalat, the ibadat are things that relate to worship. Mu'amalat are things that relate to financial transactions, to all these different things. You start seeing in the books that have dalils or proofs from the Quran or the Hadith that suddenly they're not forthcoming because they begin to use analogical reasoning.
This completes CD number 4. This begins CD number 5.
The corpus of Hadith is not the proof for everything in Islam, and that gives you your next category of proof, which is called qiyas, analogical reasoning. A large portion of Sharia, and a lot of Muslims don't know this, a large portion of Sharia or sacred law is actually not directly from Quran or Hadith. It actually comes out of human understandings. Now, who do we trust? We trust people that, first of all, the Prophet ﷺ said that the best generation are my generation in understanding of Islam and behavior according to it, are my generation, and then the next generation, and then the next generation. Well, that third generation ends with these groups of imams. They're the last group. So they are called the people who wrote everything down. The people before them were the people who heard it from the Sahaba, and the Sahaba were people who lived it. So each generation is less adherent to the tradition than the one that preceded it. And that's why the Prophet, peace be upon him, said, no time will come except the time that follows it is worse than it, until you meet your Lord. And what that means is each generation they're less understanding, less practicing, and less aware of God. The ulama say that in every generation there's always exceptions. So you will have somebody in a generation that might actually be better than some of the scholars that preceded him, more knowledgeable, things like that. But they will still not be from a generation. The best generation were the first three. So that does not negate the possibility of individuals coming later that are great people like the people that went before. But as large numbers of people, that disappears. And it increasingly does so until the Prophet ﷺ said people will have sex in open public places. And the best people in those days will say, would you go do that somewhere else? And there's a hadith that says that. So things get morally worse and all of these things. So this is happening now. The madhab is when you have a hadith that is open to several interpretations, and most words by their nature can have more than one interpretation. If the imams differed on it, then because they've reached a level which is called ijtihad mutlaq, where you reach a level of absolute ability to determine or derive legal rulings. And that doesn't mean you can't be wrong, but it means that you're so knowledgeable you have the authority to be wrong. Because somebody who's a fool, even if he's right, he's wrong. Whereas somebody who is very brilliant and very humble and capable of his limitations, which these men were, then even when he's wrong, he's still right. Because he's basing it on deep deliberation. He's basing it on thought. He's not basing it on opinions or on foolishness or on... No, his judgment has arrived out of serious effort. And it's very different when you meet somebody who holds an opinion because he read it in Time or Newsweek and somebody who holds an opinion because he really thoroughly studied the subject. I mean, you feel much safer either way, whether you're pro-Palestinian or pro-Israeli. If you meet somebody who's really thoroughly examined the issue, he has weight and authority. But if somebody just reads the headlines and then he's going to spout his opinions, then he's a fool, and it's a fool who takes his opinions seriously. I mean, that's the reality of it. And that's why the Quran says, هَلْ يَسْتَوِيَ الَّذِينَ يَعْلَمُونَ وَالَّذِينَ لَا يَعْلَمُونَ. Are they the same, those who know and those who don't know? They're not the same. Even when they're wrong, they're not the same. Somebody who's wrong, who is speaking out of knowledge, is not the same as somebody who's right, who's speaking out of ignorance. You're still safer with the one who's wrong with deep knowledge and understanding. And the thing about these people is they'll never be way off, because they know the principles. One of the things that the ancients, particularly the Greeks, had this understanding, that if you understood the universals, the particulars would take care of themselves. One of the things about modern men and women is that they're obsessed with particulars and they know nothing of universals. And so when you know al-qaida al-amma, right, if you have that general principle, you're not going to make big mistakes in the particulars, in the juz'iyat. You just won't make big mistakes. If you know that it is a general rule, la darara wa la dirar. There is no harming and there is no reciprocation of harm. That's a principle in Islam. If you know that principle, that's going to save you from a lot of problems. If you know the principle, al-umur bi maqasidiha, that matters are based upon the intentions behind them, that is going to affect how you view people's actions. If you understand the principle, al-mashaqqatu tajlibu at-taysir, duress necessitates facilitation or ease. That when people are under stressful conditions, you need to help them by making things easier in order to remove that stress, because people in stressful situations will begin to break down mentally. So that is why rulings will change in times of great difficulty. So a scholar who knows that, like Sheikh Abdullah bin Bayya, he has opinions that other scholars don't see it, because he knows the universals. So when he moves into the particulars, he knows how to work with them in a different way. Whereas there are people that learn the particulars of Sharia. They memorize all the rules. For A, do B. For C, do D. And so when they see that's what you do. Well, is that always in every situation? Do you see? So there's a very big difference between people who have this, and this is what these imams were famous for. They were famous for this vast understanding of the philosophy behind the Sharia, the legislation. They understood, one, that Sharia is for human benefit. And therefore, if they found things that were harmful to people, even though the law said to do it, they would change the law. So, and that's hard for a lot of Muslims to understand, because they've lost that flexibility. And intolerance generally comes from ignorance. I mean, that's at the root of intolerance. If you want to remove intolerance, you have to first remove ignorance with people. So the madhab are based on those differences of understanding. And so what I want to say about the jihad, there is a difference about what is the reason for jihad. Out of the four imams, Imam Malik, Imam Abu Hanifa, and Imam Ahmad believed that the reason that fighting was legislated was to remove aggression or belligerence. That was the illah, was what's called hiraba. Imam Shafi'i said no, it was to remove kufr. It was to get rid of kufr. Now, that's a big difference in understanding. Generally, in the history of Islam, the ruling governments followed the Hanafi and the Maliki madhab, which created an incredible tolerance for other peoples, non-Muslims. But even the Shafi'i, when they had authority, they basically applied the principle of the other Imams. So even though that is the opinion of Imam Shafi'i, it was not the practice of the scholars of his madhab. As we move into Islam and Iman, what is the difference between Islam and Iman? Islam in the Arabic language comes from a root word salima, and salima means to be whole. It's the same root of the Jewish Hebrew word which they get shalom from, shalama. The idea is that salam is a wholeness. That when we speak of God as as-salam, that is a name of God, what it means is that God has no parts. Now, when you have wholeness, you have peace. But war comes about when you have divisiveness. Do you see how the understanding there of peace comes out of this understanding of wholeness? That if a people are whole, if there's an integrity in a people, then you won't have wars. But when a people become divisive, you get belligerence. And that is why, for instance, in Islam, generally, when they ruled, they believed that Jews and Christians and other religions had a right to live and practice amongst them with certain conditions. But they had that belief, it's in their religion. Whereas there are other religions that have ruled that didn't believe that. They actually believed they had no right at all. So that creates a very different type of society. It creates a divisiveness that leads to war. So the Muslims have always seen that. I mean, if you look at the human body, there are things on the body that do not serve a purpose for the body as a whole, but they're part of the body. You can have scars on your body. They're part of the body. You don't dig out further to get rid of the scar. You just leave it the way it is. So there's still a wholeness, even though it might not be something that you necessarily like or want there. But you tolerate it because it's part of the body. So traditionally, Muslims saw other religions not as co-religionists, but as co-human beings. They're human beings. We would rather they be Muslim, but they're part of the social body. And so we should tolerate them. And the Quran says even that they can be part of families, they can be married in the families, they should be treated with dignity, but even with kindness and friendship and these things. So the difference between Islam and Iman is that the word salima, which means whole, relates to the outward of Islam. When we say Islam, what we mean is an outward practice. And that's why a Muslim is anyone who basically says, I'm a Muslim. And the way that they say that is, La ilaha illallah Muhammad Rasulullah. Anyone that says, there's no God but one God, and Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam is his messenger, is considered a Muslim. Whether he practices or not. That's enough to come into Islam. And then they're treated as a Muslim. They're buried as a Muslim. As long as they never reject that. Now, the more, according to Islamic teaching, the more you practice with good intention, the stronger the Iman gets. So the Iman is the inward component. It's not something you can see. Islam you can see, basically. Iman is something that only God can see. That's the secret of Bani Adam, is this unseen element of faith. And that's why in the Quran, when the Arabs say, قَالَتِ الْعَرَابُ آمَنَّا, these desert Arabs came and they said to the Prophet, we believe. Allah said, don't say we believe, but say we have submitted. أَسْلَمْنَا. لَا تَقُولُوا آمَنَّا وَلَكِنْ قُولُوا أَسْلَمْنَا. We have submitted. وَلَمَّا يَدْخُلِ الْإِيمَانُ فِي قُلُوبِكُمْ. Because Iman has not yet come into your hearts. So the Quran clearly distinguishes between Islam and Iman. Now we can also see Islam though as a greater rubric that includes Iman and ihsan. So it's looked as a specific, but it's also looked at as an inclusive word. Now, one of the things, he takes the Mu'tazilite approach here a little bit. I mean, generally the Sunni scholars believe that Iman was merely tasdeeq, which means to verify something in your heart, to believe it in your heart. That's all it was. And then there was a difference of opinion about whether you actually had to say it on your tongue. Obviously, if you were mute and couldn't speak, you didn't. But if you could, they said it was an obligation. And then action, according to this, and this is a classic debate between Protestants and Catholics also. Is it faith and deeds that one is saved, or is it faith alone? And obviously the Protestant tradition says it is faith alone. The deeds don't come into it. In a sense, that's closer to the Islamic tradition in that particular aspect, is that the Muslims believe that faith alone in God is enough. Although there is an idea that there might be some purification in the next world for those people. So it's a very dangerous and precarious type condition to be in, where you have faith in your heart, but no deeds. Malik bin Dinar tells a story that he saw a funeral and he decided to go and help them bury this person. And he helped put him down into the grave. And it had a very powerful effect on him, which often does if you go to funerals. And Muslim funerals are particularly powerful because the body is just in cloth and it's not in a coffin. So you're putting a person right into the earth and then throwing dirt on them. So he went to his home and he fell asleep and he had a dream. And he was in the grave with the man. He saw the angel of mercy and the angel of punishment. And they look at the man and one of them says, the one of punishment says, "This man is mine." And he says, because look at those eyes. They're filled with the prohibitions of Allah. Things that Allah prohibited. And he said, and look at his ears. They're filled with listening to those things that he should have never listened to. And look at that tongue. It's filled with the wrongs of a life spent in speaking ill of others and deception and lying. And then he said, and look at that stomach filled with the haram. And he said, and look at those genitals going where they shouldn't have gone. And then the angel of mercy says, but look at his heart. It's filled with faith, and he's mine. And that is at the essence of that idea of that no matter what a person's actions are, only God knows the heart. And ultimately it's the heart by which people are judged. It's not... because if we were judged by our actions, we would be all, like Hamlet says, if you give people what they deserve, who would escape a whipping? Don't give them what they deserve, but give them out of your magnanimity. And that's what Allah shows people on Yawm al-Qiyamah, because the hadith in which it says that Allah had 100 parts of mercy, and one part He sent down to the earth, and that part is the part that every mother shows mercy to her child is from that part. Every foal that won't step on its mare is from that part. Every good, kind act in the world is from that part. So all mercy in the earth comes from that one portion that Allah allowed to come down from the celestial sphere. And then the Prophet ﷺ said, and He has saved the other 99 for the Day of Judgment. So the idea of just being a Muslim on the tongue is part of Islam, that people, as long as they say that. And that's why the man simply recites Shahada before two Muslim witnesses, like people that marry. They use the example of a man who wants to marry a Muslim woman. This actually occurs quite a bit. You get a man that wants to marry a Muslim woman, he'll just go and officially do the Shahada. And Muslims are generally a little wary of that when they see it, but they accept it nonetheless, because that's what Islam tells them to do. And there's a man in our history known as Muhajir Qais, the man who immigrated for this woman he said, I want to marry you. And she said, immigrate to Medina with the Muslims and I'll marry you. So he did it for her. And he's called Muhajir Qais. So even if somebody does something outwardly and he has a different inward intention, we're commanded to judge by the outward. Now, about the location of faith is in the heart, and the Quran says that Allah knows what's in the breasts and what's in the hearts. And then the idea of actions. According to Islam, actions confirm your faith. The action itself is what confirms the faith. And that's why charity is called sadaqah, which comes from the root word which means to be truthful. Because charity is a sign of your truthfulness in your faith. That when you're charitable, you're showing that your faith is true. So actions, and that's why when people see somebody who does a lot of good actions, the Prophet ﷺ said, if you see somebody that frequents the masjid a lot, فَاشْهَدُوا لَهُ بِالْإِيمَانِ, testify to his faith, because those actions are indications of his faith. So an action is always an indication of somebody's faith, but not necessarily. I mean, there can be hypocrites, there can be people that are ostentatious, all of these type things. He talks about kufr. We go into the idea of the opposite of faith, which is kufr. Now, kufr is generally translated as infidelity or disbelief. If you look up the root word of kufr, it comes from kafara, which means to cover. In fact, cover actually might be a cognate. Cover, kafar. It means to cover over something. Kefir, which is a yogurt that you do by covering over with a cloth, is called kefir. Right? So the kafir is also a farmer in Arabic because he covers the seed with dirt, with earth. The kafir. أَعْجَبَ الْكُفَّارَ نَبَاتُهُ. The Quran uses the word kuffar to mean farmers. So, and somebody once saw Imam Ali was planting something, and somebody asked him, كيف أصبحت? And he said, أصبحت كافرا. I've become. He asked him, how are you doing today? He said, I'm a kafir. In other words, I'm a farmer today. Now, the idea there is very interesting, because at the root of this idea is that people know the truth, but what they're doing is covering it over. And the idea is that God is so outwardly manifest that to reject God is to reject what is so blatantly apparent in the world. And only a kafir could do that, somebody who's covering over. And that's why the word literally can also mean ingratitude. Kufran al-ni'mah. Kufran al-mu'ashara. So ingratitude is another meaning of kufr. The word kufran means ingratitude. So a kafir is actually an ingrate. It's somebody who is not showing God gratitude by repaying the debt of consciousness. And the debt is the deen. It's the dain. It's the deen that you owe to God. So now he likes the word truth concealing for kufr. And she says, someone might object to the use of the word truth concealing by saying, I don't know these truths, nor do I accept that they are truths, so how can I be a truth concealer? Traditional Muslims would typically reply that such people have simply not understood what the Quran is saying. In other words, if they really understood it, they wouldn't reject it. But it's because they don't understand it. If they would pay more attention to the message, they'd actually say, well, all right, let's just, and this is an interesting exercise to do with anything. Let me look at this unbiasedly. Let me look at this without judging it. Because see, most people, if you ask most people about Islam, they assume that it's just wrong. They haven't studied it. That religion, no, that's just, they're this and they're that. No, it's no basis or foundation for that remark. So if I'm a Christian, I say, no, Christianity is right. Why? Because my mother told me. And my mother doesn't lie. Well, that's the same thing that the Sri Lankan Buddhist mother said that Buddha was the one he should call on, and mom doesn't lie. And the Muslim in Egypt, his mother said, Salli ala Nabi. Say Allahumma salli ala Muhammad. So she doesn't lie. So who's right? Most people have inherited their beliefs. They've never thought about them. They've never examined them. And that's why people, fanatics or extremists, tend to be people whose belief is very shaky because they're actually so afraid of having it challenged that they're willing to kill anyone that challenges it. Which means that they don't really have a foundation for their belief. Because somebody who's deeply rooted in faith would never be afraid of sitting like Abu Hanifa radiallahu anhu, who sat in huge auditoriums and debated atheists. Because he wasn't afraid. He really believed that my faith and my understanding of it can stand up against anything that falsehood has in its arsenal. But if I don't have a strong faith, I'm very afraid of the arsenal of disbelief, that it might overwhelm me. So that is the way traditional Muslims would say that. Now, this is more a personal belief. This is not an Islamic belief. My personal belief is that the variables involved in judging anyone are so overwhelming and so complicated that it is best not to judge people. Just leave it to God. Because you haven't walked in their shoes, you didn't have their childhood, you don't know what was done to them. We don't know enough. And that's why people, their filters are often a result of the families they had, the societies they grew up in. And delusional states are types of madness. And delusion is it's a sign, it's a symptom of madness. Junun, to be in a delusional state, to be deluded. So even though the outward, we're commanded to judge certain things by the outward, and we should always do that in this world, the best thing to do is just reserve judgment for the next world in those ultimate things. Because Allah says in many verses in the Quran, you will return to Him and He'll explain to you all these things about which you were differing. يُنْبِئُكُمْ بِمَا كُنْتُمْ تَخْتَرِفُونَ فِيهِ تَخْتَرِفُونَ. He will tell you, He'll inform you. So people should just have some patience. Things will be made clear. And you don't know where people are in their evolution. There's people, an example of Michael Wolff. Michael Wolff is a person who told me, and he said it, the reason I'm telling you is because he said it on a television program, he thought about becoming a Muslim for 20 years. So, was he a kafir for those 20 years? Because the thing is, ultimately he became Muslim. So where does he lie in the spectrum? It's a fuzzy logic question. At which point you go from kufr into iman or vice versa. There's a fuzzy logic there because only a life in its totality can be judged. You can't judge anyone at any specific point in their life because you don't know what the total life is. And in the end of the day, if he dies saying tawbah and Allah accepts that tawbah, he could be the worst human being that ever lived. And that's success according to the Muslims. So you cannot judge people at any particular point in their life. You have to have the whole life. And only God can do that. So don't judge people. Unless it's somebody stole, you have to deal with that problem. That's a problem, and there's a judgment that goes with it. But even in that case, you can forgive them. If I own a store and somebody steals, I can say, أَجْعَلُكَ فِي حِلْ. It's yours. And the Prophet ﷺ said, يَرْحَمُ مَنْ فِي الْأَرْضِ يَرْحَمُكُمْ مَنْ فِي السَّمَاءِ. مَنْ فِي الْأَرْضِ. That's sigha umum. Man is one of the uses for generalization in the Arabic language. Have mercy on anyone in the earth, on those in the earth. It doesn't just mean specific people. It's man fil ard. Have mercy or compassion with those in the earth, and the one in the heavens will have compassion on you. And this is what Thomas Jefferson said, when I looked at people, I demanded divine justice. But then I started looking at myself and I began to beg for mercy. So that's a powerful statement. You look outside, you want justice. You start looking inside, you want mercy. And I'll tell you another thing, and people don't realize this. Every fault that you see out there, and this is from Raghib Isfahani, every fault that you see out there is a fault in you. It's a fault in you, either manifest or like fire in flint. In other words, had you lived that person's life, you might be doing the exact same thing that person's doing. So because you're human, and humans are susceptible to all things human, anyone you see out there with a fault is a fault in you, either manifest or hidden in you like fire and flint. In other words, the right cause can start the spark. And that is a way of looking at the world with compassion. You begin to actually look at human beings in a different light. Because you don't know what they've been through. You don't know what type of suffering they've had. The three principles. This deals with Tawheed because we're going into Tawheed. The foundation of Tawheed falls into three broad categories. The first is he calls it Tawheed. It's actually called Ilahiyat, which are the divinities. The second is called Nabu'at, or the things related to prophethood. And the last is called the Sam'iyat. He calls it Ma'ad, which is the same thing. Sam'iyat are the eschatological matters, those things that relate to eschatology or what comes after we die. So you have theology, and then you have revelation, and then you have eschatology. Those are the three branches of Tawheed. Now, one of the things that's important here is God is the foundation, the beginning of everything Islamic, according to our belief. The angels are creatures nearest to God in cosmic hierarchy, and they play a central role in God's interrelationship with human beings. So they're intermediaries. The measuring out, which is the qadar, both its good and its evil, refer to how God interacts with creation. To each thing, God measured out a certain limited amount of good, and as the negative consequence of exactly the same act, a certain amount of evil. So because everything's created in pairs. Because only Allah is without pair. And this world is an admixture of good and evil, light and darkness. The whole world is shade. There's no pure light in the world. The only reason you can see right now is because there's a mixture of light and the absence of light. If it was pure light, you would be blind. And if it was pure darkness, you would be blind. So the whole world is a mixture of light and darkness. Now what Allah is telling us is He created this world to take you from darknesses into light. So the process of being in the world is a process of moving through shades. It's a process of coming from darkness into the light. But that is a process. He's taking you out of darknesses, so there's these different degrees of darknesses to the one light, which is the light of guidance. And this is an evolution. So human beings, if they're on a spiritual path, are evolving. Things are becoming clearer because more light is coming in. More light is being introduced into the darkness of the material world. So this is the penetration of the spiritual realm into the material realm. And this is what revelation in essence is. It's the movement from the unseen into the seen. From that pure light, it's light moving into the darkness of the material world. Because the material world is, in a sense, not pure otherness, but because it's other than God. Because it's corruptible. Because it has elements that are susceptible to corruption. The degree that those elements exist in the world is the degree of darkness in the world, because it's other than God. The elements in the world of light relate to the fact that the creation is an act of God. So, Tawheed, the first is the Shahada. The first Shahada expresses Tawheed, while the second speaks of prophecy. Now, this is, I think, very, very important insight for all of us to understand here. So I just want to... If you look at the Shahada, it's La ilaha illallah. Now, just the way that this is said is significant. There's 3 letters here in the whole Shahada. That's all. There's just 3 letters. The Alif, Hamza, Lam, and Ha, which means Ilah, God. And this is the definition of Ilah. So within the Shahada... Now, another thing about Shahada, is, if you actually say it, La ilaha illallah, it's the same thing. It's just moving the tongue up and down. Now what that is contraction, expansion. Contraction, la, expansion. La ilaha illallah. It's contraction, expansion. That is related to the two aspects of the shahada, which is negation, nafi, and ithbat. You have negation, which precedes affirmation. In other words, you have to negate before you can affirm. So when you say in Arabic, when you negate, you say la. And in Arabic, when you affirm, you say ajal. La is the negation, a is the affirmation. That's why the Arabs, they say now aywa, aywallahi, aywallahi. That's how you affirm something. When you negate, you say la. And that's why the first thing a child learns really in most cultures is negation. La. Because it hears it, obviously. Don't do that. No. So it learns quick. That's a powerful thing. They realize it's powerful. Because negation is very powerful. But more powerful than negation is affirmation. Affirmation wipes out negation. So what happens is you begin by negating and you end by affirming. You begin by saying La ilaha. That's the beginning of Tawheed, negation. La ilaha, there's no God. What does that mean? There is no God worthy of worship. La ilaha. In other words, there is nothing worthy of worship in reality. And that's why the Arabs say this is La ma'budun siwallahi. La ma'bud siwallah. Bihaqqin siwallah. There's nothing worshipped in truth other than God. That's what it means. There's nothing worshipped in truth other than God. Nothing. And that's why when you say La ilaha illallah, you're saying there's no God in reality except the one true God. You're also saying that there's nothing that I should devote myself to except God. There's nothing I should be devoted to in truth. Bihaqqin, in truth, except God. No money. Money's not God. Fame is not God. Fortune's not God. Beauty is not God. Material world is not God. Nothing is worthy of worship except illallah. There's your affirmation. Except the true God, Allah. That is the essence of Tawheed. And then, because that is not self-evident in reality, you need to understand it through a medium. Because self-evident truths are not truths that are simply obvious. They're truths that are obvious upon reflection. And that's why, if you look in the Declaration of Independence, it says, we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. That's not something that's obvious to everybody. But if you begin to reflect on it, it is a self-evident truth. It doesn't need to be proved from outside of itself. So, what we mean by God's existence is self-evident does not necessarily mean that everybody's going to get that there's only one God. In fact, most cultures fall very quickly into polytheism because it's very easy to actually think there's more than one God. And that's why the Brahman actually believe that most people are too stupid to understand divine unity. Even though the highest varna or class in Hinduism believes in one God. They don't believe in idols. But what they say is that the people in the lower classes don't have the intellect to grasp this truth. And so we need to give them forms that they can hold on to. The same is true in other religions that have icons and they need objects of worship because it's difficult to worship the abstract. Outside of the Muslims, the Jews are unique because Christianity quickly moved in to worshiping forms and icons became objects of worship. In Judaism, there is no form for God. And that's why the holiest of holies was an empty room. When the Roman emperor, when they conquered Jerusalem, when he actually went into the Holy of Holies, he thought he was going to find all these idols. It was an empty room. like the Kaaba. And it's just like, what do they worship? Well, that's exactly it. It's not in this world. And so that's difficult for people. Abstractions are really difficult. And that's why Tawheed is a high thing. It's not a low thing. Even though it's very simple in the outward, La ilaha illallah, even children do it. Lala is one of the first things that most children can say. And lullaby comes from a Greek word, lulen, which means soothing. And children feel very soothed by the sound la la la. And that's why lullabies originally had la 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 in them. And that's what La ilaha illallah is, very soothing. Some psychiatrist that was doing that study about just the soothing effects of people saying just the divine name. And it's true. And I met somebody that she was given the name. She didn't even know what it was. She was told to repeat La ilaha illallah over and over for depression, just like as a treatment. And she got cured of her depression. She ended up becoming a Muslim, but she didn't even know. She told somebody that her psychiatrist gave her this amazing formula to say. He told her to do it in the morning, preferably before the sun came up, and then in the evening before she went to sleep for about a half hour, and she would do that. And she said she started feeling better. And he said, what was it? And he said, that's the Muslim creed. That's a true story. She died, rahimahullah. But I met her in England. She was an English lady from Liverpool. So when we go into Tawheed, understanding God. Now, one of the things that they point out that I think is very important is there are some Muslims that believe that God is something else, and there are also non-Muslims that think Allah is something else. So, and I saw a Christian and a Muslim having a dialogue, and the Christian said, I just have to say that I don't believe in the God you believe in. And what he meant, because if you read certain Christian literature about Islam, they will say that Muslims believe in another God, like the moon god or whatever god. And there are Muslims that think that the Christians, because they believe in the Trinity, that they believe in another God. Now, the point that the Quran makes when it says, "Ta'alu ila kalimatin sawa'an baynana wa baynakum," let's look at what we agree upon before we discuss anything else, that we only worship one God. The understanding there is that if we're talking about, are we talking about the creator of the heavens and the earth? Yes. Then we're talking about the same God. What we're differing on is the particulars. The universal we agree on. But we begin to differ when we look at what is our concept of that God. Because Christians believe God is one. They don't believe God is three. They really don't. They do not believe God is three. They believe He's one. But He's tripart in this mystical, mysterious way. And they'll never explain it. So they believe in one God. They're not idolaters like that. They believe in one God. And the Jews definitely believe in one God. But within Judaism, there's some anthropomorphism as well. But even within certain Muslim sects, you get anthropomorphism, where you begin to describe God like a human having hands and feet and limbs and things like that, which is haram to do that. You can't do that. I mean, one of the things Imam al-Ghazali says, that the word in Arabic for hand has 17 meanings. Yet, he said, now, which one are you going to choose that God meant when He said Yadullah? In other words, don't interpret it. Just leave it the way it is. But we know it doesn't mean this with absolute certainty. We know that when God says Yadullah, He is not talking about something like this. We know that. Laysa kamithlihi shay. There's a universal. There's nothing like God. And therefore, it's not like this. Because if I said that, then I'm saying God's like His creation, which is impossible. So when we look at the word God in the Quran, Allah is used. Now the Orientalists say it's obvious this is from ilah. Well, that is not obvious to the Muslims. The Muslim theologians do not think that Allah is from ilah. And people say, but look, it's same letters and this and that. Well, it's like saying Arizona is from arid zona. arid zone, dry area. Right? Well, it looks just like it. You're making up an etymology that's not there. So the Muslims prefer just to say Allahu A'lam, where Allah comes from, that word itself. Some say it's Al-Ilah, and then it got what they call the idgham, where you say Allah. But most of the ulama, including Imam Suyuti, say the word Allah does not come from any other word. It's غير mushtaq. It's not derived from any. It is ism alam. That's what they call it. It's a proper name. Now, before we can understand really how we understand God, the important thing is how we don't understand God. And that's why he goes into this idea of shirk. But one of the things that he points out before that, and she points out, which is important, is the idea of ilah. In the Quran, ilah, which can have a plural, which is called alihat, gods and gods, as well as like goddesses and things. The word ilah is used sometimes positive and sometimes negative. It basically means the object of devotion or worship. And in the Quran, it says that there are those who take their own desires as gods beside Allah. And in fact, the Prophet ﷺ, in a hadith that Imam Qurtubi relates, says, أَبْغَضُ إِلَهًا يُعْبَدُ فِي الْأَرْضِ الْهَوَىٰ. The thing that Allah hates, the idol that Allah hates more on the earth that is worshipped, is man's own desire. Which is very interesting because most people don't think of idolatry as being something inside of you. They see it as something outside. You have to have a stone or a wooden form or something, a cow, that you an object of worship. But the Quran says, أَرَأَيْتَ الَّذِي اتَّخَذَ إِلَهُهُ هَوَاهُ. Have you not seen the one or have not considered the one who has taken as his God his own desires, his own caprice, his own whims? And that's very interesting because that is the thing that's the most difficult thing to remove. That's the real shirk that becomes difficult. Worshipping our opinions. Because we become assiduously devoted to them. We're not willing to give them up for anything. We'll even die for them. That's a God beside Allah. There are many idolaters amongst Muslims from that category. May Allah protect us from that. But many Muslims don't realize that they fall in that category. The Prophet ﷺ said, مُدْمِنَ الْخَمْرِ كَعَابِدِ وَثَنٍ. Somebody who's addicted to drugs is like a worshiper of an idol. Because you will do anything for your God. There are people that will kill for drugs. Literally kill for drugs. Money. People will kill for money. Their desire. It's just desire. It's not the object of desire. What is forcing somebody to steal? It's inside. It's not outside. The object is called causa occasionalis, if you want a good Latin word, in logic. It is the occasional cause. It's not the deep cause. The deep cause is desire because another person sees the same object and they don't have any money and they might even want it, but they don't steal it. Why? Because they're in control of their desire. So when the object outside, it's only seen, the delusional state is, oh, well, I had to have it. That's what made me do it. No, it was inside from the beginning. That desire was there, and that was only an exciting cause. It's not the deep cause. The deep cause is tama'. The deep cause is this covetousness for the things of the world. So shirk in the Arabic language means to share, to be a partner, to make someone share, and to give someone a partner, to associate someone with someone else. Sharik is literally, you can call هذا شريكي في التجارة. This is my partner in commerce. So you're sharing. Musharaka. If we share things, natasharik, we share the food, we share conversation, whatever. So the idea of associating or sharing with God, something which is God's alone. And that's why the Prophet ﷺ said that Allah says in a hadith Qudsi, whoever associates man ashraka biya, فَأَنَا أَغْنَى شُرَكَائِي عَنِ الشِّرْكِ. I have no need of those partners. So if you associate with Allah partners, You've associated with Allah what He doesn't need. And why do you go into partnerships? Because you need them. In commerce, why do you have partners? Because you need them. So Allah is saying, you're associating with me something that I have no need of, and therefore it's batil. Because there's no purpose. There's no purpose. So, shirk is the reverse side of tawheed. Now, the literal sense of the term shirk may suggest that one has to be conscious of associating others with God in order to be guilty of it. How can I give a partner to someone if I do not know the someone? Well, that's actually true. And that's why the Quran says, وَلَا تَجْعَلُوا لِلَّهِ أَنْدَادًا وَأَنْتُمْ تَعْلَمُونَ. Do not associate God once you know. And that's why a person who's in that state without knowledge is forgiven. But once it's been explained to you, then after that, you're taken into account for your knowledge. And that's why the Prophet ﷺ, in hidden shirk, he taught us to say, Allahumma inni a'udhu bika an ushrika bika wa ana a'lamu wa astaghfiruka lima la a'lam. Oh Allah, I seek refuge in you from associating with you, and I'm aware of it. And I ask forgiveness for that which I'm not aware of. Because there's subtle things that what the modern psychologists call the subconscious mind. The Muslims understood this. The Quran says, وَلَكِنَّهُمْ لَا يَشْعُرُونَ. They're not conscious of it. They're doing يُخَادِعُونَ اللَّهَ وَالَّذِينَ آمَنُوا وَلَا يُخَادِعُونَ إِلَّا أَنفُسَهُم. They attempt to deceive God and those who believe, but they only succeed in deceiving themselves. But they're unaware. And that unawareness, the modern Arabic word for the subconscious is la shu'ur, which is exactly the way Allah describes the state of the hypocrite, is that he's not aware. Now the thing about la shu'ur, the subconscious, is there's an understanding in the Islamic tradition that in a truly deep sense you are aware. And it's not an excuse. And that's why the Quran says in the next world people will say, لَوْ كُنَّا نَسْمَعُ وَنَعْقِلُ مَا كُنَّا فِي أَصْحَابِ السَّعِيرِ فَاعْتَرَفُوا بِذَنْبِهِمْ. Would we have only listened and comprehended what was being said to us, we wouldn't have ended up in this wretched place. And then Allah says, they finally admit their wrongs. So these defense mechanisms of projection and denial and all these things that human beings do are essentially, according to the Islamic understanding, they're still responsible for them. And the reason for that is because this power that Allah has given us is just too vast and too enormous. And if you don't make use of it, then only you have yourself to blame. All the tools were given you. So it's like somebody who's given a plot of land. They have the cow, they have the plow, and they just sit there and just watch it. And then when harvest time comes, everybody else is harvesting, and they're saying, nothing grew. Well, you had the seed, you had the plow, you had the cow. Why didn't you do anything? Oh, you mean I should have done something? Rumi has a poem about the Day of Judgment. He said, on that day, you'll come with your head bowed, and you'll look at the prophets, and you'll say, get me out of this mess. The mud of my life. Because I'm mired in the mud of my life. And he said those kings on that day, those noble prophets will say, you left the plow in the middle of the field, and now you want us to harvest for you? You had all that time, you had all that energy, you had all that. So there's a belief in Islam that Tawheed is from the fitrah of human. It's something we deeply know. It's our inherent nature to know. And that is why children will completely accept the understanding. They'll just completely accept it. They'll accept Tawheed. It makes perfect sense to them. Now, the idea of hidden shirk, the Prophet ﷺ came out, and this is a hadith that Ibn Majah relates, that the Prophet ﷺ came out, and they were talking about the Antichrist. And he said, shall I tell you something that is more frightening to me than the Antichrist? And they said, what? And he said, hidden shirk. The shirkul khafi, which is called riya. In other words, that a man should perform prayer and do it beautifully for the sake of someone who is watching. And Sa'di tells the story about the man in the mosque praying, and he hears the door open and he decides, I'm going to pray a long prayer because that person will think. And when he finishes his prayer, he looks to see if the person saw him, and it was a dog that came into the mosque. You see, it's all in your head. It's not about what's out there. It's all your perceptions. Now, this is my favorite section here, which is the signs of God. The Quran is called Kalam Allah, which is God's speech directed at human beings. And so whatever is said in the Quran, we believe is an expression of God Himself. In the same way, when we speak, we express ourselves. So if I'm speaking, I'm expressing myself. We may be playing a role, but we ourselves have chosen the role, and no one else would play it the same way. Even roles we play express something about ourselves. So Kenneth Branagh's Hamlet is not Laurence Olivier's. Same text, but they have different interpretations. And so even an actor reciting the same lines, he's still expressing himself. So the idea of words being an expression of the nafs, and Allah has a nafs according to the Quran. تَتَعْلَمُ مَا فِي نَفْسِي وَلَا أَعْلَمُ مَا فِي نَفْسِكَ. When Allah speaks, we believe that is an expression of Himself in the Quran. Now, if the Quran expresses Allah, it is not the only thing that expresses Him. Other scriptures also express Him, and so do His creatures. So now we get into something very interesting, which is this idea of an expression. What is an expression? It is, when I speak, what I am doing is I am articulating symbols. If you speak my language, you are familiar with. So when I say, look at that tree, I don't have to look at the tree. You'll begin to look around to see the tree. You can ask me which tree. But when I say tree, an image emerges in your mind of something that has a trunk, it has branches, it has leaves. If it doesn't have a trunk, if it doesn't have branches, it doesn't have leaves, it's something else. It might be a bush. But when I say tree, that is what comes to your mind. If I say in Arabic to an Arab, tree, he'll say, what are you talking about? Ish ma'na tree. I'll say shajara. Now shajara to an English speaker doesn't mean anything, but to an Arab, he has the same image in his mind that you had when I said tree. So what is shared? It's the tree. But what else there? What is the nature of language is that it's a symbol. It is a sign that signifies something else. This is called in Arabic an ayah. So an ayah is something that signifies something else. Now, when we say that God has signs, what we're saying is there are things that signify God. There are the prophetic signs, there are the revelatory signs, but then there's the natural signs. So ayah in the Quran means in a general sense anything that means something else. Anything that's indicating something else. Shay'un yadullu ala shay'in akhar. That's what ayah means. So that's a general sense. In the Quran, it means everything in the heavens and the earth. Everything is a sign. And this is why we appointed the night and the day as two signs. They're ayatain. Al-layl wal-nahar are two signs of what? Of God. And a sign for them is the dead earth. وَمِنْ آيَاتِنَا. From amongst these signs, dead earth. And then it's brought back to life. Nuhyiha, right? That's a sign of God. You're seeing a sign. It's indicating something else. And among His signs are ships that run on the sea like landmarks. Al-fulk, that is on the ocean like a landmark. Ka'a'lam, like mountains. These are all signs. So these are signs. Now in the earth are signs for those who have certainty, and in yourself. وَفِي الْأَرْضِ آيَاتٍ وَفِي أَنفُسِكُمْ أَفَلَا تُبْصِرُونَ. In the earth are signs, and in yourselves are signs. Don't you see? In other words, don't you make the connection? In the same way when I said tree, you connected that with this thing that has trunk, branches, leaves. That's what Allah is saying. Don't you see? In other words, don't you see the connection between all these signs out there and all these signs in here, what they're indicating, what they mean? Now, the second narrower sense is the miracles and scriptures that are given to prophets. So prophets are given two types of signs. They are given scripture, which is an ayah, and they're given khawariq al-'ada. They're things that break the normal chain of events. So with Moses, it would have been like his staff. He had asa, Musa. That was a sign. And the magicians recognized it, and that's why when they saw it, they said, we believe in his God, not in you. Because they knew. Now what's Fir'aun looks at and he says, this is a conspiracy. That's what he said. This ta'amartum, you planned this thing. This is a conspiracy you did somewhere else. He can't believe because he's not seeing the same thing. The other is the wahi itself, the revelation is a sign. They said to the Prophet Salih, you are merely one of us who are bewitched. You are a mortal, right? You're bashar like us. Then produce a sign if you're truthful. So they want a sign. They want signs. That's what they said to Jesus. And he said, wicked is a generation that wants signs. In other words, it's so clear. Like Lao Tse, somebody asked him, what's a proof for the existence of God? He said, you're asking for a lamp to see the sun. And that's why they say, the Arabs, they say, وَلَا يَسْتَقِيمُ شَيْءٌ فِي الذِّهْنِ وَلَا يَسْتَقِيمُ فِي الذِّهْنِ شَيْءٌ إِذَا احْتَاجَ النَّهَارِ إِلَى الدَّلِيلِ. Nothing will make sense to you if you need a proof for daylight. This idea of signs, which is very interesting because the 20th century, the essence of 20th century philosophy is semiotics. They've become obsessed with signs. It's what philosophy has been reduced to, which is very interesting. That the Quran that's what it's talking about. It's talking about signs. And that's why one of the most brilliant philosophers of the 20th century was Izutsu, Japanese philosopher. He spent his life studying the Quran and wrote this amazing book on the signs, the semiotics of the Quran. Because he was just so engrossed in this idea. So, now the most specific sense of the word is the Quran are the actual sentences of the Quran, which are called ayat, the actual syntactical components. They're meaning statements that are called ayat. Now, one of the really interesting things about signs, and I just want you to think about this. One of the things about people is, and everybody's had this experience, where you don't know a word, and suddenly you look it up in a dictionary, and now you know it. And then suddenly it starts appearing everywhere. And you're like, that's amazing. What a coincidence. Why does it suddenly start appearing everywhere? Because now you know what it means. And so suddenly it becomes meaningful. And before you were just removing it from your field of vision. Now you're allowing it in because you've accommodated it into a frame of reference. Now, one of the things about human beings, if you're traveling on a trip, and I love road signs. I just got a traffic ticket yesterday in San Jose. He actually reduced it way down because I told him, this is a crazy city. And how do you get out of this city once you're in it? Because that song, Do You Know the Way to San Jose? They say he wrote it in downtown San Jose. You don't know where you are in that city. It's just crazy. And I told him, he said, didn't you see that sign? I said, no, I didn't see the sign. Why didn't you see it? It was right in front of you. I said, I really didn't see the sign. They hear that every time. Didn't you see that sign? Yeah, right. It's clear as day. Well, that's what the angels say to people. Didn't you see that sign? It was right in front of you. No, I didn't see it. Why? You know why I didn't see the sign? Because there was a mailman in front of me going like this. Right? You know what he was telling me? There's a cop behind you. Don't turn left. He distracted me from seeing the sign. That's what Iblis does. You see, Iblis, he's out there. Do that, and that's what you don't see the sign. Ignorance is not an excuse in the eyes of the law. You have a driver's license. You're driving a car. There's signs that you're supposed to know what you mean. You took a test to prove that you know what they mean. And then you're going to plead ignorance. I didn't see it. Well, you should be more attentive, right? That's what he says. So he writes you a ticket. And then you have to pay a fine. And when I said to him, look, I didn't, he said, well, hey, my job is to write tickets. That's what the angel said. My job? I'm just doing my job. My job is to punish you. It's not to, that's what he was saying to me. My job is to punish you, not to sit here and debate. You broke the law. It's an infraction. And that's my job. And I'm sorry. It's a painful thing to do if I really think about it, but it's my job. There you go. So what can I do? Rip it up? The police come. They take your car away. There's other, if you ignore the warnings, because that's just a warning. If you ignore that, there's more repercussions. It just gets worse and worse and worse. So imagine humanity on this highway. They're driving along. The first sign they see, Lustville, 100 miles. Suddenly speeds up, only 100 miles. If I do 100 miles per hour, I'll get there in an hour. That's good, right? He's going to Lustville. On the way, there's a sign, Paradise, and it's pointing that way to turn. Does he see that sign? No, because he's so preoccupied with Lustville. He can't see the sign to Paradise. And then there's another sign, Gluttony Land. So maybe he's not a satyr. Maybe he's a glutton. Gluttony Land, I'm going there. Floors it. Right? Can't wait to get there to eat. So he doesn't see the sign to paradise. Each one of these signs that people see on the road, and they can't see that other sign because they're so preoccupied with their destination. But they chose that destination. Now, if you were given a job, and this is Vanity Fair, right? I think it's Thackeray or whoever wrote it. The story of Vanity Fair, where the man was given a job by the king. But on the way to fulfill his job, there's a fair on the side of the road. And he thinks, well, I've got all the way till sunset, so I'm just going to stop and just enjoy the show, and there's some distractions, and I'll have a little fun, and then I'll go and I'll do what the king told me to do. So he goes in, and Vanity Fair's filled with distractions, and it's wonderful, and he's having a great time, and he gets so engrossed in all of these distractions that suddenly it's sunset, and Vanity Fair's closing up, and he hasn't done what the king asked him to do. Now he's got to go back to the palace and tell the king, and the king says, I sent you in the morning. You had all day to do it. Now, is the king going to accept the excuse, oh, well, you know, I saw this beautiful fair along the side of the road. On my time? You were playing on my time? Somebody works for FedEx, but he's got a gambling problem. So he goes out in the morning with all these packages, and then he passes by a gambling casino, and I'll just go in and do one time on that slot machine. Right? Goes in one time, and then suddenly no, one time leads to another, and then suddenly the day's over, and he suddenly goes out, and he's got all these packages that he hasn't delivered that he has to take back. Is he going to keep his job? No. So that's the nature of the world. The task is very clear, but the signs are ignored. It's not that they're not there. They're just ignored. And that's why. How many a sign there is in the heavens and the earth that they pass by, turning away from it. It's all there. It's very obvious. But that's what the Quran is saying. People ignore these signs because they don't have time for them. They're too preoccupied. They're preoccupied with their worldly things, making more money, getting that bigger house, enhancing my portfolio, bulking up my CV.
This completes CD number 5. This begins CD number 6.
And the beauty of Islam is that it doesn't say turn away from the world. It says be in the world like a stranger. Just know that you're not going to be here forever, and then act accordingly, because a stranger does not behave like other people. If you come into a village and you're passing through it, you don't set up shop, you don't marry and have a family in the village when you know that you're going to leave. And I'm not saying that doesn't mean you don't do that in this world, but you do it with that understanding that these are things I'm going to leave behind, so that you don't become totally obsessed and attached to them. Well, I think that this section it's just, you can go on and on. I actually didn't finish what I was going to cover, but we'll stop there and leave it at interpreting the signs. Any comment or question? No, they have a truth in themselves, just like words. Words have an intrinsic value in and of themselves, but their purpose is to signify something else. Definitely. And there's a correlation. I mean, if you get into he goes in a little bit, and it's an interesting. He's taken it from 13th century Andalusian scholar, philosopher, who thought that the world was composed of letters, that there were basically like DNA. With DNA you have 4 nucleic acids, and these nucleic acids combine into 64 possible combinations. And those 64 possible combinations then translate out into certain structures. And that is what gives things their uniqueness. But it's all based on the same basic building blocks of life. It's the same thing. Everything has the same DNA. So his idea was that everything in the world is a manifestation of speech, and that the letters, they were like DNA. So liver is a certain combination, and in every body it will be the same combination. Any creature that has a liver, the liver is composed of the same archetypal letters. It's a philosophy. I mean, I don't know what his proofs were from the Quran or anything like that. I'm sure he had them, but it's an idea. So, but the word alam in Arabic means sign. Alam means sign. Alam is ism fa'al. Fa'al is the thing that you do something with. Like tabi' is the thing that you seal with. So alam is the thing you know something by. And so the world is that by which you know the alim, the knower, who is Allah. So the difference is between fatha and kasra, between God and the world. This is the difference between fatha and kasra. So if you have that fath from the world, then you get opened up to see the truth of the world, which is that it's an ayah of God. It's ayatullah. What kind of desire are halal and what kind of desires are haram? I mean, the desires are all, they're not bad things. Desires generally, unless it's things that are haram in Sharia, the desire for food is a good desire. You don't want not to have a desire for food, you'll die. But if you have desire for pork, then you've got a problem. Or if you have a desire for excessive food that's going to harm you, you have a problem. It's not haram to overeat, but it's makruh. But if you do it to where it damages your health, and a doctor is telling you have to cut down your food consumption, then it becomes haram. Because لَا تُلْقُوا بِأَيْدِيكُمْ إِلَى التَّهْلُكَةِ, don't kill yourselves. They say most people dig their graves with their teeth. Can you divorce a partner who has haram desires? Is this a good reason for divorce? Well, if it's something like thinking that, I don't know what that is related to, but if it's things that are prohibited and they want that person to partake in them, it's haram to do that. That would be grounds for divorce if the person was forcing them to do something or demanding that they did something that was haram, like rectal intercourse. What is natural signs of God beside natural? The natural signs of God are other than prophets and revelation. So everything other than prophet and revelation is a sign. So our own souls are signs of God, ourselves. The fact that we're hearing, seeing, living, all these things. These are signs of God. Sight, speech, understanding, comprehension. Japanese philosopher Zutsu. He has a book, The Quranic Weltanschauung. He spoke like 32 languages or something. Phenomenal intellect. the book. It's called the Quranic Weltanschauung, which is a German word for worldview. And he has another one on a book on the ethical. If you're interested in his books, you can get them through Fons Vitae on the web. Vonsvitae. Fons Vitae. Can someone say the Shahada on the phone? Or what? Yeah, Shahada on the phone. Well, you need witnesses. You can say the Shahada wherever you want. But to make it sound, you need witnesses, 2 witnesses. So it would be better to do it in person. If you were living on a desert island with a cell phone and there was nobody there and you wanted to say Shahada, so you called a Muslim country and asked for a second operator to come on or something like that, then you could do that. I'm not making that. It's a good question. Like believes in language games and things like that. Right. Yeah, that's a modern philosophy of the idea that language is, Wittgenstein, the end of his life, he didn't speak because he didn't believe that language, he was a philosopher of language, but he didn't believe that language really, that you could say anything true in language. But the whole world is running or not running because of, it's actually probably not running because of language as well as it's running because of language. I mean, the problem is language. The problem is communication. Rumi, one of my favorite stories of Rumi is there's an Arab, a Persian, and a Roman. They're traveling together on a road, and they've come across this dirham, and they all grab it at the same time. And so the Arab says, "Inab, we have to buy inab with it." And the Persian says, no, we buy angur. And then the Roman, he says, no, we're going to buy vanitas. And they're all words for grape. So they start fighting each other. And his comment is that all that was needed was a good translator. Part of the problem is language. One of the things that they point out here that I really believe in is that when people say, I don't believe in God, Muslims should say, well, what's your definition of God? Because I might not believe in that God either. A lot of people don't believe in an unbelievable God. That's true. But in dealing with somebody who's trapped in that rejection of language, I think it's you have to establish first that language can, if I tell him to stand up and he stands up, that my language has been meaningful enough to make him do an act. And therefore, something that has meaning can be conveyed in language, and it can be demonstrated very easily that language is meaningful. If he means that we can't use language to speak about transcendent truth, which is the idea of logical positivism, which is another modern aberration, the idea that any metaphysical language is meaningless, that we can only speak about material or concrete things, that's also very problematic because the human mind has universals, and yet you will never see a universal. I'm sorry. If I say tree, you all have an understanding of a universal. But when I point to a particular tree, that is not the universal tree. That is one particular tree. So there are, even within language, abstract things that we recognize to be true, that indicate a shared or common thing that particulars all share. I've gone out and watched trees, and trees are very interesting things. And you watch trees, and I've had just walking and looking at all these different trees and realizing each one of them was completely unique, and feeling like whoever invented this idea of a universal tree, it's not true. Every one is just totally unique. But at the same time, it's not true because every human being on this planet is unique, and yet we share the fact that we are human beings. Although I cannot point to you human being as a universal. I can only point to you a particular example of a human being. So we have a concept in our mind of what is human that is not to be seen in the world. And universals, you can't find them. And yet the mind recognizes them. So again, there are things, that's a metaphysical concept because it's beyond the material world, the universal concept. And the idea of God is The brain is wired for it. Simple as that. There's a book called Why God Will Not Go Away. And this is a neurobiology of belief. People are wired to believe. And it's just truth in that. It's as simple as that. And people do have beliefs. So unfortunately, you get caught in these kind of mind games. And I think ultimately, for me, it was a car accident. Sometimes it just takes really powerful shocks to wake people up out of that type of slumber. I mean, Sheikh Saeed Ramadan al-Bulti in Kubra Yaqiniyat al-Kawniyah says that for the Muslims, the atheist is a sign of God. Just the fact that somebody can deny God in this world is a proof, not only of God, but that He's merciful and compassionate. That He can walk around and say it with impunity. I don't believe in God. I mean, some of them will do that. I don't believe in you. I mean, what is that? And then they say no lightning bolt came down. Like, so really, people will say that. Okay, if there's no God, strike me down right now. Just strike me down, God. If you're really there, do it. God's merciful. I mean, Sidi Ahmed Zarruq said for him, one of the biggest proofs of God was sailors. Because he said that they're some of the worst people on the planet. And he said, and yet they can safely cross an ocean. No offense to any sailors. But in English they say, his language is so bad he could make a sailor blush. The idea. And port cities are famous for problems. How do we know we are forgiven after tawbah? Well, we should assume that. Because the Prophet ﷺ said that Allah says, Ana inda dhanni abdi bi. I'm in the opinion of my servant. Which means if you made a sincere tawbah and you don't believe God forgave you, He won't forgive you. But if you believe He did, He will. If it's a sincere tawbah.
Some of the words that the Quran uses for those who can discern signs or who can understand signs. And one of the fundamental points that the Quran makes is that there are two types of people. There are people who reflect on the signs, and then there are people who ignore the signs. And they ignore the signs to their own detriment. And the Quran also gives us a clear picture of the results that happen from people that ignore the signs. And those signs relate to both effects in this world and then also effects in the next world. So for instance, the Quran gives a lot of signs of what happens to societies when they're irreligious and begin to deviate from the path that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has given them. Constantly the Quran is saying, travel in the land and look at the people that went before you. Look at how they built. They were more powerful than you were. They built better buildings than you built. And yet they came to naught because ultimately they began to disbelieve in the signs of Allah. And the analogy that the Quran strikes is of the city. ضَرَبَ اللَّهُ مَثَلًا قَرْيَةً. Allah strikes the similitude of a city or the likeness of a city. كَانَتْ آمِنَةً. It was safe, مُطْمَئِنَّةً, content. And then its provision would come from all over. And this was really to the Meccan people, reminding the Meccan people. And then the Quran says that فَكَفَرَتْ بِأَنْعُمِ اللَّهِ. They began to deny the bounties of Allah. In other words, they forgot that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala was the mun'im. And that's what happens when you ignore the source of blessing and begin to see yourself or your society as being the providers of whatever you've done. There's people that see their work as being the reason that they're getting something out. So the Quran uses certain words in relation to these two signs. The signs being out there and in ourselves, those are the natural signs, and then the signs of the revelation. The Quran uses the word aqala, afala ta'qilun, which means don't you use your intellects. So the aql, which is the component that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has given man, is there to be able to comprehend.
So the idea of using your aql, and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says that He gave you sam' wal basar wal fu'ad. He gave you hearing, sight, and a heart. And the ulama say that the reason that these three are mentioned together is because mawaradul ilm, the ways in which knowledge comes in to you are through your sight and sound. And they're signs in themselves, but it's through the sight and the sound. And that's why Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says that there are signs, وَفِي أَنفُسِكُمْ أَفَلَا تُبَصِّرُونَ. Don't you see them? In Surah Al-Mulk, when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says that the people in hell say, لَوْ كُنَّا نَسْمَعُ, had we only listened. And you'll see these two attributes. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says we gave them sight, sam'a wal basara wal fu'ada, in order that they show gratitude. So the idea of showing gratitude through these capacities that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has given you to perceive these. So the aql is rooted in the fu'ad. That's the Quranic view. لَهُمْ قُلُوبٌ لَا يَفْقَهُونَ بِهَا. They have hearts, but they can't perceive with their hearts. The second, the idea of understanding, al-fahm. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gives the human being the ability to use the intellect to understand meanings. And so you have fahm. And also you have fiqh in the Quran, which is the faqih in Old Arabic was the one who could discern a pregnant animal in the midst of a herd. It was the one that could see something that was not apparent to others. And so the faqih has a perception that other people don't have. And when the Prophet ﷺ said, مَنْ يُرِيدِ اللَّهُ بِهِ خَيْرًا يُفَقِّهُ فِي الدِّينِ, that whoever Allah wants good for, He gives him understanding of the deen. Even though it's come to mean jurisprudence, it really doesn't mean it in that hadith. In that hadith, it means that they're able to comprehend the purpose of the deen. And obviously, the usuli, the real faqih, not the one that knows the ahkam, but the one who knows how to apply Islam in the world, irrespective of the circumstances. That is the real faqih. And then also, tafakkara. Fakkara is a negative word in the Quran. It's only used once with Al-Walid ibn Mughira, fakkara wa qaddara. But tafakkara, which has to do with struggling with thought. In other words, attempting to understand. Fakkara is really to produce thought, whereas tafakkara is to attempt to understand. And Al-Walid ibn Mughira was somebody who, he was thinking about what he could say about the Quran. Is it magic? Is it this? Is it that? And so the tafakkur is reflection. It's the idea of something enters into you and then you begin to attempt to understand what that means. That is what tafakkur is. Whereas fakkara is coming out of you, projecting onto something else. It actually has kind of the opposite meaning. It's you projecting onto something else. Whereas tafakkur is you allowing something to stimulate in you a desire to understand it at its real level. And then also you have tadhakkara, which is recollection, which is a very important concept in the Quran, because there's an idea in the Quran that human beings really do have an understanding of what this is all about in the innermost. And there's a type of forgetfulness, a ghafla, a heedlessness that's come over human beings because they've come into the world. And so the Quran gives this idea that this is a dhikr. It's actually a reminder of something you already know. وَذِكِّرْ فَإِنَّ ذِكْرَ تَنْفَعَ الْمُؤْمِنِينَ. Remind them, because reminders benefit believers. You can only be reminded of something you already know. And so there is this understanding that all of these things that we're being taught, we actually already know them. And so it becomes a recollection that we're really recollecting something that the human being has already perceived. And then tawassama is another one, which is, wasama is a sign as well. And tawassama is to perceive the meaning of a sign. And again, this is the mutawassim was somebody who could see from the face of a person whether they were good or bad. I mean, that was the jahili understanding of a mutawassim. It was somebody that could see what was hidden behind the apparent. And that, again, if you look at all of these words and these ideas, they're all revolving around this same idea, that the world is signs, and what human beings are is they are interpreters of signs. And Allah has given human beings what is called in the Quran lub, what's called qalb, what's called fu'ad, what's called aql. There's all these different words that are nuances of the same meaning. And lub, because the Quran says this is the ulil albab, that people that have lub. The word lub, if you look at its root meaning, it's a seed. And again, the idea, it's pith. It's something obviously that, when you say pithy, it's deep, because the seed is buried in the center of something. So these people are people that in their center is something that contains the whole thing. In other words, the lub is like the seed of a tree. The entire tree is contained in the seed. In the same way, in the human being, there's something at the essence of the human being that contains this knowledge of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and of the universe. And then in terms of the ayahs, there are different types of ayahs. There are ayahs of ni'mah, so there are signs of Allah's blessing. Good health, al-afiyah, is a sign of Allah's blessing. It's a ni'mah. And wealth. All of these type things are signs that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has given you blessings. And the Prophet ﷺ said that true wealth is contentment. So somebody who does not desire is really the wealthy person. So if somebody has a great deal of wealth and yet they're still filled with desire and trying to acquire more and more, then they're not wealthy according to our understanding. And then rahmah is mercy. And there's a belief that at the root of this entire universe is mercy. Ar-Rahman is really the essential attribute that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is giving to His creation. And at the essence of the Prophet ﷺ's being is rahmah. وَمَا أَرْسَلْنَاكَ إِلَّا رَحْمَةً لِلْعَالَمِينَ, that we only sent you as a mercy to all of the worlds. So there are all of these signs in the world that are signs of His mercy. And Ibn Abbas said, when you reach a certain level of perception, everything becomes mercy. In other words, you don't see anything other than mercy, because even in the punishments that Allah afflicts on human beings, they're much less than what we deserve. And in that is a mercy. So you begin to actually see that Allah is a merciful Lord, that at the root of His tribulations in the world is actually mercy more than anything else. And then also there is tabshir, which is this idea of Allah giving bushra. If you do this, then this happens. If they believe, Allah will give them rain, He will increase their crops, all of these things. There's tabshir in the Quran. So there are signs of tabshir. On the other hand, there's signs of intiqam, which is that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala yantaqim, He takes vengeance. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will avenge His people. So if there are righteous people that are persecuted for their righteousness, then there's a belief that Allah is a personal God, in that He will actually take vengeance upon those who oppress and persecute. So that's a warning. These become warnings. And again, these are signs as well. Even though it's very difficult for you to discern, it's not really permissible in Sharia to look at something and say that's because he did this, this, and this. But it's something that, according to the Quran, is a possibility that should be considered. So whenever anything happens to people that is terrible, they should always consider the possibility that this is from their own hands, that it's what their own hands have wrought. And that's a very important idea in the Quran. Iqab comes from a word aqiba, which is what comes after. So the iqab is a punishment, but it's the idea of the punishment is a result of prior actions. And so you don't see the punishment as simply arbitrary tyranny, that it's just there's something cruel here. No, you see the punishment as a direct result, and therefore what Allah says in the Quran again and again is that He does not oppress His servants. And then also you have the adhab, and adhab is a direct result also of those who transgress. And then indhar, which is very important, because just as you have tabshir, you have indhar. So just if you have glad tidings, you have a warning. And the prophets are unique in that they have tabshir and indhar. In other words, they warn and they give good news. And you will always see in the Quran, whenever there is a verse that deals with punishment, it will always be followed by a verse that deals with mercy. You will never see verses in the Quran separate like that. You will always see that there is a promise. So this is called wa'ad and wa'id. You have the promise of if you do right, then you get the promise of the righteous, which is that Allah accepts you and blesses you. And if you do wrong, then you have this indhar, this warning that there is retribution, there's requital. And then the human response to all of these, because this is all happening out there. I mean, this is the world. There's wonderful things happening and there's terrible things happening. And so the human response to these events in the world is one of two. There's only two possibilities. It's either tasdeeq or takdhib. Either you believe these signs or you deny them. So those who deny will turn signs into arbitrary, meaningless events, which is what nihilism does. We reduce events to chance and accident, that we don't live in a moral universe, that our actions do not have repercussions in the world. And if they do, those repercussions are arbitrary repercussions. They're not repercussions that have any significance in a cause and effect type of relationship with any moral component there, but rather cause and effect as a certain aggregate of variables that come together and then something happens from that. So crime can pay. Maybe it doesn't always pay, but it can pay. And if it's organized, it usually pays very well. So that's the kind of attitude that they have. The people that deny these signs. The people that accept the signs are people that believe that the universe is meaningful, that we're living in a world where everything that happens has both existential import. So me as an individual, my life is meaningful. The events that happen in my life are meaningful. They are not arbitrary events. And then we see this as a collective group. In other words, groups as collective groups of people have courses. And the courses that they take will determine outcomes as a collective group. And this is where you get into the idea of clans, of cities, and of countries or states. That an actual country can bring upon the wrath of God. And because they bring this upon them, they're taken to account as an aggregate, not as individuals. And that's why the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, said that when the punishment of God comes, it afflicts the good and bad. It afflicts everybody. And the Quran says, "Attaqu fitnatan la tusibanna alladhina zalamu minkum khassa." You should fear and guard yourselves from calamities that do not just afflict the oppressors among you. And the reason for that verse is that if only the oppressors were ever harmed by wrong in the world, then no one would have any cause to stop wrong in the world. They would simply just wait till the oppressor got what was coming to him. Whereas once you begin to understand that wrong in the world affects everybody, and therefore the kind of modern concept, well, as long as I don't hurt anybody, this is the idea. As long as I don't hurt anybody, then it's all right. But from the Islamic cosmology, that any wrong that is done openly and in public that is not rejected by the society will actually affect the society, even if it's not harming anybody per se. There's no apparent harm. But the reality of it is, it does take its toll and eventually begins to corrode the society until all those signs that come on civilizations in the past begin to happen, and then the civilization will disappear, be overrun by the hordes. If you want to go into Ibn Khaldun's philosophy that societies decay and then they're invaded by hordes, and then the hordes will tend to reinvigorate the society. So America gets invaded by the hordes of the South or something, if you want to look at Pat Buchanan's type of scenario of what's coming, that South America and Mexico overrun America. But then from that comes a reinvigoration. I mean, that's projection. In the past, it would be things like the Mughal hordes coming down and completely decimating the Muslim societies. But from the Mughals sprung this entirely reinvigorated Muslim culture and civilization. So they ended up being a blessing. Whereas you can't see the blessing when it's happening. All you can see is the massacre and the slaughter. And this is part of the thing that the Quran reminds us, that do not judge things because you can't see the whole picture. So you might think that something is terrible when it's happening. And that's why the Quran says, عَسَى أَن تَكْرَهُ شَيْئًا وَهُوَ خَيْرٌ لَكُمْ. Sometimes you detest things and yet they're very good for you. So you can see something in the short term, this short vision of something, you see it happening and you think, oh, this is terrible. But then in the end, it actually becomes something that there's a lot of blessing in it. That's why it's always important to wait and to withhold judgment. Because ultimately, it's only in understanding the thing in its entirety can you judge it. That's why the people of Bayan, which is one of the sciences of rhetoric in Islam, they say, الْحُكْمُ عَلَى شَيْءٍ فَرَعٌ عَنْ تَصَوُّرِهِ. Before you can judge something, you have to conceptualize that thing in its entirety. That you can't make a judgment about a thing if you only understand one facet of it. You really have to be able to comprehend it. And that's why ultimately it's God alone that can judge humanity. See, we can only judge by the apparent, and that's a limited type of judgment. But it's only God alone that can judge human beings because He is the only one that can encompass all of the facets and variables involved in judging. So the immediate consequence of the human response, which is one of two things, is either gratitude or ingratitude. That is the human response. You are either grateful, which is called a shakir or a mu'min, or you are an ingrate, which is called a kafir. This is the only two outcomes of interpreting the signs that are in the world. And for the one who has gratitude, because he wants to maintain this state, this causes this person to enter into what's called a state of taqwa. And taqwa is protecting yourself from losing what you have. And the way that you do that is by maintaining gratitude. Because the Quran says, لَإِن شَكَرْتُمْ تَأَذَّنَ رَبُّكُمْ لَإِن شَكَرْتُمْ لَأَزِيدَنَّكُمْ. That if you show gratitude, I will continue to bless you. But when you stop showing gratitude, then those blessings stop. And that is why Ibn Atta'illah radiallahu anhu said that the hobbling cord of blessings is gratitude. If you have an animal and you want to make sure it doesn't go astray, you hobble its legs. He said the hobbling cord of blessing is gratitude. And therefore, if you're not showing gratitude, you allow your blessings to wander off, that you're not protecting them. And the final result of this is iman or kufr, and the results of iman or kufr are Jannah or the nar. Now, before we go back to the book, I just wanted to look at, because I think this is a very interesting presentation of guidance that Raghib al-Isfahani gives. What he says is the highest thing in the Quran, really the highest thing is called tawfiq. And this is the highest state that the human being can be in, is a state of what's called tawfiq. And the word in Arabic, tawfiq, comes from a root word which means to correspond with. Muwafaqa means a correspondence. And the definition of tawfiq is that the will of the human being corresponds with the will of God. So that is at the essence of a human being who is in a state of success. And that's why the word for success in Arabic is tawfiq. So the idea of true success is that your will corresponds with the will of God. And that comes about by following the guidance. And guidance, according to the Quran, has 3 degrees in this world. There are 3 degrees of guidance. The first is knowing good and evil. So that is a level of guidance, even if you don't act upon it. And the Quran says, هَدَيْنَاهُ النَّجْدَيْنِ. We have guided the human being to the 2 paths of good and evil. So every human being has been guided to this understanding of right and wrong. And that is why the nature of the soul And the Prophet ﷺ was once asked that what was a wrong action. He said a wrong action was that which you did that caused trouble in the breast. In other words, that your heart was troubled by it. That is the nature, that the fitrah, this natural state of a human being, is that when they do wrong, they're troubled by it. Human beings have different strategies of dealing with that trouble. And obviously, alcohol is one of them, drugs, being immersed in the world, looking for affirmation. There are people that are doing really wrong things, and they tend to hang out with people that do wrong things, because that confirms that they're all right. In Operation Candyman, which was the operation of trying to find all these pedophiles, in the interview that they had with one of these FBI agents, they said these guys know what they're doing is wrong. And the reason they need to be connected on the internet is to try to feel a little better about it. That is a very Islamic insight into the nature of wrongdoing, is that you want to be in bad company. Because that bad company, well, he's doing it as well. So it's not that bad. That is why one of the worst things in the Islamic tradition is to do wrongs publicly. Because what it does is it causes people to think that the wrong is not that significant. That's why it's so dangerous. And one of the French ethicists said that hypocrisy is a homage that vice pays to virtue. And that is very similar to an Islamic understanding. In this culture now, there's this idea that it's better to let it all hang out. Let it all out. Don't feel bad. The Catholic Church, they used to absolve sins by making you do Hail Marys and all these things. In this culture, sins are absolved by telling you they're not sins. This is what happens, is that we just tell him, no, it's okay. There's nothing wrong with you. But he's feeling like something's wrong. That's why he's at the psychiatrist. And the psychiatrist is saying, no, don't feel so bad about yourself. You have low self-esteem. Well, why does he have low self-esteem? Because the society's telling him this. Well, where does all this come from? Do you see? Because you get into the chicken-egg thing. Where does the idea of virtue come from? In other words, I mentioned this before in this book of ethics that I took in the university by Chittister. He said that religion solves the very problems it creates. So religion creates the idea of sin, and then it gives you the idea of tawbah or repentance or atonement. But you have to ask the question, where did sin come from? Where does this idea that human beings, where did they know that something was wrong? Why? Because it's in the first story of Cain and Abel. He feels bad after he kills his brother. Why did he feel bad? See, if we were in a nihilistic world where there's no right and wrong, he shouldn't have any feelings. What was in him that made him feel bad? He did something wrong, and that's what the soul knows. The soul knows what is wrong, and that's why the soul is troubled by it. So the first is a knowledge of right and wrong. Now, there are two ways that comes about. There is a natural law, which is called fitrah, which is the inherent nature, that human beings generally know right and wrong inherently, in the same way that a cat, if you give it food, it'll eat it in front of you, but if it sneaks it, it'll grab it and run away. It's something the cat, and you can say, well, that's because it got hit the last time it did it. But even dogs and cats know when they're taking something legitimately and when they're not. So that's the idea, that human beings have this understanding. Now the other is that revelation introduces this understanding. So the prophets bring this understanding of good and evil, of khair and shar. It's an old problem. The philosophers talk about the idea, are things good because God says so, or did God tell us to do those things because they're good? The idea of, is something good in and of itself, or is it good because God says so? The dominant opinion amongst Muslim scholars, because they split on this issue, the dominant opinion is that things are good because God says they are. In other words, that the intellect cannot always arrive at what is good, that you need this revelation to come in and tell you. So there are things that we cannot know, and there are things we know. So that's the first one. And this is why in the Quran about Thamud, which is a people that rejected the signs of God and went astray, that it said about them, وَأَمَّا ثَمُودُ فَهَدَيْنَاهُمْ فَاسْتَحَبُّوا الْعَمَى عَلَى الْهُدَى. As for Thamud, we guided them, But they preferred blindness over their guidance. So they prefer to continue in their error. And then it becomes a choice, which is very interesting. One of my boys saw this person smoking, and he looked up at the person like, perplexed. The person said to him, "Don't ever do this." Do you see? And then he asked us, why are they doing it? In other words, if they know it's wrong, why are they doing that? This is where human beings become very complicated, because despite the fact that they know something, they will often go against their best knowledge. And this is because of an imbalance in the soul. When the rational soul is paramount, then these lesser souls, the bestial souls, the irascible and the concupiscent soul, the appetitive soul, the lowest soul, are in a harmony. So this rational soul is controlling factor. And this is what Allah calls the aql, and tells us to use it. If people capitulate to that, then they surrender to the worst qualities of their self, and they end up dragging themselves down into the depths of despair. I mean, worst case scenario is terrible. But a lot of people kind of survive in this middle ground. I mean, there's a lot of humanity. They're surviving in this middle ground. There's some that just have completely surrendered, and they end up crack cocaine addicts or whatever, just completely devastated by their appetites, or alcoholics, these type things, addicted to all of these attempts at getting them in a state of distraction from questions of ultimate concern. The second type of guidance is that which the servant is given this medad, or this help, this divine help in stages, based on his knowledge or her knowledge and action, right actions. And this is what it meant in the Quran when it says, وَالَّذِينَ اهْتَدَوْا زَادَهُمْ هُدًى وَآتَاهُمْ تَقْوَاهُم. Those who took this guidance were increased in the guidance, and we gave them this piety, this taqwa. So the idea, and this comes from a hadith articulated very clearly, in which the Prophet ﷺ said that if you move towards God a shibr, which is a handspan, God moves towards you a dhira', an arm's length. And if you move towards God an arm's length, God moves towards you like hands outspread. And if you move towards God walking, God moves towards you running, which is not to be understood anthropomorphically, or that God runs. But the idea is that if you do a little bit, all of this help comes to increase you. And this is the second stage of guidance. And then the third stage is Nur al-Wilaya. And this is the guidance of a person who has achieved a level of obedience and a state of submission with God, that they are in an illuminated state. And so their actions are actions that radiate the light of prophecy. And this is why the Prophet ﷺ said, Al-ulama warathatul anbiya, that pious scholars are inheritors of prophets. What they inherit is the light of nubuwwah. And so these are these three levels, and this is found in the Quran. Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu in tattaqullaha yaj'al lakum furqana. If you have piety, God will give you true discrimination. So you will be able to discriminate in your lives. So that's an example of this huda that emerges out of a recognition of these signs, and then the appropriate response that the signs have given. And then on page 55, they give an interesting analogy of the natural world, and how Muslims and also Christians and Jews would have looked at it traditionally like this as well, and probably the Eastern traditions. But this idea of how the modern world is looked at. The way the ancients looked at the world was that it was indicating an implicate order. In other words, everything that you saw on the surface indicated something underneath. So they saw it as indeed signs indicating something else. Just as you see a tree, if you understand anything about trees, you realize that the only reason the tree exists is because it has this massive root structure underneath the ground that you can't see. Now, once that root structure becomes seen, the tree dies. You see, the tree dies. So the unseen world is really the source of the seen world. The unseen world cannot come into the seen world, because if it did, the seen world has to disappear. And so when you look at the seen world, what you're really supposed to be recognizing is what are the roots of the seen world. The roots of the seen world are the unseen world. That's the real meaning behind the world. And the thing about trees, people don't realize this, but the root structure is actually more important than the tree. Because what trees do is they keep the earth, they actually hold down soil. Like mountains. You know, the Quran says the mountains are pegs. Mountains actually prevent the world from shaking. And this is something known in modern geology. So what you see of the mountain, what's more important is not the seen part of the mountain, it's the unseen part of the mountain. The fact that it's a watad, deep into the earth. But you're only seeing the outward and you think that's amazing. Well, you haven't even seen the root. And that's why the Prophet ﷺ said that the tree that was most like the believer was the palm tree, because it didn't have any roots. In other words, it wasn't deeply planted in the material world. And yet it's this extraordinary tree that does all this wonderful, while it's here, it does all these wonderful things. So the two of them say that the modern world, see, what they say is if you went to a museum and saw a painting by Michelangelo, the question that most people going there will ask themselves is, what is the painter trying to tell me? What's the meaning of this painting? Or if you heard a poem, you could say the same thing. What is the poet trying to tell me? He just didn't make up this stuff. There's something he's trying to convey, a message. Well, what the modern analysis is not meaning. What's the painting made of? Well, it's made out of canvas. What's that material? Well, it's made out of fibers. What's that material? Well, it's made out of these molecules. And what's the actual colors from? Well, those are light reflections, and this one's at a certain frequency, and that's why the yellow is showing up, and the blue is at a certain frequency. And so they analyze the painting not for its meaning, but just to explain what it's made up of. And that is the same way that they look at the modern world. They look out there and they want to just analyze everything, but they never tell you what it means. They break it down. It's to reduce things to their components. And then we feel like we've achieved an understanding of the thing. Well, if you take a human being and take out their eyes, take off their ears, take off their hair, dissect them, open up their interior, examine their kidneys and their liver and all these things, do you understand what a human being is? Has that given you knowledge of what a human being is? Well, it's given you a certain knowledge about something about human beings, that they're composed of flesh and blood, and they have hair, and they have liver and kidneys, and the kidney does this, and the liver does that. That's a certain type of... But does that tell you about a human being that can think, that can speak, that can write poetry, that can paint pictures, that can play an instrument, that can do all these extraordinary things? It doesn't tell you anything about that human being. Why does he need to do those things? Why do human beings even pursue such pursuits? So that is the idea of trying to understand signs, is to look beyond this superficial realm. And then he gives this hadith of the Prophet ﷺ walking through a town with some companions, and he met an old and decrepit woman from one of the tribes who was making wool into thread with a spinning wheel. He greeted her and began speaking to her. He asked her if she had faith in God. She replied that she did. The Prophet asked her why. She said that the spinning wheel does not turn unless there is a hand to turn it. And the heavens cannot turn unless someone is turning them. The Prophet looked at his companions and said, you should have the religion of old women. You see, that's called Iman al-Ajaiz. That's faith. And there's another story of Fakhruddin al-Razi, who was walking with some of his students, and an old woman saw him, and she was amazed at how all these students were fluttering around him. And she said, who's that? And one of his students said, you don't know who that is? He has 1,000 proofs for the existence of God. And she laughed and said, if he didn't have 1,000 doubts for his non-existence, she wouldn't need 1,000 proofs for his existence. And when Fakhruddin al-Razi heard that, he said, you should have the faith of old women. You know, it's interesting because the ancients looked at all of the world and they said this all indicates God. And what the moderns have done, what they have said is that we invented God. God is an invention of man, which is an amazing feat. I mean, that human beings created God in their own image. Instead of seeing that this whole thing was created to celebrate these attributes, of God. It's seen as an illusion that needs to be given up. Now, the next section goes into the divine names, and this is actually somewhat of a difficult section in that if you look at Hinduism, which has this concept of all of these deities, what they do, they have like Kali and Vishnu, they have a deity that represents the creative force in the universe, and then they have a deity that represents the destructive force in the universe. The reason for that is that people have a difficult time holding opposites in their mind at the same time. So the idea that God is muhyi and mumit, that He is bringing to life and He is taking away life, that the same God is doing these two acts, giving life and taking it away, and that there's not some type of contradiction in that. So the idea of the divine names is to understand all of the attributes of God as being, and I don't want to use any analogies, but if I was forced to, it would be like seeing a diamond that has all of these facets to it, and whatever facet you have to be looking at, that is the attribute that you're looking at. So there are times when you witness the mercy of God, and there are other times when you're witnessing the wrath of God, and there are other times when you're witnessing the overpowering nature of God. There's other times when you're witnessing the fact that God is mudhil. He's the one that abases people. And He's also mu'izz. He's the one that dignifies people. So God has all of these attributes, and that's what the 99 names are. There are ways of understanding the different facets of how the divine is working in the world. That is at the essence of this. And so he talks about, and she talks about, that when we say that God is merciful, that what we're saying is, like La ilaha illallah, there is no God but the merciful. And also that there is no mercy but God's mercy. There is none merciful but the merciful. So God's mercy overshadows all mercy in the universe. And the best way to understand any of these ideas, that when we say that there is no mercy but God's mercy, in mathematics, if you have any number over infinity, that number is 0. So the idea is that anything in the world that resembles an attribute of God in any way is in reality null and void when it is compared to God. And so that is the meaning of laysa kamithlihi shay. There's no thing like God. But then immediately after that, وَهُوَ السَّمِيعُ الْعَلِيمُ وَهُوَ السَّمِيعُ الْبَصِيرُ, and He is the hearing and the seeing. So the verse gives you, there's no thing comparable to God. And then immediately after that, it gives you two attributes that you can only know because you have them. But if you compare your hearing to God's hearing, it doesn't exist. If you compare your seeing to God's seeing, it doesn't exist. And this is that whole section that they try to explain about tashbih and tanzih, if you read the reading. The idea of the transcendental nature of God, and also the immanent nature of God. That God is utterly beyond the creation, and at the same time, God is immanent in creation. In other words, we can see the works of God in the world, but we cannot associate those works with God in reality because the world does not have that type of substantial existence in relation to God's existence. So the being of God, and Sheikh Muhammad talked about this last night, the being of our being in relation to the being of God's being is that we are non-existent. In relation. We exist in relation to the world. In relation to God, we do not have substantial existence. And that, again, is a difficult thing for people to grasp, because we're not like the Hindus who say this is illusion, this is Maya. It has no existence whatsoever. Muslims don't say that. Muslims say that the world has existence, but the existence is contingent. It's not absolute. In other words, it's contingent upon God's existence. Had God not existed, the world would not exist. And as long as God sustains the world, and this is the idea of God being Al-Qayyum, the sustainer, Al-Hayyul Qayyum. As long as God sustains the world exists. And the instant that God removes His glance of being onto the world no longer exists. And then they go into the mercy and the wrath. And this is actually very important because the Quran and the Hadith clearly state that God's mercy outstrips God's wrath. In other words, and the reason for that is because mercy is an essential attribute of God, whereas wrath is something that occurs as a result of the actions of God's creation. It's something that is directly related to God's creation, whereas rahmah is God's reality. Again, to use an analogy, and the Prophet ﷺ used this analogy. He said he once saw a woman who was suckling her child, and he said to his companions, "Do you think this woman would throw her child into the fire?" And they all said, "No, absolutely not." And he said, "God is more compassionate and merciful with his creatures than this woman with her child." That's at the essence of God's nature, is the rahmah, or the mercy. And what can happen with people, and the reason that it's so important to keep mercy and wrath in a balance, is that if you remove wrath, which is what modern religion has done, particularly in the West, is it has removed the idea of God's wrath. People don't even believe in the idea of punishment in the next life anymore. Priests won't talk about it in a lot of parishes because they'll lose their parishioners. And I've actually been told that by a Methodist priest. He was a bishop in the Methodist church, and he told me that they can't even talk about things or mention verses anymore because people won't come to church anymore. And so then God becomes how we like God, as opposed to us being as God would like us to be. We make God the way we want God. We don't reform ourselves to make ourselves like God would like us to be. We reform God so that he conforms to our desires and whims. It's an amazing what's happened to religion. And then you have another problem, which is you go to the other side of the wrath. And this is the idea of people that want to eliminate everybody that doesn't agree with their religion, because it becomes a hateful thing. The religion, you begin to see the wrath of God and you don't see anything else. So that's another problem too. So if you're looking, both are one-eyed. Both are looking with one eye, and you were given two eyes. You have to see the wrath and the mercy. If you don't, you're in trouble. And that's one of the things about Iblis, is that Iblis could only see the material nature of Adam. He couldn't see the spiritual nature. When in the Quran it says that God said to him, "Why didn't you bow down?" He said, "Khalaqtani min teen." You created min nar. You created me from fire. Wa khalaqtuhu min teen. But you created him from clay. In other words, I'm a higher element. Why should I bow down to him? What Iblis was missing was that the spirit had been blown into Adam. But the nature of clay is that it's opaque. You can't see the spirit in the clay. If you have a clay container, you can't see what's in the container. You can't tell whether it's full or empty. It's like you have a clay jar. You can't see it. Whereas if you had a glass jar, you could see if there was something in it or not. So when he looked at the human being, he couldn't see the spirit, because the spirit was hidden in the material form. So this idea of tanzih and tashbih is the idea of nearness and distance, that you have to have a transcendent understanding of God, but at the same time you have to have an immanent understanding, because there's a personal relationship that you have, but there's also an understanding that God is so beyond the human being. And you have to keep that. This is the most difficult balance in the Islamic understanding, is to keep these two in a balance. That on the one hand, you cannot in any way associate God with his creation. On the other hand, God is known through his creation. So it's keeping those two in balance, and it's called khawf and raja, or fear and hope, mercy and wrath, jamal, jalal, beauty and majesty. There are many different ways that the scholars looked at it. And that's why the attributes of God, if you look at the 99 names, you have what are called sifat al-jamaliyah and sifat al-jalaliyah. Dhul jalali wal ikram. He's majestic, and he's also beneficent. He's also giving us. And that's why يَبْقَى وَجْهُكَ ذُو الْجَلَالِ وَالْإِكْرَامِ. He has those two attributes of majesty and beauty. And if you miss one because you've been blinded by the other, you're missing the whole picture. And it becomes dangerous theologically and spiritually and in a lot of other ways. On page 72, he gives a diagram of this idea of tanzih being these concentric circles, and then tashbih being these lines moving out from a center, and both of them are not enough. You need the two of them together. You cannot have them separately, and that's why on that figure 3, it's a figurative representation tawheed. And then knowing huwa ba'idun, like Imam Ali said, huwa ba'idun fi qurbihi, qaribun fi bu'dihi. He is near in his distance, and he is far in his nearness. That's a difficult concept for people to hold, but you have to understand it in that way. And then another thing, in the Quran in 7:156, the Quran says, أُعَذِّبُ مَنْ أَشَاءُ. I punish whoever I please, but then it says, وَرَحْمَتِي وَسِعَتْ كُلَّ شَيْءٍ. But my mercy has encompassed all things. And the point that they make from that is that the Quran never suggests that God's wrath is towards all things. It's only towards specific things. Whereas that the universal is mercy. That is permeating the universe, is God's mercy. And so mercy pertains to the very nature of the real, whereas wrath is a secondary attribute that rises up because of specific situations of certain creatures. So So Islam begins with the perception of difference. We're different from God and far from Him. God is utterly other, and created things are totally helpless because of their lack of any positive qualities. But the purpose of Islamic teaching is not to leave people in wrath, in distance from God, but rather to take them to mercy or nearness. So people are supposed to do something about their distance, and if they do, they will move towards nearness. So this is drawing near. لا يزال عبدي يتقرب إلي. My servant continues to draw near to me. And then what happens when he finally loves him? He becomes the hand with which he grasps, the eye with which he sees, the tongue with which he speaks, the ear with which he hears. In other words, it's tashbih. He is in a state where he's only seeing the actions of God. He is not God, but he is perceiving the actions of God in creation in such a profound and deep way that the world becomes a theater of tajalliyat, of just these divine manifestations. It's not God, but it's not other than God in that. If you want to use an analogy, the sun radiates. Now the rays of the sun, we can see them. Like if you're in a certain spot, like here, if you look with these things, you can see right over there. You see that the sun is coming through that thing. Now that is not the sun, but it radiates from the sun. And in the same way, this creation is not Allah, but it is radiating. It's emanating from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. It is not Allah, but it is a creation of Allah, and therefore it's emanating from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So it's the ability to see the source behind the light of the world. And that's why Allah says, Allahu nuru samawati wal ard. Allah is the light of the heavens and the earth. In other words, munawwiru samawati wal ard. He is the illuminator of the heavens and the earth. So it is the light of Allah that is illuminating the world. And then you get into this idea here of light and darkness. And they talk about the angels, which are creatures of light. Human beings are creatures of mud, but have this light in them, which is the light of intellect. It's the aql. They're not strong, but there are traditions that talk about that God created the intellect from light. The aql was made from light. And so this is the light that the human being has, despite this material nature, that there's a light that the human being has. If you look on this section in 87, which is that normally we think of light as visible, but in fact it is invisible. We can only see light when it is mixed with darkness, which is very important. And what that means is the creation, in that it is other than God, is darkness. But in that it is radiating attributes of God, it is light. And this is the admixture of light and darkness in creation, which is one of the most extraordinary things about the creation, is that it is this admixture of light and darkness. At this point, I want to look at a verse. To me, it's one of the most extraordinary verses in the Quran, because it deals with something that would never occur. It's really hard to believe that this would just simply occur to somebody in this way. And it's a verse from Surah Al-Furqan, which means the discrimination. It says, أَلَمْ تَرَ إِلَىٰ رَبِّكَ كَيْفَ مَدَّ الظِّلِّ. Have you not considered how your Lord moves shade? وَلَوْ شَاءَ لَجَعَلَهُ سَاكِنًا. And had God wanted, He would have made it still in one place. But shade is moving constantly. If you watch throughout the day, and that's one of the beauties of watching your prayer, measuring your prayer by the shadows, you see the movement of the shade. It's something you note. A lot of people don't even notice that. They don't realize that their shadow is short at midday, and as the day progresses, it gets long. It begins long, becomes short, and then begins to expand again. And then he says, وَجَعَلْنَا الشَّمْسَ عَلَيْهِ دَلِيلًا. And we made the sun a proof of shade. And now this is really extraordinary, because when I first read that, I said, what does that mean? Shade comes from the sun. That's where shade comes from, the sun. So why does it say that we made the sun a proof for it? ثُمَّ قَبَضْنَاهُ إِلَيْنَا قَبْضًا يَسِيرًا. And then we begin to contract this little by little. وَهُوَ الَّذِي جَعَلَ لَكُمَ اللَّيْلَ لِبَاسًا وَالنَّوْمَ سُبَاتًا وَجَعَلَ النَّهَارَ نُشُورًا. And He is the one who made for you the night as a garment. In other words, you sleep in the night. وَالنَّوْمَ سُبَاتًا. It envelops you. The darkness of the night is like a garment that envelops you. وَالنَّوْمَ سُبَاتًا. And we made the sleep a time of hibernation, a time of renewal, of recreation. وَجَعَلَ النَّهَارَ نُشُورًا. And then we spread the light of the day out. So we made the day this spreading of light. Now, if you look at what Fakhruddin says about this, he says, Alam tara, haven't you considered? He said, one of this is the sight of the eye, and the other is the sight of the heart. Because the eye sees, but again, that's a sign that the eye is perceiving, and the heart is meant to interpret the sign. So it's important to see that. That seeing, real seeing, the Quran says, لا تعمر أبصار. It's not eyes that go blind. ولكن تعمر قلوب التي في الصدور. But it's the hearts in the breast that go blind. You see, so the real seeing is the sight of the heart. And then فإن حملناه على رؤية العين فالمعنى ألم ترى إلى الظل كيف مده ربك. Haven't you looked at the shade, how God is moving this shade? Now, he says, the meaning of this ayah, and there have been many attempts at understanding this ayah, goes back to two meanings. One is that shade is a middle state between pure light and pure darkness. It is and then he says, and this is the best of states, because pure darkness, the nature is averse to it. Nobody likes pure darkness. And pure light is so powerful that we would be overwhelmed by it and unable to stay in it. If you saw the sun, you can't look at the sun. But here you can look at it for a moment and turn away and you'll see some black dots. But if you go outside of our atmosphere for one moment, it would completely destroy your eyesight to even glance towards that direction. So what he says is, because it is the best of all states, paradise is described as being وَظِلٍ مَمْدُودٍ, shade everywhere. This perfect state of shade. And then he says, if you look at anything in the world, you can only see it because of shade. So the fact that we perceive the world, we only perceive it because it's an admixture of darkness and light. Had it been pure light, we couldn't perceive it. And had it been pure darkness, we couldn't perceive it. And therefore, God put the sun as an indication of this state that the entire world is in. And had He not done that, you would not have considered shade as a phenomenon. Because, see, we're in shade right now. And when you go outside, you're in shade. Outside here, you're in shade. Even when the sun is shining directly on you, you are still in shade. It's an admixture of light and darkness. Because pure light would completely blind you. You would not be able to see anything. So the fact that the entire cosmos is an admixture of these lights and darknesses is a phenomenon it's extraordinary to reflect on that. And that's why as it begins to be taken from us, it goes slowly. And so this movement is a way of understanding this blessing. And he said that this is one of the most hidden blessings of God. Most people do not even contemplate the blessing of shade, the fact that they are in shade constantly, even when they're in the sun. And it's only that they see that shade that they actually can realize that. So the Quran is actually telling us to reflect on the fact that the sun is a proof of shade. It's not the cause of shade. So light is a metaphor in that we understand that darkness is the absence of light. And therefore, what is other than God is pure absence. Because God is light. The Prophet ﷺ was asked, did you see God? And he said, He is light. Anna arahu. How could I see God when He is light? So the metaphor in the world that we have for God is light. The light of God is not like the light of the world, because laysa kamithlihi shay. But it is, in the same way the mercy of a mother is the way we know the mercy of God. The light of the sun is the way we understand the idea that God is light.
This completes CD number 6. This begins CD number 7.
And so the absence of light is darkness. It's nothing. And that's why other than God is nothing. And this is what the Prophet ﷺ said. The truest thing that a poet ever said was what Labid, the poet Labid said, Ala kullu shayin ma khalallaha batilu. Everything other than God is unreal. And so what is real in the world is the light of God. That's the only thing that gives the world any substance at all. And that is why the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ said, الدنيا ملعونة وملعون ما فيها إلا ذكر الله وما وله. This world is cursed, and everything in it is cursed, except what reminds you of God and the remembrance of God. So the world, if it is not fulfilling its function, which is to remind you of God, then it becomes a curse for you. It's not benefiting you, it's actually harming you to be in it. Because the whole purpose of the world is to remind you of God. So if, when you look out there, you're seeing God, in other words, the light of God in the world, which are these ayat, the signs, then you have responded to the world appropriately. And you will be requited appropriately. هَلْ جَزَاءُ الْإِحْسَانِ إِلَّا الْإِحْسَانِ. But if you don't see God and are not reminded of God in the world, then you become an ingrate. And that's why the verses here about light, are the blind and the seeing man equal? Or are the darknesses and the light equal? And always darknesses, when it's related to light, is in plural and light is singular. It is He who sends down upon His servants signs, clear explications, that He may bring you forth from darkness into light. Why is he who was dead and we gave him life and appointed for him a light to walk amongst people, as one who is in the darkness and comes not forth from them? It is He who performs the prayer over you and His angels, that He may bring you forth from the darkness into light. So angelic luminosity is a light that's in the world, which is the light of angels. And angels, according to the Islamic tradition, are creatures made of light. Now the difference between the demons, which are made of fire, and demons are very interesting, because according to the Islamic cosmology, they're made of fire. If you look at fire, its nature is chaotic. Fire is not like light. Light, if you watch a light beam, even the sun or laser, we can control light in that it follows very exact laws. Whereas fire is chaos theory. And that's why in chaos theory they study smoke and light. Because fire by its nature is chaos. It's unpredictable. You don't know what it's going to do. And it can rebel very easily. You can have a controlled fire, but it can get out of hand. Whereas light, it's not like that. It doesn't do that. So the angels are in a state of total obedience to Allah. And then the other thing about fire is it exists by consuming others. Fire exists by consuming wood. And demons exist by consuming men. I mean, they thrive. This is what they thrive on. And that's why, what is the hadith about the skinny devil and the fat devil? Right? The Prophet, peace be upon him, said there were two devils that met. And one of them was about ready to die. And the other one was really looking good. And the fat one said to the skinny one, "What's the matter with you?" He said, "I've got a terrible assignment. Every time he eats, he says, in the name of God. He gets up in the morning and prays. He's always remembering God. I'm not getting any nourishment. You see, like fire burning wood. He's dying." And then the other one said, "Oh, I've got a great assignment. He never remembers God. When he eats, he never says in the name of God, and I eat with him. And then when he goes to sleep, he doesn't say in the name of God, and I get a great night's rest." So the point there is that is the nature of the demonic realm, that it thrives. And that's why consumer in Old English means the devil. That's what it means. You can look it up in an old dictionary. Consumer means the devil, because the devil consumes souls. And modern consumers are devils, because the Quran says, إِنَّ الْمُبَذِّرِينَ كَانُوا إِخْوَانَ الشَّيَاطِينَ, that profligate people are brethren of the demons. So all this gratuitous consumption, all of this empty, that's what it is. Consumption's a disease. I think I might have it. And then she talks about spirits and the nature of the spirits, and then the jinn. And the jinn are important in that they exist alongside human beings. They're created of fire. Their father is Iblis. I mean, that's a dominant opinion. Like Adam alayhi salam is our father, Iblis is their father. And some of them are good, and some of them are mischievous, and some of them, they don't disbelieve in Allah. Their disobedience is different from the creatures, Bani Adam, children of Adam, in that they don't disbelieve in Allah. They know Allah exists. But their disbelief is a disbelief, kufr al-isyan. It's the disbelief of disobedience, which for the children of Adam is not a disbelief. But it's partly because they're in the unseen realm, and they have a lot more information than we do. So their reckoning is, they know too much in that way, because Iblis knows a lot. So I'm going to stop here, inshallah. Anyway, think about shade today. Any questions? Anybody have any questions? Zahir means apparent or outwardly manifest. In the Quran it says, هو الأول والآخر والظاهر والباطن. He's the first with no beginning, the last with no end, the outwardly manifest and the inwardly concealed. So the meaning is that he's apparent to those who can see. If you have this inner eye, then you can see the apparency of God. And that's why for the Gnostics, for somebody that knows God, to deny the existence of God, it's like I think it's an H.G. Wells story where the man goes into the valley, and it's a valley filled with blind people. They say the world's just darkness. He said, no, it's incredible. There's light, and there's all these colors, and there's flowers, and look at these mountains and the sky, and you people you don't have any eyes. And they say, this man's insane. So they go and they start feeling him, and they say, oh, that's why he's got pressure in his brain because of these bulging, and so they poke his eyes out. This is the idea of for the Gnostic, he's like that man who can see in the midst of blind people that are denying sight because they can't see. And that's the way the prophets are when they come into the world. Everything's perfectly clear to them. And that's why the way they speak is with such intensity. I mean, prophets are intense. If you look at their messages, they're intense because it's so clear to them. And they want other people to see. What they are is they're healers because they can remove the cataract, right? They can remove that veiling that's on the eyes. And they won't remove it. They only remove what's necessary because you don't want to have a total unveiling. You can't handle it. You'll go insane. And that's why some people end up seeing too much and then they go mad. And there's all this religious psychosis. The world's filled with religious psychotics. People that have just seen too much. That's why it's dangerous. And that's why Islam is a middle way. You don't want to go to this extreme of a religious psychosis. There's two possibilities with blessings. One of them is for people that show gratitude and they're increased in their blessings. And the other are people that are ingrates and they're increased by what the Quran calls istidraj. And istidraj is, according to the Quran, سَأُمْلِي لَهُمْ سَنَسْتِدْرِجُهُمْ مِنْ حَيْثُ لَا يَعْلَمُونَ وَأُمْلِي لَهُمْ مِنَ كَيْدِ مَتِينٍ. That I continue to give them blessings despite their disobedience, and I take them by degrees. And my strategy or my plan is vast. And then the other is like that. The same is true with when calamities befall. Calamities befall for different reasons. There are different possibilities. With prophets, when calamities befall, there's two reasons. One is called tasliya, which is that other people that follow them, the fact that their prophets have been through so much, they're willing to endure much more. If the prophets never endured any hardship, then the people that follow them, when they endure hardship, they'll lose hope. They'll think, I'm so terrible, I'm so horrible, this is why God's doing it to me. And so they'll go into a wrath, only seeing wrath. Whereas when prophets suffer immensely, they suffer for us, not for them. They don't need it. So their suffering is actually for the people that believe in them in order for them to be able to get through the world in one piece. So the Prophet ﷺ lost all of his children. He buried all of them except Fatima. So if you have 5 children and you lose one, and you remember, my God, my Prophet buried 6 of his 7 children, I mean, that certainly makes it easier for you to bear that hardship. And then you also won't fall into the trap of saying, God hates me, that's why he took away my child, because we know that God loved the Prophet Muhammad, and yet he took all 6 of his 7 children in his lifetime. So it makes you bear the hardships of the world. And also it's for what's called takfir of dhunub, that when hardships befall people that believe in God, it's a way of purifying previous wrongs. But you can also remove them by tawbah. That's why it's good to make tawbah. Somebody said when grace meets karma, you don't want to just have all this stuff of the past that you have to deal with. It's better to try to atone for that and give sadaqah, give charity, and do things to remove those wrongs. But it can remove wrongs, and then also rafa' darajat. You get raised in degrees, because one of the things about calamities is you always come out enriched by them. It's always hard to see that at the beginning, but there's never a calamity that happens in your life that when it's over, you have a whole different perspective on the world, that had you not been through that tribulation, you wouldn't have had that perspective on the world. I mean, there's people that walk through life sleepwalking, never appreciating anything they have, and then they lose everything, and the first time in their entire life they feel grateful for what they had. So the fact that they lost it all, if that's what it took to put them into a state of realizing that they were in blessings, it's a blessing. You know, there are many possibilities there when things happen. And it's always best to just see the good in it, because the Prophet ﷺ in Sahih Muslim said, عَجَبًا لِأَمْرَ الْمُؤْمِنِ فَإِنَّ أَمْرَهُ كُلُّهُ لَهُ خَيْرٌ. How wondrous is the affair of one who believes in God, because the affair of that one is all good. إِنْ أَبْتَلَاهُ اللَّهُ صَبَرْ وَإِنْ عَطَاهُ شَكَرْ. If God gives him calamities, he's patient and is rewarded for his patience. And if he gives him blessings, he's grateful and is rewarded for his gratitude. So it's all good, like they say in the hood. This amazing book, you know, there's a lot in there. It's a good book. I mean, these people have thought a lot about it. They're drawing from a tradition. I mean, a lot of the insights in this book are from our tradition. They're just, what they're doing is they're pulling it out and they're presenting it to us in a very palatable way. Once you get into the old books, this is what they talk about. They were just in another world. You know, and then you get these modern books, you know, Islam made simple. I mean, it's what a tragedy. Because it's deep. You just have to watch out for what they call the bends. You know the bends when you go deep sea diving? You have to come up slow, because you'll get this bends thing. And that's why you have to go with the Islamic tradition. When you go deep sea diving, you have to resurface slowly. You need to go into the decompressor chamber. Salman. Alhamdulillah.
We arrived to the section on the qadar. And the qadar is probably one of the most difficult concepts, not just in Islam, but in any religious tradition, because the qadar is dealing with the idea of predetermination. And if you look at the word predetermine, determine is to put limits on something. De terminus. Terminate is to end, and de is from ending or putting endings or limits on something. And so the idea of predetermining means that something, the limits were already set before the thing actually came about. And so there's a misconception in the minds of not just non-Muslims but Muslims as well about the nature of the qadr, that the idea that things are predetermined. And one of the points that the authors bring out, which is very important, is that if that was the case, then the Quran would actually not make any sense, because the Quran is commanding you to do things. And if you have no ability to do anything, and I command you to do something, then my command is meaningless. So it would be then saying that the Quran is meaningless, and that is impossible for a revelation to be meaningless. Everything in a revelation is meaningful. So the idea that the divine decree or the qadr is predetermination is a dangerous one. On the other hand, you have to look at hadiths that indicate certain things about the world that are also important to understand. And this is where you get into what some religious scholars in the West have called an antinomy, which is not really a paradox, but a paradox is when you have two things that are in a sense mutually exclusive, but they're both apparently real. And the idea of human beings free and predetermined at the same time seems like a paradox. An antinomy, on the other hand, is that something is true at one level, but at a higher level, a higher truth emerges. And so there's an idea that there can be a resolution of what is apparently paradoxical by moving to a higher level of understanding. So the idea that human beings, I think a good analogy of it in the modern world is the idea of light being both a wave and a photon. Because in modern physics they have the idea that the quanta are particles of light, and there's an idea that on the one hand, it behaves like a wave, and they can watch its movement. On the other hand, it appears to have the qualities of quanta or intermittent particles of light, as opposed to being something that is unified. So that is an interesting, I think, analogy for the understanding of free will and determination. There's no doubt that human beings, certain things are determined with human beings. Your parents were determined for you, that you did not choose your parents, and now we have no recorded history of anybody replacing their biological parents. In other words, we don't have any testimony or any proof that anybody's ever been able to become somebody else. So that certainly was not determined. The country that you were born in, the time in which you find yourself, I mean, all of these circumstances that we found ourselves in, whether we were from rich families, whether we were from poor families, also intellectual abilities and gifts, artistic abilities and gifts. There are many, many qualities, athletic abilities. There are people that are more lithe than other people. There are more people that are more balanced, that are more flexible, that are quicker. When you were in school, there were those people that in the math classes that just they would get the answers seemingly effortlessly, and other people would grapple with them. There were people that word problems were as clear as instructions on a Coke machine or something like that, where they could just see very clearly what type of problem it was and how to arrive at an answer. And then there's other people that couldn't see it for the life of them. They would struggle and struggle, and still it wouldn't get through. So all of those type of things that we find in the world, discrepancies, are very interesting. And Islam has a very interesting reason in why it presents that. The first thing, just to look at this idea of qadr, if we look at the root word, it comes from qadara, and it has the idea of power, qudra. Qudra, which is the masdar, means power. The qadir is the one who's capable of doing something. They have the capacity to do something. It's one of the names of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. There's a book by Crosby which is about Western dominance.
and how the Western world became dominant. And his thesis is that they mastered the art of measuring everything. And so one of the things about the ability to measure something is that if you can measure it, you have a certain type of power over that thing. And that's why somebody that's able to break down a machine, take it apart, and understand what all its constituents and components are, they're able to put it together. They have a power over it that somebody that does not know how to do that doesn't have. And so the idea that Allah has determined everything is the idea that Allah has power over everything. وَهُوَ قَادِرٌ عَلَى كُلِّ شَيْءٍ. Because He created it and He determined it in that way. So in human beings, we are determined in our bodies. In other words, if you're 5'10", or if you're 5 feet, there was a point at which your cells stopped growing. There was a point that your skeletal structure stopped. Now that point did not occur for somebody who's taller than you. It went on. So there's a determination in the size of people as well. There's a determination in the size of the world that we're in. The universe itself has limits. Aqtar. I mean, the Quran says, إِنْ اسْتَطَعْتُمْ أَن تَنْفُذُوا مِنْ أَقْطَارِ السَّمَاوَاتِ وَالْأَرْضِ. If you're able to penetrate the limits of the universe, then do it. So the universe itself has limits. So the one who puts limits on something has power over it because he was able to put those limits. And that's why a king is powerful, because he is able to constrain his populace, his kingdom. If he loses that capacity, he loses his power. And therefore he's not a real king. And that's the difference between a government that has power and a government that doesn't. Is a government that has power has the ability to suppress and squelch resistance inside that government. So the idea of Allah being all-powerful is that He has absolute power in His creation. Now, in the Quran, one of the things that Allah says, مَا قَدْرُ اللَّهِ حَقَّ قَدْرِهِ. They did not measure God, which is very interesting because it gives the idea that human beings are obsessed with measuring, and that's what geometry came out of, an attempt to measure. And in fact, we have Greeks and Egyptians over 2,500 years ago that were already measuring the circumference of the earth and coming within 500 miles of doing it. And they did that using some very simple geometrical calculations with shadows and measuring the pyramid at different times and a pole in Alexandria, and then looking at the distance between Alexandria and between what's now Cairo. And then basically a simple calculation. They basically measured the earth being close to 25,000 miles in its circumference. So humans have been interested in measuring. Now, if you look in the Enlightenment period, they began to measure air, gas. They began to measure Boyle's laws. All these things come out of a desire to measure. The more they came to understand the measurements of things, the more power they had over them. So if you look at jet flight, they have to understand all the measurements. They have to understand what liquid fuel. I mean, isn't this all, this is the basis of engineering, is that you need to measure fully everything. So humans have this obsession with wanting to measure. And one of the things, the signs at the end of time, the Quran says, حَتَّى ظَنَّ أَهْلُهَا أَنَّهُمْ قَادِرُونَ عَلَيْهَا, that the humans would actually think that they're completely powerful in relation to creation. They have qudra over it. And this is part of the idea of really knowing everything that's there. So this idea that we can, I mean, now they have sonar waves that they beam into the earth from space, and when the sonar waves come back, they're like the sonogram that they do in a fetus. They can actually tell where oil is, where gold is, where this is, and the HAARP stuff, what they're doing up in Alaska is similar to that, measuring everything. So Allah puts this interesting ayah in there that they haven't measured God, that this is the one thing. Because even they want to measure the universe. I mean, they actually can extrapolate out to try to understand actually how big the universe is. I mean, this is one of their goals. So the idea is that, yeah, you can measure everything. God's given you this qudra, and that's part of a divine attribute that manifests in the human being, is that humans have this extraordinary ability to reflect these qualities of God. And one of them is knowing the limits of everything, but God has no limits. And therefore God cannot be measured. And so this is the thing that's out. So the Quran uses the qadr in 10 verses. And from this there emerges a doctrine in Islam of the belief in the qadr. Although it's in the hadith, the Prophet ﷺ said of the 6 objects of faith in the hadith of Jibreel, one of them is that we nu'minu bil-qadri khayrihi wa sharrihi, and in a riwayah or a transmission, hulwihi wa murrihi, we believe in the divine decree or the measuring out. It's good and it's bad, or it's good and it's evil, and we're going to talk about that. She goes into that quite a lot of detail, and it's important. There's khair and shar, and it's sweet and bitter. So life is sweet and bitter. And it's important, I think the riwayah that mentions sweet and bitter is important because there's a way to look at khair and shar. Of the believer doesn't see it as evil because no evil can afflict a believer. A believer sees it as bitter, that there's things in life that are bitter, but there aren't things for him or her that are evil, shar. Because the believer, everything that happens to somebody who believes in God and believes that God is ultimately the one who is creating these circumstances that we find ourselves in and these tribulations, then we begin to see it as a test, as something that we need to bear. That has to do with the idea of swallowing a bitter pill. I mean, we say that in colloquial English. I had to swallow a bitter pill, or it has a bad taste. Medicine's often bitter. In Chinese medicine, the heart herbs, the herbs that are good for the heart, one of the qualities in Chinese medicine is that they're always bitter, which is very interesting. So the next thing in this section that he brings out about is the idea of the servant, an abd. The word abd has many meanings. At one level, it means a creature. In other words, it's something that's subservient to God by its very nature. So if you make something, it is automatically in a subordinate position by the fact that you have made it. It is subordinated to you, and it can't free itself from that condition. So the idea of an abd is the verse in the Quran 1993 is that everything in the heaven and the earth comes to Allah, Ar-Rahman, as a abd, abdan. It comes as a servant. And so that's the general sense, that everybody is an abd of Allah. Now there are conscious servants and there are unconscious servants. There are servants that are aware of their ubudiyah, and there are servants that are not aware of this servanthood to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And this is the difference. So the servant, in its narrow sense, is someone who consciously serves God by following a prophet. And in a still narrower sense, a servant is a human being who serves God perfectly with full awareness and total freedom of choice. So this is the idea of the servant in its most narrow sense, is that the abd, in fact, is somebody who freely gives up his state to his Lord. And this is the gift that Muslims believe that God gave his creation. Because in the Quran, in Tawbah, the verse says, إِنَّ اللَّهَ اشْتَرَى مِنَ الْمُؤْمِنِينَ أَنفُسَهُمْ وَأَمْوَالَهُم بِأَنَّ لَهُمُ الْجَنَّةَ. That God has purchased from the believers their wealth and their lives, and against that purchase is paradise. If God owns you in the first place, then how did you engage yourself in a transaction? How do you sell what is not yours? This is the gift. This is the gift. It's the gift of somebody who, if you come into a shop and he gives you something and then buys it back from you because he knows you're in need. So it's the idea of the fadl. It's a bounty from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that He, on the one hand, already possesses you, but on the other hand, has engaged you in a commercial transaction in which you become a partner. In other words, you become a free agent. And this is what the idea of takreem, of that human beings have been honored in that way, because everything else in creation can only be what it is. If you look out at creation, there is nothing that can be other than what it is. And this is something very interesting. A tree can only be a tree. It cannot be anything else. The dog can only be a dog, the pig, the horse, the donkey. Everything is determined in its attributes and its qualities except the human being. The human being can actually take on qualities that are strange to its nature. And you have mad people that will actually bark like dogs. You have people that behave like animals or worse than animals. And the Quran indicates that they're actually worse than animals. But hum adallu sabila, because animals do not do things that harm them with knowledge. An animal would never purposely harm itself. It will only do what it thinks is beneficial for itself. So if an animal sees fire, it flees from fire. Whereas a human being will actually do things knowingly that harm itself. And this is where the rational soul is overwhelmed by the irascible or the concupiscent soul, those lower energies in the self. So one of the things that this idea in the Quran is that God measures out carefully what He gives to His creatures. And part of the reason for that is if Allah did not do that, they would overstep greatly. They would transgress. Now you can already see that there is transgression out there. But if everybody got what they wanted, then what would it be like? In other words, the fact that not everybody gets what they want. There are only certain people out there that have enough power to sow corruption. But if everybody had that power, then what type of a world would it be? And so the point, there's a balance of power. And this is the idea in the Quran that Allah says, لَوْلَا دَفْعَ اللَّهِ النَّاسَ بَعْضَهُمْ بَعْضًا. Had not God used some people to constrain other people, لَفَسَدَتِ الْأَرْضِ. The entire world would be filled with corruption. And so there is a balance of power in the world. There's not one dictator that can simply do whatever he wants, because if one emerges here, somebody else emerges over here to counterbalance them. And one of the major problems that have emerged in our own lifetimes is the fact that America does not have any counterbalance. That for most of our lifetimes, and certainly for the older people in here, during the 50s, 60s, and 70s, and even the 80s, the Russians acted as a counterbalance to the Americans. So the Americans could not do everything that they wanted because they always had to take into consideration what's going to be the reaction of Russia, and vice versa. Whereas now that's been removed, so that there becomes this vacuum. And this is a very unusual scenario. It's not a historical precedent. I mean, the Romans at one time were probably similar in a large portion of the world, but the Romans did not control Africa, or at least not most of it. They controlled North Africa. They certainly didn't control Asia, nor did they control India. When Alexander the Great, who was Macedonian, but when he went to India, he wanted to conquer India. He got sick, all his troops got sick, and they had to leave. And that's another thing. Herodotus mentions that nobody has ever moved towards the Arabian Peninsula except they were stopped. So there have been people, and in fact, Alexander the Great died of a fever in Egypt. He was on his way. He wanted to invade Arabia. Arabia was never invaded in the ancient period, that armies were always stopped from invading. And we know Abraha, which was the Ethiopian who lived in Yemen, when he set his sights on Mecca, his army was destroyed. So there's always been these constraints in the world. And the thing about it is many of them you're not even aware of. There are times when a country wants to do something and then something really tragic happens that prevents them from doing it because they become preoccupied. Their economy collapses, or they have major natural disasters. They have this or they have that. So there are things in the world that you're not even aware of, that you can't comprehend, because we as human beings, we're limited in our perspectives. When we look at the world, what has to be understood is that there is actually a balance in the world that is not always discernible, not that it's not there, but because of short-sightedness. And one of the things that Imam Raghib says is that all things are mutasawiya غير متفاوتة من حيث أنها مصنوعة بالحكمة. Everything is equal, and they are not different in that everything was created with a wisdom. So at the essence of everything, the rock is equal to the human in that the rock was created for a purpose just as the human was created for a purpose. So at that level, when you look at the world, everything that is in the world is in the world for a reason. And this is what he means when Allah says, وَمَا تَرَى فِي خَلْقِ الرَّحْمَنِ مِن تَفَاوُتٍ. you will not see disparity in the creation of the merciful. In other words, if you look out at the creation, you won't see this tafawut. One thing is different from another. And then Allah says, irji' al-basar, keep looking. If you think there is, keep looking. And your eye will come back to you exhausted and fatigued in trying to find something that has no purpose in creation. Everything has purpose. The least atom has purpose. Now, then it says that humans, they are مختلفة من حيث أن كل نوع يختص بفائدة. But they are different in that everything that is existent is specific to a benefit. And وإن اختلف فما من شيء أكثر اختلافا من الناس كما قال الله تعالى. And if you look, then nothing has more difference in all of this than human beings. And Allah says, وَخَلَقَهُمْ أَطْوَارًا. They were created in stages. وَقَالَ تَعَالَى وَرَفَعْنَا بَعْضَهُمْ فَوْقَ بَعْضٍ دَرَجَاتٍ. We raise some humans over others. In other words, that this is, according to the Quran, is from God. That there is these differences in the creation. انظر كيف فضلنا بعضهم على بعض. Look how we have preferred some over others in the world. This is actually, you're told in the Quran to look at the world and see how some have been preferred over others in the world. And then what immediately after that? وَلِلْآخِرَةِ أَكْبَرُ دَرَجَاتٍ. And in the next world are even greater differences. وَأَكْبَرُ تَفْضِيلًا. And more preference. So don't become deluded by these things. In other words, these are finite, limited. A person might have wealth, have fame, have beauty, have lineage, have all these things for 50, 60, 70 years, and then it's over. But the next world is infinite. And therefore, you can't compare the two in that way. وَقَالَ سُبْحَانَهُ وَلَوْ شَاءَ اللَّهُ لَجَعَلَكُمْ أُمَّةً وَاحِدَةً وَلَكِنْ لِيَبْلُوَكُمْ فِيمَا آتَاكُمْ. Had God wanted, He would have made you one ummah, one people, all the same. But He desired to try you in what He has given you. In other words, in the differences. وَلَوْ شَاءَ رَبُّكَ لَجَعَلَ النَّاسَ أُمَّةً وَاحِدَةً. Had God wanted, your Lord wanted, He would have made all of you one people. وَقَالَ تَعَالَى وَهُوَ الَّذِي جَعَلَكُمْ خَلَائِفَ الْأَرْضِ وَرَفَعَ بَعْضُكُمْ فَوْقَ بَعْضِ دَرَجَاتٍ. And He is the one who made you replace others in the earth. Just as we're here now, there were people here before us. There were people in Hayward. And those people mostly were Hispanic people that worked in the fields here. Before them, there were Indians here. There were native Californians, the Alonis and what the Spanish called the Costilleones. I mean, they were here, living here, had a whole cosmology. They had religious festivals on Mount Diablo. And they're gone. And now we're here replacing them. And then it says that we raise some of you over others, لِيَبْلُوَكُمْ, in order to test you or try you in what He's given you. And then also, وَلَوْ شَاءَ رَبُّكَ لَجَعَلَ النَّاسَ أُمَّةً وَاحِدَةً وَلَا يَزَالُونَ مُخْتَلِفِينَ. Had God wanted, He would have made you all one people. And look, you continue to be different. مُخْتَلِفِينَ, which means you're different, but also you differ. إِلَّا مَنْ رَحِمَ رَبُّكَ, except those whose specific mercy has been given them. And then after that it says, وَلِذَلِكَ خَلَقَكُمْ, وَلِذَلِكَ خَلَقَهُمْ, that for that reason He created them. In other words, to differ and to be shown mercy. So that is part of the intention of the creation. وَفِي الْأَرْضِ قِطَعٌ مُتَجَاوَرَاتٌ وَجَنَّاتٌ مِنْ عَنَابٍ وَزَرْعٍ. That in the earth you see all of these different types of earth out there that are different. Earth is different. Soil is different. There's rich soil. There's poor soil. There's soil if you plant, nothing grows. There's salt marshes. Nothing will grow there. Or only certain specific vegetations. There's areas where fruit trees flourish. There's other areas where they can't grow because of air. If you watch a mountain, وَطُورِ سِنِينَ, Tur, one of the meanings of Tur is a mountain that trees grow on, because there are mountains that no trees grow on. It gets too high and it can't sustain vegetable life. So even in creation there's all this diversity. And that's going to have an effect on the people living there. And then he says, إِنَّ فِي ذَلِكَ لَآيَةٍ لِقَوْمٍ يَعْقِلُونَ. These are signs, and we go back to the idea a few weeks ago, we were talking about signs, that human beings are here to perceive signs. These are signs for people who have intellect, that can actually reflect, that can actually think. So then he says, wisdom necessitates all of this, because the human being cannot sustain himself alone. And therefore, had a human being been forced to sustain everything that he needed alone, most human beings would not survive for very long. And so, because human beings need other human beings, there needs to be this tafawut. Had everybody been given wealth, then how would some people serve other people? If all of us had equal wealth, how would some people serve other people? And there's another important point here, which is, had God not created with free will these human beings to feel impoverished, then who would need God? If everybody felt independent, they would feel no need. And this is what the Quran says, إِنَّ الْإِنسَانَ لَيَطْغَى أَن رَآهُ اسْتَغْنَى. Human beings become aggressive and oppressive, and they transgress when they deem themselves independent of God. And so the state of impoverishment, which the human being, whether he's wealthy materially or impoverished material, is the same. Every human being is in reality impoverished before God, is in need of God for that sustenance. And this is why animals have been subjugated to human beings. They're subordinated. Human beings benefit from animal. We eat. We have leather products. We have all these things. I mean, everything, if you look around here, a lot of this stuff is coming from animals. You don't even think about it. You know, all these carpets that you're on, these are Afghani wool carpets. And they're coming from animals. We benefited from those animals. If it was a human being, they're not going to let you shave their hair so that you can make a carpet with it or something like that. But what can the animal do? It's subjugated to you. Now, the same is true for most people. You can't ask your next door neighbor to take out your garbage for you, right? Really, you can't do that. So who's going to take the garbage? Because somebody has to do that. That is a function, because human beings create garbage. And it would be very difficult for people to have to get rid of their own garbage. There are people that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has subjugated to other people. Now, the beauty of the Arabic language is the word that is used in the Quran for this, sukhriya and sikhriya, uses the same word, لِيَتَّخِذَ بَعْضُكُمْ بَعْضًا سِخْرِيًّا. The word for using and the word for exploiting, the difference between them is a vowel. It's literally a kasra and a dhamma. So what happens is you can start having contempt for other people because you're in this position where you can subordinate others to you. And this is the danger. So human beings become contemptuous of other people, and that's a disease. And that's why the Quran warns about that it's God who did this. It's not you. And what then is supposed to happen is, if you're a servant of God, you begin to see it as a bounty that God has given you, not for any specific reason, but that He gives to whom He pleases. And just as He gave you, He can take it away, and He can give that person what He's given you. And then in the Quran, Allah says that their affairs between them were all different, and every group was happy with what they were doing. Now, one of the things about the modern world, which is different, because it's important to note this, and in fact, America is kind of the unique place where the idea of place in society was removed. In other words, you had this, in the traditional Muslim world, people had places in society, and the only thing that could get you out of that was knowledge. It was knowledge. Even wealth was very difficult to break into, and it's still like that in most Muslim countries. It's still like that in this country. It's very difficult. If you don't have capital to make any money, it's very difficult. Very clever people can do it, and there are ways to do that. And those people are usually people that, people are interested in them, because how did they do it? So a person who has nothing and ends up becoming wealthy, it's usually, again, some type of knowledge. It's some type of creativity. They find something nobody else has done before. They find some niche or something like that. And then there's crafty people that learn how to do things dishonestly. And they can also do that. So organized crime or disorganized crime, however it happens. I mean, Enron was organized crime. It was organized at a very high level. So this is a very nice poem. It's an American poet. It's called The Fear of God. If you should rise from nowhere up to somewhere, from being no one up to being someone, be sure to keep repeating to yourself, you owe it to an arbitrary God. And he means by arbitrary, it's somebody that does things according to their own discretion. Nothing's imposed on them from the outside to do it. And that's what the Quran emphasizes, that yuti fadruhu man yasha. He gives to whom he pleases. That's an arbitrary decision from God. And an arbiter in English is somebody who has the authority to dictate a judgment. You owe it to an arbitrary God whose mercy to you rather than to others won't bear too critical examination. If you really start looking at yourself, you start seeing that you don't really deserve this more than this person. Right? So you begin to analyze that, you see that. Stay unassuming. If for lack of license to wear the uniform of who you are, you should be tempted to make up for it in a subordinating look or tone. In other words, if you start realizing, and this is the sense of inferiority, that you don't really deserve to be, you don't have a right to what you have, that can make you feel inferior. And so you make up for that by looking at people with a subordinating look. In other words, you place them in a class lower than yourselves. So if for lack of license to wear the uniform of who you are, you should be tempted to make up for it in an insubordinating look or tone, beware of coming too much to the surface and using for apparel what was meant to be the curtain of the inmost soul. Because that reality is an inward reality. That's what he's saying. It's not the outward. It's not those, because if you've been given all these gifts and you're just an arrogant monster with the gifts, they might benefit other people, but they haven't benefited you. So anything that you've been given, you have to see it as the bounty of God. That is a beautiful expression of what this is about, of recognizing that these differences that we see in the creation are differences that God has placed. And if He has placed you in a position over others, it is not because of some inherent betterness. It's because that is the nature of the world that you're in, and then it becomes a responsibility. And that's why the highest quality of the Prophet ﷺ is his servitude to Allah and His creation. Because he was a servant before anything. If you look, his entire life was in service to others. I mean, even before he was given the revelation, he was a trustworthy merchant in the service of another. And in the service of a woman, which for many Arabs would have been seen as humiliating. Whereas the Prophet ﷺ didn't have that same view of the world that a lot of people have. He didn't see things the way other people saw it. That if something's honorable, it's honorable, and it doesn't matter what it might appear to others. Now, one of the things that's brought out, which is really important, is it may happen that you will hate a thing which is good for you. عَسَى أَن تَكْرَهُ شَيْئًا وَهُوَ خَيْرٌ لَكُمْ. And it may happen that you love a thing, وَعَسَى أَن تُحِبُّوا شَيْئًا وَهُوَ شَرٌّ لَكُمْ. And maybe you love a thing and it is evil for you. And God knows and you do not know. وَاللَّهُ يَعْلَمُ وَأَنْتُمْ لَا تَعْلَمُونَ. God knows and you do not know. If you're given something that somebody else was given, it might destroy you. So you want something, people want to win the lottery. There's all these people that have won the lottery and it's ruined their lives. Completely destroyed their lives. They ended up losing all their friends, they got divorces, and this is the reality of the world, is you don't know what is good for you and what is not good for you. And that's why you don't ask for specific things in Islam. The sunnah is not to ask for specific things, because you don't know if it's good for you or not. And Tha'laba is a great example of that. The man who came to the Prophet ﷺ, he said, make prayer that God gives me wealth. And he said, no. And he kept coming back to him and he said, Ya Rasulullah, please make dua that I get some wealth and I promise I'll use it for good and this and that. And the Prophet wouldn't do it, but he kept, it's called ilhah. The man didn't get the message, and the Prophet, out of his generosity, he won't turn away somebody who questions him, who asks for something. So he made a dua, and this man who used to always be in the front of the prayer line, he suddenly started getting all this wealth, animal, livestock, and he would get further and further away from the mosque because he'd have to go out and graze his animals, and he'd end up not praying, in the community. And then when the time came for zakat, he was asked to give zakat, and he said, well, this is like jizya. And so it actually had a terrible effect on him. And that's what the Prophet ﷺ knew, but he became a lesson for others. I mean, that's why I'm even mentioning him today as a lesson. He became a lesson for the rest of the believers. So you don't know what is good for you. Now, one of the things is that good comes to us through the qadr. One of the things that is measured out is the degree of freedom, that Allah created everything and guided it to its purpose. And because the human being was created by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the human being has a purpose. And he was guided, and she was guided to that purpose, which is servitude. And servitude means that one knows that one is in a subordinate position with one's creator and not with anybody else. And therefore, what happens is you begin to look at things differently. This does not mean that you don't recognize hierarchy in the creation, but you don't have this value placement on the hierarchy that the people of the outward have. In other words, when you look at creation, you don't know if the street sweeper is closer to God than the physician. The physician might be more beneficial in worldly terms. The street sweeper might be closer to God in piety and in awareness of God, and have answered prayers and actually be more beneficial without even knowing. So the eye, the basira, or the inward eye, is different than the outward eye. When you look with the inward eye, it has a different vision than the outward eye has. But the inward eye is, in most people, it's veiled. I mean, it's like when children are born, they can't see. They can only see very, very close. They can't see anything. And some of them have all this gunk in their eyes that prevents them from seeing. So part of growing up is being able to open your eyes. Now also sleepers don't see because their eyes are closed when they sleep. So if somebody's because we have different awakenings. You know, there's three basic human awakenings. You have the bestial awakening, which is the awakening of the senses. And this is obviously begins with touch, and that's why children put things in their mouth. They want to experience everything in the senses. And that culminates in intimacy between husband and wife. I mean, that is the height of that culmination of the sensual awakening. You also have emotional awakening. And this is the feelings that one has of love and hate and these type of things. So that's a type of awakening, that you begin to awaken to feelings that you have and why you have them, and why he makes you angry or she makes you angry, or why you love this person or why you love that person. And then there's a intellectual awakening that people have. And many people, unfortunately, don't have that in school and things like that. The school will actually do the opposite, because teachers are often incompetent and don't respect the awareness and understanding of the students that they have, that they sometimes end up making people actually hate learning, and which is a real crime. So, but sometimes people have, I once met a guy in Maryland who was a bricklayer. He said he'd never really thought about anything. He was kind of interested in sports, and a brick fell on his head. They were building a house and fell on his head, and he was in the hospital for a long time. And somebody gave him a book called How to Read a Book. And he'd never read books before. And what he told me is that it's in the first or second chapter. The chapter begins with, you have a mind. And he said it was the first time he'd ever even considered that. And what happened from this book, because nobody ever told him that. He was always told that he was stupid. And he'd been told that in school. He was a stupid person. And he ended up becoming a bricklayer. Doesn't mean bricklayers are stupid, but it was a job of labor. But he had this intellectual awakening, and he began to read, and he got interest in literature, and he got interest in history, and he actually, his wife, because his wife married this person that didn't have that. And so they actually began to grow apart because she wasn't growing with him. She wasn't having the same awakening. Now, the final awakening, the fourth awakening, the great awakening, is the spiritual awakening. And many, many people never wake up to this, or it's too late, like Fir'aun. It happened as he was being drowned. He had his spiritual awakening. So the idea of realizing at a certain point that just as you realize that you're a sensual being through the bestial awakening, you realize that you're an emotional being, and at a certain point you can realize that you are a intellectual being, that you have an intellect. Every human being has an intellect. People that they call average in this culture or even below average have immense intellectual capacity, but it hasn't been tapped. It hasn't been explored. So human beings have immense, people say, I have a terrible memory. You have an immense memory. If you start thinking about all the things that you remember, where your bank is, what it's called, what type of dishwashing soap you buy. I mean, you've got massive amount of data stored there. It's phenomenal. And that's part of the problem, is that you're memorizing the wrong things. So the spiritual awakening is something that will often occur with some trauma. It's very common for people. People will have a heart attack. People will have a sickness. People will lose a parent. People will lose a child. And suddenly these big questions come in to focus. They hadn't been there before. And that is the greatest awakening, because ultimately we are spiritual beings. The bestial, that goes. The emotional one goes. The intellectual one, according to the Muslims, everything that you learn, you lose when you die, except what you learned that was beneficial for your next life. Ultimately, even the true intellectual awakening is a spiritual awakening as well. So the basira is that inward sight. It's the ability to perceive something with the inward eye. And one of the things about the world is that when you look at the world, and this is where good and evil is very interesting, when you look at the world, most people look at the world in terms of good and evil by what they think is good and evil. In other words, when I look out at the world, this is good. Why? Because I like it. And that's evil. Why? Because I don't like it. And so things that I don't like happening are evil, and things that I like happening are good. This is the criteria of the human being. Now, one of the things about the Arabs is they say in a proverb, مَصَائِبُ قَوْمٍ عِنْدَ قَوْمٍ فَوَائِدُ. The calamities of one people are the benefits of another people. So one people's good is another people's evil. So for instance, if you look at this country, the fact that you can go to the store and buy really cheap clothes, that might be something that's good, that you like about this country. But if you really understand the reasons why those clothes are cheap, it's because of suffering that's going on in South America or in Indonesia, where people have to work in sweatshops that make those cheap shirts that end up in mass-produced malls in America, where these people go in and they buy the thing because somebody was working for $1.50 an hour. And in some places they have to use these children because their hands are small. They don't want big people because it's actually cheaper. So what's good and what's evil? And that's a really difficult question. Now, if you look at the Islamic definition, khayr in the Arabic language and shar do not really correlate to good and evil. They're really not good translations for khayr and shar, because of this idea. Asan takrahu shay'an wa huwa khayrun lakum. Maybe you hate a thing, you think it's evil and it's good. And therefore to determine it with any type of moral certainty is very, very difficult thing to do. Now obviously the Sharia or the sacred law of Islam gives these criteria for determining killing is bad. Is it always bad? No. It's not always bad. Sometimes it's a benefit. If somebody's about to kill you unjustly, you have a right to defend yourself. And so if you kill them, you did something that was sanctioned by sacred law. On the other hand, the other person who was doing it was evil. So one, in the same act, if one got his way, it was shar. And if the other got his way, it was khayr. Do you see that? Same act, two different. Now, the person who was killed, maybe that causes a complete spiritual transformation in several people that knew that person. Or maybe some law comes into being because of that person's death that changes and has an effect on the whole society. So then what was evil as a singular act actually produced much good. Again, this is something that the whole point of the Quran is that you don't know. And there's a really interesting, because I think this is so fascinating, the way that this was articulated, which is from the Apology. And if people who know this story, which is from Socrates, he was condemned to death for blasphemy because they said that he didn't believe in the official gods of the state, and also for corrupting the youth. And he says in there that the real reason that he was condemned was, he said, that I spend all my time going about trying to persuade you, young and old, to make your first and chief concern not for your bodies, nor for your possessions, but for the highest welfare of your souls. Proclaiming as I go, wealth does not bring goodness, but goodness brings wealth, and every other blessing, both to the individual and to the state. Now, if I corrupt the young by this message, the message would seem to be harmful. But if anyone says that my message is different from this, he is talking nonsense. So his corrupting the youth was that he was making them lose their materialism. And parents always get upset when their children become less materialistic because they start worrying about who's going to take care of me when I get old if he doesn't have any money. So they have this idea of, no, you have to do this and go out and make up a lot of money. So anybody that will change that game plan becomes a corrupter of youth. So that's what he said. That's the real reason. The other reason he said is because somebody went to the oracle and asked who was the wisest person in Greece, and they said Socrates, and he said that can't be right. So he went around to disprove it, and he went to all these wise people. He ended up finding out that they were all really ignorant, but were pretending to be wise. So he said the only reason he was more wise than they were is because he knew that he was ignorant. And so that's why they condemned him to death. He said, you guys just don't like me because I go around talking in public, examining your so-called wise people and exposing their ignorance in front of everybody. So it's made them mad, so they want me dead. But that's not why. I just wanted to set that for people who haven't read this, just to know. What interests me here is he said that he had what was called a daemon, and it was a voice that he heard that would tell him. He said he never wanted to do anything bad, but that voice would stop him, even if he wanted to do something wrong. What he says is that people think death is bad. He just says to them, it is not a lack of arguments that has caused my condemnation, but a lack of effrontery and impudence, and the fact that I have refused to address you in a way which would give you most pleasure. You would have all liked to hear me weep and wail, and doing and saying all sorts of things which I regard as unworthy of myself, but you are used to hearing from other people. But I did not think then that I ought to stoop to servility because I was in danger, and I do not regret now the way in which I pleaded my case. I would much rather die as the result of this defense than live as the result of another sort. In a court of law, just as in warfare, neither I nor any other ought to use his wits to escape death by any means. In battle, it is often obvious that you could escape being killed by giving up your arms and throwing yourself upon the mercy of your pursuers. And in every kind of danger, there are plenty of devices for avoiding death, if you are unscrupulous enough to stick at nothing. But I suggest, gentlemen, that the difficulty is not so much to escape death. The real difficulty is to escape from doing wrong, which is far more fleet of foot. That's what really takes doing. And so he says, but I'll tell you, in killing a good man, I want to tell you, my executioners, that as soon as I am dead, vengeance shall fall upon you with a punishment far more painful than your killing of me. You have brought about my death in belief that through it you may be delivered from submitting your conduct to criticism. But I say that the result will be just the opposite. Not only will you be condemned historically by people that come after, you're going to get punished in this world. And all these men, they were all killed. When the Spartans came in, they just massacred the whole lot of them. That was very interesting. He said, I feel moved to prophecy. That's what he said. I mean, if he was an Indo-European prophet, I don't know, Allahu A'lam. But he's a very interesting character in any case. But he says, if you expect to stop denunciation of your wrong way of life by putting people to death, there is something amiss with your reasoning. This way of escape is neither possible nor credible. The best and easiest way is not to stop the mouths of others, but to make yourselves as good men as you can. In other words, don't wipe out your critics. Listen to their criticisms and take them seriously and rectify yourselves so that they don't. But again, it's not why. I mean, it's just an interesting dialogue here. But what he says is, I will tell you. He's now telling him, because they've condemned him to death. They said, you choose what you think would be an appropriate punishment. He said, well, since I'm doing social welfare here by showing you all you're ignorant and telling you not to engage in materialism, I think that you should provide me with free meals for the rest of my life. That's his punishment. So he said, no, you're going to hell. So they condemned him to death. But he said, I will tell you, I suspect that this thing that has happened to me is a blessing. And we are quite mistaken in supposing death to be an evil. See, because people, that's all they want to do is want to live. And what he's saying is, look, you think it's an evil. That's just your perspective. I have good grounds for thinking this because my accustomed sign could not have failed to oppose me if what I was doing had not been sure to bring some good result. Because it never failed him in his life. This daemon, what he called a daemon, it was a voice that he used to hear. We should reflect that there is much reason to hope for a good result on other grounds as well. Death is one of two things. Either annihilation, and dead have no consciousness of anything, or, as we are told, it is really a change, a migration of the soul from this place to another. So, if it's nothing, then he said it's like a sleep without any dreams, which is the most comfortable type of sleep. And if it's something, then he says, if on arrival in the other world, beyond the reach of our so-called justice, this phony justice of this world, one will find the true judge who presides in that court. In other words, you're going to get real justice in the next world, and if you were a good man, why do you have anything to fear? And I am willing to die 10 times over if this account be true. In fact, I'm particularly interested in experiencing those on the other side, like Palamedes and Ajax, son of Telamon. I'd actually like to compare my fortunes with theirs, because they all got unfair trials as well. And then he ends it saying, for my own part, I bear no grudge against those who condemned me and accused me, although it was not this kind of intention that they did so, but because they thought they were hurting me. So I forgive you all, because I don't think you're hurting me. I think you're doing me a favor. You're making me a martyr. So here's what he says. Now it is the time that we are going, I to die and you to live. But which of us has the happier prospect is unknown to anyone but God. You see, so you think you're getting rid of me and evil, and you're doing your society a good. But as far as I'm concerned, what you're doing is the evil, and you will be recompensed for it. As for me, all I've done is good in my life. I've been warning you, I've been trying to tell you not to live lives of profligacy, and that's why I'm not afraid of death. So that's another example of this perspective. And he called it compounded ignorance, to see that death was an evil, because he said, you don't even know what's on the other side. So your assumption that it's evil is just your own ignorance. If, like me, because in another dialogue in Gorgias, he says that he believes that there's a hell and a paradise, and that everybody's judged by a just judge. He says they're stripped naked, and they're going before this court. They won't be able to fool anybody with fancy clothes or articulate arguments. And he tells this one guy, Thrasymachus, he says, maybe you can box my ears off in this world, but in the next world, you're going to get your ears boxed off. And he says, you probably think it's a myth, but I don't think it is. I believe it to be true. And he said, and the good will go to the Isle of the Blessed. That's what he called it, the Isle of the Blessed. That's this idea of you don't know what you think is good and what you think is evil. Now, another really interesting thing, that if you look, good and evil in the Quran is about loss and gain. And that's the point that he's making. You think you're gaining something by getting rid of me. I say you're losing something. You think I'm losing something by depriving me of life. I say I'm gaining something because I believe in life after death.
This completes CD number 7. This begins CD number 8.
He's putting it in terms of loss and gain, and that's the real understanding of good and evil, is that it's about loss and gain. So who gains and who loses? That's what you have to look at. When you see the world, who gains and who loses? Because you can see this man who gains all this wealth through his corrupt transactions. But has he really gained? Even in the New Testament, what does a man gain if he's obtained the whole world and lost his soul? I mean, what have you really gained? That's a different way of seeing the world, of seeing good and evil. And that's why when you look out, you don't know what's going on. You don't have an idea. I mean, I was with Sheikh Abdul Wahid Ahmedna, and we were in Mauritania. And in West Africa, in Mauritania in particular, the people with the least in that country are the blacks. And I asked him once, about just that situation, because it always bothered me. So it really bothered me when I was there. And he said to me one time, he said, if you look in terms of this side of the world, you only see one thing. But he said that if you look in terms of the other side, the people that have the greatest difficulty in this world and have the patience in dealing with that, have the least hisab in the next world. And he said, لَعَلَّ اللَّهَ أَرَادَ أَن يُخَفِّفَ عَنْهُم. That's literally what he said. He said, maybe that these people are just people of paradise. So it's a different way. Now, it doesn't justify the condition. You still have to oppose the condition, but it gives you a different perspective on it. In other words, the way that was used in the past is to opiate people and to justify injustice. And Islam never does that. It says you still have to oppose the wrong, but don't assume that it's all evil. Do you see? And that's the point, because you just don't have the full picture. You only have a portion of it. And that's at the essence of what this is about, of recognizing good and evil as loss and gain. And that's why the Quran says, وَالْعَصْرِ إِنَّ الْإِنسَانَ لَفِي خُسْرٍ. Allah could have said, لَفِي شَرٍ. By time, the human being, the nature is that he is in loss. He's losing. إِلَّا الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا وَعَمِلُوا الصَّالِحَاتِ. Except those who believe and do good deeds. وَتَوَاصَوْا بِالْحَقِّ وَتَوَاصَوْا بِالصَّبْرِ. And they enjoy what's right, and they enjoy people to be patient, because it's difficult. There's many things that are wrong in the world. So you enjoin right, but you also have to enjoin people to be patient and bear the difficulties of the world. Because if all you have out there is the demand for right, and not recognizing that, one, not all the wrongs will be righted in this world. And that's where we believe in the next world. That the wrongs of this world, there's a grave that I saw of one of the Muslim slaves that was here in America. I think it's in Mississippi. But it shows a hand like this. His name was Yusuf. And on the gravestone, it wasn't a cross. It was a hand with his finger pointed up. And it said on the tombstone, there is justice in the next world. It's going to happen. If it didn't happen in this world, it'll happen in the next world. And so that's a different way, again, of seeing the world. Is that if you don't believe in that, then you'll go insane by looking out there. Because there's just so much wrong out there. You will go insane. And it doesn't mean to accept it. And that's what's important. It's not that you accept it. In other words, that you should do what you can to redress the wrongs of the world. But it doesn't destroy you that they're there, because you know they're there for a wisdom. That is the point, is that there is a hikmah behind that. That there's nothing that happens in the world that does not have a wisdom. Now, one of the things that the Quran points out is, God did not have the attribute of a wise parent. And there are hadiths that indicate that Allah has that care of a mother. The love of Allah for His servants is greater than the mother's love. But He said He would give the foolish children of this world what they want. And this is one of the things about the world, is that most people are so spiritually immature, because you can have an adult emotionally, you can have an adult intellectually, you can have an adult sensually. Somebody can go out and fornicate and do all those things. It's an adult, essentially. A child can't do that, but an adult can. Somebody can go and work in the world with their mind and acquire wealth and do all these things as an adult. A child can't do that. But a spiritual adult, that's a different category, because most people are spiritual children. They're in the state of the infant in terms of their spirituality. And because of that, if they were given what they wanted, it would be like giving a child poison. It would be like giving a child a gun to play with that's loaded. And this is why the Quran says, what? Is it they who divide up the mercy of your Lord? We have divided among them their livelihood in the life of this world, and raised some of them above others in rank. So some take others in forced labor. And that forced labor here, it's the idea of using them, not oppressing them. But the mercy of your Lord is better than what they collect. In other words, don't get deluded by all this dunya and all these categories in dunya. To strive for the akhirah is better. The mercy of your Lord is a higher thing. Were it not that people would be a single community through ingratitude and truth concealing, in other words, through kufr, we would have appointed for those who have kufr toward the merciful roofs of silver to their houses, stairs whereof to mount, and doors to their houses, and couches whereon to recline and ornament. Surely all of this is but the enjoyment of the life of this world. And surely the next world with your Lord belongs to the people of taqwa. So, in other words, it's saying if all the kuffar had all this wealth and luxury, the believers would want to be like the kuffar. And that's one of the signs of the end of time. is that people want to be like the non-Muslims. That's one of the hadiths, is that people imitate the non-Muslims. When the Muslims had all their wealth and it was the non-Muslims that didn't have anything. So the Muslims, they looked at Europe. The Europeans had nothing to offer the Muslims. So they never got deluded. Whereas now the tables have been turned and all you have is the Quran, which should be enough. Because if you read those verses, you would have the guidance to see that's not the real thing, that there's something different. And that's why in the end of time, what did the Prophet ﷺ say to Imam Ali when he said, how do we get out of all the confusion? He said, Kitab Allah. You have to go back to the Book of Allah and understand its core messages. Understand the centrality of this book. So one of the things that they talk about is this idea of good, the dua of the Prophet ﷺ, الْخَيْرُ كُلُّهُ بَيْنَ يَدَيْكَ وَالشَّرُّ لَا يَعُودُ إِلَيْكَ. All good comes from you and evil does not return to you. And the reason for that is because the essence of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is Qudsiyya, it's purity. And there's no room for evil. There's no room. Because evil is absence. It's like darkness. Darkness is the absence of light. Evil is the absence of good. And therefore that element does not exist. But Allah created evil, shar. It's a creation of Allah. So it is not God, but it is a creation of God. And this is the theodicy in Christianity. The biggest problem that they have is what they call the problem of evil, because they don't know where it comes from. Because their idea is, if there's, the problem goes, if God was omniscient, all-knowing, and all-powerful, and all-good, then He would know where the evil is. He has the power to remove it, and because He's all-good, He would not want it in the world. And that's called the problem of evil. That's philosophers always love that one to challenge Christians with. And what Christians tend to fall into is this Manichaeism, that free will, the devil. But see, if it's free will, it's against the will of God. In other words, the fact that it's in the world, where did it come from? Because the world is a creation of Allah and everything in it is a creation of Allah. So the fact that He created creatures that He knew would do evil means that He created evil. And this is something in Christianity, they don't want to really admit that. Whereas the Muslims were told that right from the start. And the point, again, that the Quran and the Hadith emphasize is it's relative to you. You don't really understand it. And therefore, don't assume that what you think is evil, or what you think is good, because you just don't know. You don't have all the variables and you don't have the complete picture. So the mirror image is identical to the real, inasmuch as it reflects the real's attribute, but is other than the real inasmuch as it is supported by non-existence. So this is in talking about the world itself, that the world, what is good in it is what reflects the divine. And what is evil in it is absent of divine attributes or qualities. So when you look at the world, if you look at the world as a mirror that doesn't exist, if you can allow your mind to imagine a mirror that doesn't exist, and if you could imagine looking into that mirror and seeing your image, and then the mirror has other than your image, because you need the mirror to reflect the image. So the image is not reflected completely in the mirror. Part of the mirror is there. So you see your image in the mirror. Now, good is what is reflected. If you look at the universe as a reflection of God, it is not God, but it is a reflection of God's attributes. That the evil in it is what is demarcating the good. In other words, you couldn't see the image without the evil. You could not see the good of God without knowing the shar. Because if you had no evil in the world, you would not know good. You wouldn't know what it is. Because بِضِدِّهَا تَتَمَيَّزَ الْأَشْيَاءُ, like the Arabs say. By opposites, things are distinguished. By opposites, things are distinguished. And so Allah has created a world and then reflected His attributes. Now the human being is called insan, which means the pupil of the eye. And one of the meanings that some of the scholars indicated was, in a sense, the human being is like the reflected vision of God. In other words, the human being has been created to witness God in the world. Because God is reflecting on himself in the world. In other words, the world is also, because it is a desired act of God, God brought the world into existence. And there's a purpose for the world, which is that God is known. مَا خَلَقْتُ الْجِنَّ وَالْإِنسَ إِلَّا لِيَعْبُدُونَ أي إِلَّا لِيَعْرِفُونَ. I only created the world that I might be known. Who can know God in the world? It's not the bird. It's not the frog. It's not the donkey. It's not the rock. They cannot know God with cognizance. They only know God as a state in which they're in of absolute worship. But they can't cognitively know God. That is the human being. And that is why he and she has this extraordinary position in creation, which is where we get to the next section, which is the trial, the idea of a trial. That human beings have been brought into the world and they are tried. So God measures out good mercy to test people's faith and to allow people to prove their own nature, not to God, liyudhirakum. In other words, when Allah says liyabluwakum, the commentators say, when God says He created you to try you, to see which of you is the best in action, He doesn't need to see which of you is the best in action because He knows that. It's to show you your true nature. And that's why the word for trial in Arabic is to test metal. And the Prophet ﷺ said, "An-nasu ma'adin." Human beings, they are minerals. You have gold, you have silver, you have copper, you have lead, and then you have toxic metals. And what tribulation does is it shows people their nature. And that's why when some of the worst calamities happen to people, what they say when they get through it is, I didn't know I had it in me to get through that. In other words, they saw something about themselves they didn't see when they survive immense hardship. And another thing about tribulation is all of us who have lived, I don't think there's anybody in this room that has had a tribulation that when all of the bitterness and all the difficulty was gone, they weren't able to look back and say they learned a great deal from the experience. In other words, it's the process of spiritual and human evolution is that through calamities, and that's what Sheikh Muhammad was talking about last night, Hafidhullah, when he said, Al-faqatu a'yad al-muridin. Calamities are the holidays of people seeking God. Because when the calamity comes, who do you run to? God. That is part of the beauty of tribulation, is that my sister just visited Morocco and she said all these people that weren't wearing the hijab before are wearing the hijab, and she asked somebody there who was a friend, why are people, and she said, all the stuff that's happening in the world is making a lot of people think. And so then you begin to see, is it evil or is it good? What's happening? Are these things happening because it's bad, or is it happening because we've forgotten who we are, we've forgotten what we're here for, and it's unfortunate we need these massive calamities to wake us up. Do you see? So then you begin to perceive the world in a different way. And so trials, ibtila, is something that we see as part of the reason why we've been created. We have appointed all that is on the earth as an adornment for you, that we may try them. Which of them is the most beautiful in works? Blessed is he who created death and life, that he may try you. Which of you is the most beautiful in works? When harm touches or afflicts the human being, he calls upon God. Then when we confer on him blessings, he says, I was given it because of a knowledge that I had. So this is the type of ingrate. No, it is a trial, but most of them know not. When Bani Israel, the Israelites, were afflicted by the Pharaonic people in Egypt, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says that they يُذَبِّحُونَ أَبْنَاءَهُمْ وَيَسْتَحْيُونَ نِسَاءَهُمْ. Their men were being killed and their women were left to be servants to the. And then Allah says, وَفِي ذَلِكُمْ بَلَاءٌ مِّن رَبِّكُمْ عَظِيمٌ. And in that is a grave tribulation, not from the Pharaonic people, from your Lord. And that's what the Quran says to Bani Israel. وَفِي ذَلِكُمْ بَلَاءٌ مِّن رَبِّكُمْ عَظِيمٌ. This is from your Lord, that tribulation. And then what's it follow? وَإِذْ تَأَذَّنَا رَبُّكُمْ لَإِن شَكَرْتُمْ لَيَزِيدَنَّكُمْ. And now your Lord has announced, if you show gratitude, we will increase you. Not in tribulation, in blessings. Because the verse begins, وَذَكِّرْهُمْ بِأَيَّامِ اللَّهِ. Remind them of the great days of God when He relieved you of your tribulations. So knowing that a shiddatu Like they say, al-shiddatu miftahul faraj, that real calamity, when it gets to intense levels, that's when the relief comes. And that's why the Arabs, they say, the darkest portion of the night announces the dawn. And there's a poem by Ibn al-Nahwi where he said, Ya azmatu ashtaddi tanfariji, oh calamity, get worse, because I know you'll get better. It's a beautiful poem he wrote, where it's all about asking for the thing to get worse so it can get better. And that's what happened when the man in Sahih al-Bukhari, he had stomach problems. The Prophet ﷺ told him to take honey, and his brother gave it to him, and he came back, he said it got worse. And he said, tell him to take more. He took more, it got worse. Tell him to take more, it got worse. Finally, he got better. And the Prophet ﷺ said, your brother's stomach has lied, and God spoke the truth. Because God said honey was a cure. And it's particularly good for cleaning out the stomach. But the reason that he got more diarrhea was because, according to Ibn Qayyim al-Jawziyah in his book on prophetic medicine, he said that the disease originated because of things that needed to be cleared out. And so when he was given the medicine, it purged him even more. So the actual crisis was a healing crisis. That's what they call it in homeopathy. If they give you the right remedy, you often get worse before you get better. And they call it in homeopathic medicine a healing crisis. So sometimes, and that's why the most intense period for the woman in childbirth is right before she gives birth. And that's when it gets the worst. This amazing thing is about to happen. So that's part of what is going on in the world. And also, do people reckon that they will be left to say we have faith and they'll not be tested? And then the idea of when evil afflicts him, he's in despair. That's people that don't know the way the world works. Now, one of the things about moderns is that they have this idea that they're free. And what's really interesting about moderns is that because they don't have, particularly in a lot of the Western countries, is that they've lost this idea of spiritual liberation. And so they become slaves to the lowest aspects of themselves. They become slaves to drugs, they become slaves to sensual pleasures, they become slaves to food, they become slaves to image, they become slaves to all these different things out there, and they don't have this inward freedom, which is really what the Quran is talking about, because the tahqiq al-ubudiyya, which is the realization of one's state with God, is to realize four qualities. It's the realization of impoverishment. Once you realize that God is absolutely independent, you realize that you are absolutely dependent. So that's the realization of impoverishment. The realization of complete ajiz, which is incapacity. Once you realize that God is absolutely capable of doing all things, you realize that you're incapable. And then also ignorance. Once you realize that God is al-alim, you realize that you're the jahil. And then also the realization of the state of humility or humiliation, dhul, which is dalil, that you are humbled. And then that God is al-aziz. Now, in realization of that, and this is the beauty of it, is that you become ghani billah, you become enriched by God, you become knowledgeable by God, you become dignified by God, and you become powerful by God. So in realizing your servanthood, you're actually drawing near to these attributes that God has manifested in the world, which are divine attributes. Because here, the purpose of Islam is to show the way to Tawheed, where tanzih and tashbih dwell in this proper balance. To be human is to be relatively free, but to be as free as it is humanly possible to be free can only come about when full submission and surrender to reality is achieved. You can be relatively free. I mean, in America, people are relatively free. They can get up, get in their car, drive to where they want. They can go eat it wherever they want, buy what they want, this type thing. There's a relative freedom. But real freedom is realizing your state of submission to God, because that frees you from putting faith in other than God. Because any faith in other than God is always going to let you down. And it's part of the nature of the world. And once you see that, you actually, when people let you down, you realize they're doing you a favor. And you don't have anger towards them. Because they're being human. That's the whole point. Because the only one that won't let you down is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Everybody else lets you down. And then it's interesting that this idea, and on page 118, they say that all things have something in terms of tashbih. In other words, everything in creation, And it's not adab to mention things like pigs or things like that. There's no point in doing that. You speak in universals, not in particulars. That's something ignorant people will bring that up. When you say everything has some tashbih, or something that expresses something about the nature of God in the world. When you look, the first they look is the mineral world, that a rock. And so one of the things about the rock is that the tanzih is much more manifest, the otherness of God. In other words, that you can't really see much in a rock that would remind you of God. But one of the things that does remind you about the nature of a rock is its permanence. It's not vegetative. It has a type of permanence in the world that is very different from other things. It's solid and it's powerful. Also, the fact that planets, which are essentially almost big rocks, God moves them around in creation and can smash them up against each other. It's an indication of His qudra. If you go to the vegetative life, then it has obviously one of the most important attributes of the divine, which is life, al-haya. And there are 7 attributes, and they call them here the 7 leaders. And this is haya, life, knowledge, ilm, sam', hearing, basar, sight, irada, will, qudra, power, and then kalam, speech. When you look at a vegetable has life, but it doesn't have will, it doesn't have, so it really doesn't have any other than life. So in that way, it reflects something of this divine. But when you look at the human being, you come to something very different, because suddenly you see a human being has all 7 of these attributes. وَفِي أَنفُسِكُمْ أَفَلَا تُبْصِرُونَ. In your own souls, don't you see? In other words, don't you see what God has given you? He has given you as His greatest sign. In your own souls is the greatest sign of God. And this is the meaning of this idea of man being in the image. It is not in any anthropomorphic sense. The human being reflects these 7 key attributes of God, which is life, knowledge, hearing, sight, will, qudra, capability, and speech. I'm mutakallim, I'm qadir, I'm alim, I'm all these things, and these are attributes of God. He put them in me in order to reflect His nature so that we would know who God is. And that's the meaning of, if you know yourself, you know your Lord. Because this is the closest thing to you. And that's why self-knowledge is at the essence of Islam, of knowing who you are. But you have to have it in the proper perspective, because you're also jahil, you're also dead, you're also powerless, you're also deaf, dumb, speechless, without volition. You see, so this is the human being. The human condition is this really interesting. And then in looking at why we've been given this, because we were meant to stand as khalifa in the earth. Inni ja'ilun fil ardi khalifa. I'm placing a caliph in the earth. Now, on page 120 and 121, I personally don't like the way that they did this. It's kind of done in a humorous American. I didn't feel that it was appropriate. I mean, there's a few things in the book. There's another section towards the end that bothers me. But, I mean, generally, the book is so good that I'm going to go overlook that section. I mean, it's not that bad, but things like God has something up His sleeve, and next God rubbed it in a bit. That's not the way traditional scholars in any way would describe that. So I'll look at it like لِكُلِّ جَوَادٍ كَبْوَةٍ وَلِكُلِّ حُسَامٍ نَبْوَةٍ وَلِكُلِّ عَالِمٍ هَفْوَةٍ. Every steed stumbles, and every razor-sharp sword has a blunt point, and every scholar has slips. So anybody that writes and does anything is ultimately going to do that. So, but that's just something. I've certainly done that myself on many occasions, so I'm not going to take them to account. But I just thought I'd bring that to your attention. Just about the question. Now, they kind of indicate that the angels here, they seemed a bit upset. I mean, when they ask the question, it's called istifham. It's not i'tirad, because there's 2 types of questions. Question that is a type of question where somebody rejects something, and then a question where somebody's trying to get information. And that's considered a question where they were actually asking for information. Now, one of the things, they say, like all myths, this myth can be understood in many senses and applied to the human situation in many different contexts. It's important to remember that myth is actually a very good word that doesn't mean a fictional account. If you look in the dictionary, one of the meanings of a myth, and I'll give you the exact definition according to Webster, a real or fictional story that reflects the ideals of a pre-literate culture. So obviously, Islam has foundational myths. It's a perfectly acceptable word. Unfortunately, it gives the hint of being something that is not true. I mean, we tend to think of something mythological as a fable or a fabrication. That's not how they're using the word here. The point of a myth, in fact, the definition that an American critic of literature gave was that it is so true as to be unbelievable. One of the things about a myth is it's a universal story. And that's why the power of myth is that, and obviously if people who've read The Hero with a Thousand Faces by Joseph Campbell, he's somebody who just saw the same myth in all these different stories because it's a universal story, the story of the hero's journey. And certainly we believe as Muslims that it's a true story. We don't believe that it is a fictional account. But we also have to remove ideas of anthropomorphism and the idea this is language explaining something that happened in a realm that we have really no access to other than what is described for us in the Quran. So that's important to remember. And one of the things just about that Adam a.s. was given all the names is, again, one of the things about power is the power of language. Because if you can measure and if you can label, you have power. People in power label the powerless. So a freedom fighter will be called a terrorist by the people in power. And that's why the British considered George Washington a terrorist. Whereas the people at that time who were fighting in the Continental Army, they saw themselves as fighting for liberty and freedom. So that's the nature of the power of naming, which doesn't mean that every person claiming to be a freedom fighter is not a terrorist. I mean, there's people out there, terrorists. Anytime you bring in civilians and indiscriminately kill people, you have an element of terrorism. And certainly there's state terrorism and there's individual terrorism. But the point being is the power to name or label. And that's something that the mass media obviously has. They can make people look like they're insane because they have this power, and it's the power to name them. They already determine the discourse when they put you on as the extreme left position. Now we're going to hear from the extreme left. So they've labeled you and they've already defined the discourse there. And this is the power of naming. So naming is a power, and that's why powerless people tend to be people without language. And that's one of the things like Paulo Freire, who wrote a lot of books like Pedagogy of the Oppressed, Pedagogy for Freedom. He's got a whole bunch of books on... He spent his life teaching Brazilian peasants how to read and write because he really felt that their powerlessness was based on not having language. One of the things that the Cherokee did in this country, the great Cherokee Sequoyah, who was the great Cherokee leader, he was actually half Scottish, but he developed an alphabet for his people because he said the power of the white people resides in their ability to write. He saw it as that their power was in language. So he felt that he could empower the Cherokee. And that was a really interesting experiment, and it almost succeeded had it not been for Andrew Jackson, who acted unconstitutionally in forcing the Cherokee, to the famous Trail of Tears and things like that. But language is something that if you don't have it, you're powerless. And that's why articulation and the ability to speak is so important. And that's why Islam emphasizes the grammar and rhetoric and learning these things, because it's an empowering element. Now they mention here also that this idea of microcosm and macrocosm came from the Greeks, and I don't think that's true, because Imam Ali radiallahu anhu said, دَوَاؤُكَ فِيكَ وَمَا تَشْعُرُ وَدَاؤُكَ مِنْكَ وَمَا تُبْصِرُ وَيَحْسَبُ الْإِنسَانُ أَنَّهُ وَتَحْسِبُ أَنَّكَ جَرْمٌ صَغِيرٌ وَفِيكَ أَنْطَوَى الْعَالَمَ الْأَكْبَرُ. You think that you're some insignificant body or entity, and the entire universe is in you. So Imam Ali, that's microcosm. That's what it means, a small universe. So the human being is seen as a small universe. And part of the reason Adam was able to name everything is because everything was in him. Because you cannot know something outside of yourself if you don't recognize it from inside of yourself. And that's why we have mineral in us. I mean, everything that you see in the earth is in you. We have mineral, we have vegetable, we have animal. It's all there. So when you see a tree, you recognize vegetation because it's in you. When you see the sun, fire is in you. It's all there. And that's what caloric energy is, heat. So everything that you see out there is in you. And we're even made up of stars. I mean, we know that now, that modern astronomy understands that our bodies have constituents of stars, that we're constituted of the material that the stars are made of. And one of the interesting things about a human being is the body is placed on a scale of magnitudes between an atom and between a star. In other words, we fit right in the middle of the smallest elements in the creation and of the biggest elements. And that's a mathematical, you can actually work that out. So human beings we are this barzakh between the smallest elements and the biggest elements. We're right in the middle, and we have this ability to bridge the unseen and the seen world. And then finally here, the reason that we have been given this vice regency is that if we follow God's instructions, that everything is following God's instruction on the universal level. Turtles, demons, scorpions, mice are all following. But vice regency is specifically a human quality because a human being is able to follow instructions through his free will or her free will. And therefore, Adam was created to be vice-regent of God, but in order to be God's vice-regent, he first had to be God's servant. In other words, people were created to represent God on the face of the earth. In order to fulfill this function properly, they must submit to God's will as revealed through the prophets. And so really that's at the essence of the Islamic teaching, is that what we're here to do is to submit to the will of God as best we can as servants of abid. And in doing that, we enter into a type of harmony with the world. So we're not alien to the world, we're part of the world, but also we're part of another world, which is the next world. And so we again become this bridge, this barzakh. And realization of that, tahqiq al-ubudiyyah, is a lifelong journey. You don't just do it in one day and one evening. And you can learn all this stuff theoretically and fill your heads with a lot of information. But if it's not practiced, if it doesn't become part of your practice, and it's difficult, and it's something you'll struggle with all of your lives. And you need company, you need reminders, you need people to put you in your place, and you need to put yourself in your place. And inshallah, I mean, the goal is to get through this world in one spiritual peace, both P-E-A-C-E and P-I-E-C-E, to get through it and get onto the other side. And then the important thing is also to expect great things from your Lord. Because the Prophet ﷺ, he said that Allah tells us, أَنَا عِنْدَ ظَنِّ عَبْدِي بِي, I am in the opinion of my servant. So if my servant thinks good of me, he will find good. And if he thinks bad of me, he will find bad. And that's why the hadith says, whoever wakes up in the morning, وَمَنْ وَجَدَ خَيْرًا فَلْيَحْمَدِ اللَّهِ, if you find good, say Alhamdulillah, praise be to God. وَمَنْ وَجَدَ غَيْرَ ذَلِكَ, other than that. He didn't say وَمَنْ وَجَدَ شَرًّا. وَمَنْ وَجَدَ غَيْرَ ذَلِكَ, because it's فَلَا يَلُومَنَّ إِلَّا نَفْسَهُ, let him only blame his own soul. Because you're still not seeing correctly what's going on in the world. You're not seeing that if you really believe in God, it's all good. It's not an exaggeration. It's all good if you really believe in Allah. And then it becomes that you need to conform to the divine and not make the divine conform to you. Because what the moderns want to do is make God conform to them. So we make God just as we are. And it's not going to work. You have to conform to the divine, how the divine wants you to be. And just finally, that anything that occurs in the world, and Shaykh Muhammad mentioned this last night, but it's important to remind people who weren't there, is that Ibn Abbas radiallahu anhu said that no calamity ever afflicted me except that I saw 3 blessings in it. And the first one was that it wasn't worse than it was. So that the fact that it's not worse than it is a blessing. And you should show gratitude. The next one is that it was in my worldly affairs and not in my deen. And that is a blessing. In the dua of the Prophet, رَبَّنَا لَا تَجْعَلْ مُصِيبَتَنَا فِي دِينِنَا, oh God, don't make our calamities in our religion. The assumption there is already there's calamities in the world. You're in the world and you're going to have calamities, and you might not have seen the worst of it yet. Inshallah, Allah make things easier for all of us. But you might not have seen the worst of it yet. If you think what you've seen is bad, you might not have seen the worst of it yet. So if the calamity is not in your deen, don't worry about it. Because dunya is not so important that you should get upset about it like that. It's just, you shouldn't give it as much power to affect you in that way, to depress you. If you lose all your money, what can you do about it? I'm depressed. Why? I lost all my money. Depression does not change the fact that you've lost all your money. You have chosen to respond to an event in the world in a certain way. And the choice is, I'm depressed. Why? Because I associated with my money happiness. And now my money's gone, so I have to be unhappy. So you therefore has made an assumption about the nature of happiness that it's only material goods. So it's a philosophy. That is a philosophy. And then finally, that it was in this world and not in the next world. So if the calamity is in this world, that's a blessing. That it wasn't in the next world, because you'd rather have your calamities here than there. And according to the hadith of the Prophet ﷺ, everything that happens in this world is a purification. So it might be that you're just getting your wrongs removed. So that's why al-faqat ayad al-muridin. Calamities are the holidays of people seeking God. A lot of people might not like that, but if you take that on, it's not that you ask for calamities, because the Prophet said don't ask for calamities because you don't know if you'll be able to bear them, but ask Allah for well-being. So we ask for well-being, but when the calamities come, mashallah, mashallah, that's what happens. So, alhamdulillah. Any questions or comments? Well, I think the best thing to do is try to create your own venues. I mean, don't allow venues out there to dictate your agendas and things like that. I mean, things like alcohol, and you can't talk to people when they're drinking anyway. I mean, that's the problem with alcohol. And it's not good to be around it. It's just not a good, we believe it's the devil, it's jinn, alcohol. That's what they call it, jinn. I'll have a jinn on the rocks. I mean, man, if they really knew what they were saying, right? I'll have Iblis on the rocks. And the rocks are brimstone. So you just want to stay away from that kind of energy. Cheese tastes fine without wine. And have grape juice if you have to. Grape juice tastes a lot better than wine. I know, and you'd be surprised how much you can, I mean, if you really want to keep up on that type of popular culture so you can talk to people, you'd be surprised at how much just from reading. I've read articles about films that I can talk about without ever having seen the film. You don't have to go watch a film and waste 2 hours of your life for something. I saw a film once by Khorasani, who won Cannes Film Festival. He's an Iranian. I think it was Khorasani. Can't remember. I was interested just why this film won the Cannes Film Festival. It was being made in Iran, where apparently they have all this artistic censorship. But at the end of the film, they have an interview with him. And the thing about the film is it almost put me to sleep. At the end of the film, he says, they ask him, what kind of film do you like? He said, I like films that put people to sleep. But then they can't stop thinking about them after that. He said, think about American films. You go watch it for 2 hours and you're at the edge of your seat and you walk out the theater and you can't remember anything. Like, what was it about? Because it's all spectacle. There's no thought. And then they asked him about censorship, and he said every artist is censored. It's just, where do you draw the lines of censorship? There's no artist that's free of censorship. He said Americans have censorship. I mean, there's things that they can't go beyond. Simple as that. He said in Iran, we're basically not allowed to deal with two things, sex and violence. And it forces us to create films that actually are intelligent. And he said when Hollywood was not allowed to use sex and violence, they actually made intelligent films. He said now the films are all stupid. And the reason is because it's all gratuitous spectacle. It's just stimulating people's lower energies. That's all it is. Because people respond to violence. It's very intense to watch violence. And so there's adrenaline, and adrenaline's a drug. It's a really powerful drug. People get addicted to it, adrenaline junkies. Romans used to go watch Christians eaten by the lions. We do the same thing when we go watch these Arnold Schwarzenegger films of people getting their heads blown off. It's sanitized. But it's the same gore. I mean, it's a human thing. And that we see the Romans as decadent and, well, why don't we see it about ourselves? That's all decadence. That's what it is. It's vulgarity. It's decadence. And the thing about it is thresholds get higher and higher. So you need more stimulation. You need more violence. You need more, the sexuality becomes more perverse. That's what happens in something intelligent. I mean, film has immense potential because it's a very powerful medium, but it's a medium of spectacle. You know, you never want to be in a theater when there's an earthquake or something. You just, how do you justify that with God? You know, as watching a movie when you died or something. The reason Plato outlawed the poets in the Republic is because of the whole danger of entertainment, what entertainment does in a society. Images and the Prophet ﷺ, he had some entertainment, and that's something about Islam that a lot of modern Muslims aren't aware of. That there is room for art, there is room for poetry, there is room for certain types of music and things like that. And traditionally it always existed in the Muslim world. But it should be done in a certain way, and it shouldn't become something that takes people away from God. Yeah, I think we need to rethink a lot of things and just be more creative about how to speak to people out there. And I mean, ultimately, everybody is dealing with their mortality. They're dealing with some real essential issues. While Christianity and Judaism are true religions, and we believe in them as an obligation, we're obliged to believe in them. We view them now as models of like a car that's no longer taking you there. It doesn't work anymore. And so you can sit in it and feel like you're in a car, and you know, it's a vehicle, but is it taking you where you want to go? And on the other hand, for most Muslims, Islam is stuck in the mud. Their Islam is stuck in the mud. It's not that the car doesn't work. It's like you've driven it into the mud by your own stupidity. I mean, I'll never forget, I was in Mauritania, and there was this man was driving, he was in a Jeep, and there was this big mud puddle, and then there was a dry thing on the side, and he was like bragging about what a great driver he was. And when we were coming up to it, we said like, no, go over there. And he said, no, I know what I'm doing. And we got stuck in this mud, and we'd paid this guy to drive us. And we couldn't get the car out. We had to walk in the middle of the desert for about 5 hours. But the point is, he drove it into the mud. It's a perfectly good car. The road was there, and he just took it into the mud to kind of, I did it my way or something like that. I don't know. But that's the thing about people's Islam, is they drive it into their mud, and then they're like, why isn't this getting me anywhere? Well, you left the road. You've gone off-road. I mean, it doesn't have 4-wheel drive. It's got 5-wheel drive. Right? Shahada, prayer, zakat, fasting, hajj. But you have to be on the sharia and on the road. They're absolutes. Yeah, that's where it becomes absolute. And you'll know them because you remember this world. If you were put in Jannah and you never had any knowledge of this place, but in Jannah you have memory of this place. You don't have painful memories. So you won't have sadness or grief, but you will remember. Well, you're aware of hell, and the people of hell are aware of paradise. So the opposites are known still. Paradise is pure good and hell is pure evil. Whereas in here it's all mixed. Well, that's the point. Their blind, deaf, and dumbness is like this. They won't open their eyes, and they won't take their hands off their ears, and they won't speak. And in the next world, they admit that. That's what the Quran says in Surah Tabarak. فَاعْتَرَفُوا بِذَنْبِهِمْ. They'll finally admit that it's يَسْبِقُهُمْ الْكِتَابِ. And then the decree precedes them, and they do some action of the fire, and they go to the fire. That hadith, there's another riwayah where it says, فِيمَا يَبْدُو لِلنَّاسِ, to what it appears to people. And that point is that those people's hearts, that they were hypocrites. So, and the thing about hypocrites is that they will do things that expose themselves before they die. That's why Sidi Ahmed Zarruq says, all the things that people do in this world that are bad, in order to obtain things that they deem good, those things will be the cause of the thing that they were trying to free themselves from. So if somebody learns astrology to protect himself from a harmful death, he'll have a harmful death. If somebody learns alchemy to enrich himself, he'll be impoverished. It has the opposite. So the thing that you go to literally has the opposite effect on you.
The year after.
No, here, in this world. Yeah, that's one opinion. It's mentioned in some of the tafsirs. I mean, Harut and Marut are a problem. It's an ishkal, because they're angels, but they're teaching something that's harmful. And that, in a sense, is almost like a negative revelation, which is interesting. I mean, the idea that, that you could have a negative revelation, which brings in the whole idea of opposites and things like that again. But Allahu A'lam. The thing about the Prophet ﷺ, he was affected by magic. But he was given the Mu'awwidhatan, which are the last two surahs in the Quran, Qul a'udhu bi rabbil falaq and Qul a'udhu bi rabbin nas, and he never left them after that. And what happened to him was he wasn't affected in his understanding, but he was physically affected. Sulaiman alayhi salam was not given magic, because there's a difference between magic. Magic is using means that are in the creation. There's two types of magic. One is called khifat al-yad or sha'wada, which is like the magic of David Copperfield, people like that. It's the ability to create illusions, optical illusions. And then the other type of magic is manipulation of things in creation through magic. Both of them are prohibited in Islam. What the prophets do, in other words, when Musa a.s. threw down the staff and it became a snake, it wasn't magic. I mean, one of the things, if you read 1001 Nights, which is certainly not anything to get aqidah from or anything like that, but there's all these kind of interesting where the genie does all this magic, and then the magic, when the genie no longer is working for the person, all the stuff disappears. So the genie will make him a palace, but then when the genie now has a new master, the palace just disappears. So all the treasure goes back to rocks. That is a good analogy for what magic is, that it is insubstantial in reality, even though it appears to be real. Whereas what happens with the prophets is that it's real. It's something that actually comes into existence. So when Musa a.s. pulled his hand out and it was white, that was real, without any min ghairi su'. There was no harm. It wasn't vitiligo or leprosy. It was this light that came out. That was real, it wasn't magic. So the difference is that one is a manipulation and the other is that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is directly, not through means. There's no means. See, magic is using means in creation, whereas the miracle, there's no means. It's direct from God. And that's why the people that witness it see it for that. If you've ever seen a film of somebody shot in reality. I saw some films from Afghanistan during the jihad, and I saw this Russian soldier. I'll never forget it, because it was so different from what Hollywood does. I mean, it was very real. And that's the nature of the miracle in relation to the magic, is that it's real. And that difference between art and life, we can see that a film is not real. You come out of it, you can fall into the willful suspension of disbelief while you're watching the film. But when you come out, you're back in reality. It's not the same. It's real. And magic is in many ways, it's interesting because simya'u is a magic where you create images in the air. It's called simya'u. I don't think cinema is related to it. It's interesting that in many ways that film is very magical like that. It's a powerful magic. It's definitely sleight of hand, because these frames that are done to create an optical illusion, because they're still frames creating the optical illusion of motion. So technically by Sharia, I think the traditional ulama would have seen it as magic, as a type of magic. All right? Jazakumullah khairan, inshallah.
This completes CD number 8. To order more products by Alhambra Productions, please visit us at www.alhambraproductions.com or call us toll-free at 1-877-888-8225. 7373.